That spinster Gilan, just 18, from the Zhou family, actually got married, and who knows who she ended up with.
It was that Li Huo fellow who came up to the mountains a year ago with his 2-year-old son, and he even traded a massive wild boar for her.
Oh dear, a perfectly fine young lady, left to become an old maid like that. And now Lin Lao's stuck playing stepmother to someone else's kid. I heard that hunter. He has got blood on his hands from way back. Just look at that terrifying mug of his.
A burly man holds a bowl of plain rice porridge, dipping a ladle to feed a woman. The woman seems to be trapped in a nightmare, her hands flailing wildly. Zhou Geilan opens her eyes, taking in the man right before her, her hand swinging hard toward his face. But he swiftly catches her slender arm and pins it down on the bed. Their faces draw dangerously close, his breath hot against her skin, the warmth sending a jolt of panic through her. Pervert.
Let me go right now, or I'll report you.
Zhou Huilan struggles,
her heart gripped by sheer terror.
Didn't I die in that car crash? So why am I lying here in bed with some man on top of me?
As the thoughts race, a sharp pain stabs her mind, forcing her eyes shut. A flood of foreign memories surges into her. Just days ago, Xu Changling hauled a huge wild boar to her home to propose, and the original girl's mother agreed on the spot. But the original girl refused to become a stepmother, smashing her head against the doorframe in desperation. That mother of hers was no pushover, though, and today she still managed to carry the body up the mountain. Having absorbed the memories, Zhou Hulan rapidly pieces it all together in her mind.
I've actually transmigrated.
H.
I won't force you into this marriage.
No need to seek death.
This voice is pure male god timbre.
My heart was fluttering. Then a soft milky voice piped up beside me. Daddy.
What an adorable little milk baby.
Eyes like glossy black grapes. A soft and squishy little body. His shy gaze at her made her little heart quiver. This is way too irresistible. A ridiculously handsome husband and an utterly cute milk baby. No leaving.
I'm staying, period.
I've only just arrived in this world. I have no money and nowhere to go. Here, I have a handsome hunk and a little milk bun. Of course, I'm not leaving.
The feel is just too perfect.
Honey,
from now on, I'm your real mom.
Good boy. Come on, say it. Xu Changling then started undressing. Zhou Guilan panicked. You? What are you doing?
Once storm breaks, you can go back and find someone else to marry.
Huh?
Looks like I overthought that just now.
Zhou Guilan silently berated herself in her heart. Thinking back to Xu Changling's demeanor, she understood completely. It must be that the original owner's suicide had wounded Xu Changling. When Zhou Guilan woke up again, it was already the next morning.
This is a surefire way to starve to death.
Zhou Guilan finished washing the clothes, hung them on branches to dry, then went back inside to grab a wooden basin, squatted down on the ground outside, picked up a stick and started digging in the dirt, and began digging for earthworms. Zhou Guilan in her previous life was an agricultural university graduate. After graduation, she had always been involved in breeding. Seeing this place, her eyes lit up with excitement.
This is the perfect spot for breeding. As long as we can set up a breeding farm here, then we'll be able to eat whatever we want. And drink whatever we want.
Right. The first step in breeding is raising earthworms to feed the chickens later. And give some to Mom.
Zhou Guilan is just overflowing with maternal love. She is calling her mom and giving her earthworms. This little milk bun is just too adorable.
Good boy.
Blushes rose on little milk bun's cheeks again. Mom likes earthworms, so I need to dig more to give to Mom. When Xu Changling returned, he saw a big one and a little one squatting on the ground playing in the mud. This woman hasn't left yet.
Hey! What is this?
A Sika deer. He walked closer and discovered it really was a Sika deer. He looked at it. This Sika deer must weigh 200 or 300 jin. And this Sika deer is so alert and fast on its feet. So fast. Yet, Xu Changling managed to catch one.
Oh my gosh! This guy's amazing.
The woman thought to herself, murdering her husband.
Xu Changlin, you're incredible. Come on, let's butcher this deer so we can sell it this afternoon.
With that, she handed a gleaming knife to Xu Changlin. Xu Changlin took the knife, squatted down, and prepared to cut into the deer's head.
Hey, wait a minute.
Shu Changlin paused his hand and looked up at him.
You're not just gonna skin it like that.
Right.
That is such a waste of good meat.
Now listen to me. Zhou Gelan planted her hands on her hips and pointed at the antlers, telling him to cut those off first.
This guy's got no clue about real treasure. No wonder he is such a pro at hunting.
Yet the house is still dirt poor under her direction. Xu Changlin swiftly processed the sick deer, dividing it into sections and loading them into a back basket, one by one. Zhou Gelan scooped up 7 or 8 pounds of venison, and Xu Changlin saw her thrilled expression, which eased his heart quite a bit. Looks like she really wants to stay.
Leaving behind 50 pounds of meat like this.
We won't finish it before it spoils. Though Zhou Huilan knew venison was a delicacy, the weather was still scorching hot, and meat wouldn't keep long.
So take it back to your folks tomorrow when you visit.
Thinking of my original self's mother, my poor little heart just quivered. She is one tough customer. She won't see right through me, will she? After Xu Changlin carried the reserved meat into the house, Zhou Gelan volunteered to handle lunch, while little Milk Bang squatted on the ground, still digging for earthworms.
Why are you digging these up?
Old Milk Bang didn't even look up and chirped back crisply.
Mom likes them, so I'm giving them to her.
Xu Changlin fell silent and couldn't help glancing back at the woman cooking, wondering if his wife had bumped her head or something. Too bad little Milk Bang was oblivious to his dad's feelings and called out for Xu Changlin to come eat. So, the father and son finally stood up. Xu Changlin walked over carrying that big wooden basin, and that basin was already brimming with over half a basin of earthworms. Those wriggling earthworms nearly made Zhou Gelan want to kick the basin flying.
I heard you like earthworms.
How on earth could I like earthworms? I'm not out of my mind. Here, for you. So the first gift I got from my dashing husband and adorable little Milk Bang was over half a basin of earthworms.
Kangling, with a basket on his back, leads the way. After scaling a mountain, Zhou Gelan was so exhausted, she couldn't go on.
Let's rest a bit longer.
Zhou Gelan couldn't hold out any longer and plopped down on a rock to catch her breath.
What is that?
Zhou Gelan hurried over in a few strides as Xu Changlin parted his clothes. To her surprise, there nestled 6 quails.
This is something special.
Seeing Zhou Gelan's face light up with excitement, Xu Changlin recalled those earthworms she'd once taken a shine to. He suddenly got the picture. He handed the quails to Zhou Gelan and said, "Here, a gift for you." This stirred up memories for Zhou Gelan of that big basin of earthworms he'd given her before. The very first gift from a man in her past and present lives, and it had been earthworms. Now the second, 6 quails. If he didn't set things straight, she'd peg him as some kind of weirdo.
Realizing this, he quickly added that quails breed fast. We can raise them. Once they lay eggs, we hatch the chicks and keep the cycle going. Lay more eggs. Once we've built up a good number, we can enjoy quail eggs every single day and even roast up some quails for a treat.
Xu Changlin, your hunting's always a gamble. We've only got half a sack of corn to our name. Not even a spare set of clothes. But once we sell off all this gear,
with the cash in hand, I'll snap up some chickens, ducks, geese, and we'll trap a couple of pigs too.
Then we'll raise them all and thrive. We'll turn into breeding tycoons and strike it rich.
Feasting on whatever we fancy. You coming along?
Go! I'm launching my breeding empire right here. Let's hustle to town, or we'll miss the action.
Xu Changlin's face eased into a relieved smile, and the fired-up Zhou Gelan on the next leg of the climb barely felt the strain. She even beat Xu Changlin's timeline, arriving in town ahead of schedule. The two arrived straight at the herbal medicine shop.
Do you buy deer antlers here?
The young clerk was taken aback and instinctively asked, "You have some." Zhou Gelan's mouth opened wider as she shot Xu Changlin a knowing glance. Xu Changlin nodded in understanding and set the basket down on the counter, which thudded dully under the weight. So the clerk told them to wait right there, then hurried off to the backyard. Before long, the young clerk returned with a man in his 50s.
This is Stuart Liu. So how do you two plan to sell these goods?
Why don't you name your price?
I'll give you 2 taels of silver for the lot.
2 taels of silver, that is a whole year's earnings for an ordinary farm family. And it should be plenty for folks like them.
2 taels. You must take me for a fool.
Stuart Liu,
Deer antler is something priceless and scarce on the market. So even on its own, it is worth more than 2 taels, wouldn't you say?
Xu Changlin's eyes narrowed as he turned to the petite woman beside him. She clearly knew her stuff, and that wasn't the kind of knowledge an ordinary village wife would possess. Steward Liu was secretly taken aback as well, never imagining that the wife was the one in charge. Most importantly, this woman understood deer antler so thoroughly.
I never thought you'd grasp the market like this. So I'll lay it all out, 6 tiles of silver, and I'll take the whole bundle. What do you say?
周桂兰笑了笑. Just as Steward Liu thought she'd agree, she leaned in close to Xu Changlin's ear and whispered,
10 taels. They jump at the chance.
After all, it was his prize from the hunt, so she naturally wanted his say, her warm breath brushing against Xu Changlin's ear, which made it tingle a little.
10 taels. If they want venison and deer hide too, then add 3 more taels. After all, my husband is the renowned hunter far and wide around here, and only he could track down a Sika deer.
The young clerk beside him was utterly astonished. He couldn't help glancing at the items on the counter. He only earns 2,000 coppers a month, which adds up to just over 2 taels a year, making him one of the more successful folks back in their village. Yet here he was, outshone by a simple hunter. Steward Liu couldn't help furrowing his brow. Madam,
this price is far too steep. How about 8 tiles?
Steward Liu ventured cautiously. 周桂兰 shot it down without hesitation.
The price stands as is. If you don't want it, Steward Liu, we'll just try our luck at another apothecary.
The moment she said that, Xu Changlin swiftly tucked the venison back into his large wicker basket. The brisk efficiency of it all sent a jolt through Steward Liu's heart.
Wait, 10 taels of silver. I'll take it.
The cost is steep, no doubt, but turning it around, pure profit. Plus, it'll boost our shop's reputation in one fell swoop, even if it stings a bit to pay out.
I can't let them hawk the venison and deer, hide elsewhere, herbs or no.
This woman's sharp as a tack. Getting it in a flash.
Clever indeed. In the end, though, Steward Liu snapped up the venison for just 2 taels, but passed on the deer hides. 周桂兰 shrugged it off. After all, venison works as medicine too. Deer hide, not so much, and so, instead of leaving, he had the clerk bundle up a hefty pile of herbs for him. Star anise, cassia bark, fennel seeds, all prime seasonings, essential for whipping up a tasty meal. Once they'd gone, the clerk couldn't resist scratching his head.
Perplexed, he turned to Steward Liu. These two just bought a bunch of random herbs. They can't possibly cure any ailment with that lot, right?
Steward Liu just shook his head. We sold more than half our stock. Emptied that half-man-high basket of theirs clean out. Zhou Guilan tucked the money securely against her body. Her excited steps grew light and lively.
You're too capable. You earned all this money in one go. Impressive. Impressive.
Yeah, gotta feed you and the little one.
This man is top-notch, handsome, with a great build, and such a commanding presence. Marrying a man like this, I've hit the jackpot. The sky unwittingly drives me wild.
The couple headed to a cloth shop, bargained with the shopkeeper, and sold their goods for 2 taels of silver. Even the ever-composed Xu Changlin was taken aback. As it turned out, they had fetched a sky-high price of 14 taels. But the very next moment, he was even more astonished by this young wife of his, who had a real talent for earning money and an even greater flair for spending it. With the 2 taels of silver in hand, Zhuo Guolan turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "Do you have any bolts of cloth?"
This is the most popular cloth we sell here. 400 copper coins per bolt. And if you'd like, I can do it for 390 copper coins.
Do you have any fine cotton cloth? The shopkeeper brought over 2 bolts of fine cotton cloth, placing them on the counter. Zhou Guolan ran her hand over it and found the texture much softer.
Not bad. Very comfortable.
This fine cotton cloth costs a bit more. 800 copper coins per bolt. I could let it go for 780 copper coins.
If I buy 5 bolts of cloth, how about 3 taels of silver?
You really want 5 bolts of cloth?
No wonder he is shocked. Country folk rarely buy even 1 bolt all year long. Yet this young lady jumped straight to 5 bolts. So instinctively, he shot a questioning glance at Xu Changlin nearby. Xu Changlin was equally stunned by his young bride. She sure knows how to shock with just a few words.
Can you make that deal, shopkeeper?
Though each bolt only brings a small profit, 5 bolts add up to a tidy sum. Once he saw the sense in it, he followed Zhuo Guolan's request, selected 5 bolts, and tucked them into Xu Changlin's herb-filled basket. Then, asked the shopkeeper for 3 pieces of backing cloth, and after shelling out 3 taels and 3 chen of silver, they finally stepped out of the cloth shop. With a hefty sum tucked in her bosom, Zhou Gilan now dives into full shopping spree mode.
2 old hens first. 100 eggs and 20 duck eggs.
And surprisingly, there are even goose eggs for sale.
Hurry, 20 of those too. Rice is a must, starting with 50 pounds. But any more, and they might not make it back. White flour, 30 pounds. Quick, and 4 pounds of lard to refine into oil when we get home. Salt's running low at home.
So another pound of that.
And some radish seeds to start with. That way, when it is heavy, we'll still have greens to eat.
After sweeping through the market like this, Xu Changlin's back basket was already packed to the brim. The two glanced at the sky and hurried back home. Xu Changlin shouldered the big back basket, holding the buns, while Zhou Huilan led 2 sheep and carried 2 old hens up the mountain. As they neared the door, they noticed the wooden door ajar, with little milk buns sitting quietly on the threshold, gazing off into the distance. Spotting them return, she stood up and toddled toward them on her little short legs. Zhou Huilan couldn't resist hurrying over, setting down the sheep and chickens she was leading, and planted a big smacking kiss on little milk bun's cheek.
Hey, coming home to someone waiting. It just feels so wonderful. Is our little one hungry?
Little milk bun was still a bit shy around her, but nodded her head gently. As Zhou Huilan gently touched her cheek, feeling utterly content, she then tied the 2 sheep to a nearby tree, all in good spirits, took little milk bun's hand, picked up the chickens, and headed into the house, completely ignoring the one with the heavy back basket trailing behind. Seeing Zhou Huilan like this, Xu Changlin raised an eyebrow, but shouldered his basket and followed them inside with a tolerant smile. Bun. Xu Changlin handed him the bun wrapped in oil paper, placing it before little milk bun like a precious stuffed treasure. As the savory aroma of the meat bun drifted out, little milk bun couldn't help but swallow hard. Want to eat it. Little milk bun wrinkled his nose, sniffing it on the sly, and glanced at Xu Changlin. Xu Changlin nodded to him, and he replied in a soft babyish voice.
If you want to eat, you have to stay clean. Always wash your hands before eating.
Got it. Just in case you forget, Zhou Guilan Chamli. Clean kids are the ones adults really like.
As long as I'm all clean, will mommy like me?
Go ahead and eat.
Mommy, you eat.
Little milk bun swallowed again, offering the bun from his hand to Zhou Gilan, those big innocent eyes gazing up at her, a gesture that melted Zhou Gilan's heart into a puddle.
Look, there are plenty more where that came from, so go on and eat yours. We've all got one.
With that, Zhou Gilan pulled out 2 buns and handed one to Xu Changlin. She took one for herself as well. Xu Changlin set the basket down on the ground. Taking the bun from Zhou Gilan, he said earnestly,
Only the clean ones get liked.
Zhou Gilan choked and coughed repeatedly. Her face flushed red.
This man is just too good at teasing. No. As a modern woman from the 21st century, how can I lose to some ancient guy?
Zhou Gilan, you must hold fast to your true self.
Can't let his words stir your heart so quickly. What would become of your pride?
Do you know how much our family earned today?
Little milk bun shook his head instinctively, while Xu Changlin remained utterly silent beside them.
He is such a silent gourd.
Chatting with him is just no fun at all.
We brought in a total of 14 taels today, and spent 11 taels on all those odds and ends.
Xu Changlin felt an urge to slap his forehead, having watched his dear little wife earn 14 taels right before his eyes, and just as clearly seen her spend 11 of them. But on this matter, he had no real objections. He used to hunt regularly back then, selling the catch in town, which barely kept his wife and son fed. But now, by heeding Zhou Gilan's advice and shopping along separate routes, they'd actually made this much profit, with every penny spent wisely on essentials. So it was all down to his dear little wife's cleverness.
Keep this money safe.
From now on, you'll handle all our family finances.
Zhou Guilan hesitated a bit.
Miss, but you earned it.
You're my wife, and it is only right you run the household going forward.
In just a few months, winter will be here before we know it, and we might run short on grain by then. Plus, we need to prepare cotton clothes and pants well in advance. Since little milk bun has just one set of clothes, with nothing for washing and changing when winter comes, we can't have him freezing.
Xu Changlin fell silent. As days like these slip by in the blink of an eye, and come winter, there is hardly any game left on the mountains.
Zhou Gilan continued, with all these things we bought today, I've gone ahead and started the livestock rearing to carry us right through the winter. But we need to move fast on this. and renovate this house into a sturdy wooden one. Since winters are so harsh, let's build a new place too. The heated car and everything else will cost a pretty penny.
What do you need me to do?
There is plenty for you to handle. The sheep need proper shelters. The chickens need good nests, and you'll have to build them right.
Xu Changlin gave his word. Then Rose grabbed an axe from behind the door and headed out.
Dear Mom,
Do you like me?
Xu Changlin let out a hum.
hey, so does Mom like Dad?
Little Milk Bun gazed at Xu Changlin with sparkling eyes. Xu Changlin clenched his fist against his lips.
Coughed lightly and said, "You should ask your mom."
If Mom doesn't kiss Dad, then she must not like him. Sigh.
Little Milk Bun lowered his head again, his voice tinged with disappointment. Xu Changlin was left speechless, choked up. And indeed, he hadn't laid a hand on his new wife yet, not even on their wedding night last evening. So tonight was the time to make up for it. Zhou Gilan inside the room had no idea that she'd already been eyed by a certain wolf in the house.
So, are we consummating our marriage tonight? We'll make up for last night's wedding night today.
But what about having kids? Let's wait a bit longer before we talk about that.
Zhou Hulan feigned shyness as she spoke, even though she truly admired this man. But feelings hadn't blossomed yet, and psychologically, she just couldn't accept it. Xu Changlin turned his head, his sharp, piercing eyes locking onto her, as if peering straight into her soul. Zhou Gelan felt a pang of guilt under that gaze, and averted her eyes from Xu Changlin's penetrating stare.
This man is truly intimidating. He doesn't seem like your average mountain hunter at all.
All right, you go wash up first and get some early rest. As she glanced over, she saw Xu Changlin standing at the doorway, bare-chested, pouring water over himself from a bucket. That physique of his slim when clothed, but packed with muscle once stripped down. It is simply perfection. Zhou Huilang couldn't help swallowing hard, her gaze fixated on Xu Changlin's broad back. Mother, the little milk bun's call rang out from beside her. Zhou Guolan jumped in fright. She turned her head and shushed the little milk bun with a finger to her lips. The little milk bun gazed at Zhou Gilang in bewilderment, his little mind sensing that Mom was acting a bit strange. Having just hushed the little milk bun, she turned back to see Xu Changlin half-turned, glancing over his shoulder at her. "Hey, you carry on," he said, scooping up the little milk bun in one swift motion and heading back inside, placing him right in the middle of the bed, while she scooted to the far side and lay there stiff as a board. Zhou Guolan had endured so much that day that she simply lay there rigid, and before she knew it, she was out cold. Later, when Xu Changlin finished bathing and returned, eager to pull his wife into his arms, he found she had already drifted off to sleep. His wife probably wasn't quite ready yet. No worries. He wasn't pushing it. There'd be plenty of time for that in their long married life. And when she stirred awake once more, the sun was already peeking through. Right. My sheep! She hurried out the door, immediately spotting the man outside, tending to the rabbits, and then the two sheep grazing contentedly nearby. She let out a sigh of relief. Time to freshen up.
I've got everything set for your return to your parents' home. Zhou Gilan froze.
Suddenly realizing 3 days had passed since her wedding, and today was the day to head back to her family. A cherished local tradition. Oh no.
She hadn't prepared a single thing.
Zhou Guilan scratched at her bird's nest of tangled hair, her mind flashing to the fierce, no-nonsense mother from the original body's memories. She could already picture the disaster ahead.
But he reassured her, "I've taken care of everything."
Aunt Plum, Blossom, your Gilan's back home.
Before long, a petite old lady came dashing out of the house. Wushi leading the way, Xu Changlin with his basket on his back hurried up to Zhou Gilan in a few strides, sizing her up from head to toe. Zhou Gilan asked him, "Have you been mistreated?" Zhou Gilan's forehead was beading with cold sweat. This old lady was every bit as fierce as they come, bold enough to ask it right to Xu Changlin's face, showing not a shred of fear toward him. Tougher than any man in the village. "What is the matter, gone deaf? If she is got it out for you, you come tell me. Why turn into a silent gourd now?" Though the old lady was speaking to Zhou Gilan, her sharp little eyes were darting over to Xu Changlin. Zhou Gilan feared she'd stir up trouble, and quickly chimed in. No, nothing like that. I'm doing just fine. Mom, let's head inside first." "Oh, come on. Inside what house? Let us uncles and aunts have a peek. What goodies you brought back for your mom on this homecoming visit?" A middle-aged woman's voice rang out. The woman burly and broad-shouldered, Plain to see, she was no pushover. From the original host's memories, this was her aunt on her father's side, who'd never much cared for their family, always griping that her uncle had sunk a fortune into their household. Old Mrs. Zhou waved her off and said, "Hey, she just got married over there. They're hardly well off. What could she possibly bring me? As long as they're getting by, that is all that matters for their life together." Aunt Li Xiuying was no easy mark, though. You raised her up big and strong. Now's the time for her to show some filial piety. Hurry up and let Auntie see what you've got. Can't come back empty-handed, now can you? As she spoke, her eyes darted toward Xu Changling's basket on his back. That is what came out of her mouth. But deep down, she figured Zhou Gilan couldn't possibly get anything worthwhile from marrying a hunter. Exactly. It is still a token of goodwill, no matter how small. Come on, let us take a quick peek. When a bride heads back to her parents' home for the first time, doesn't she always shoulder a pole loaded with baskets of gifts? But these two, they just saunter back with a simple knapsack. Who knows? They might not have brought a single thing. And Zhou Gilan, no less, the old spinster no one thought would ever tie the knot. The whole Zhou family got nothing but side-eye from the big clans in the village. Folks just couldn't stand Zhou Gilan. Zhou Gilan arched an eyebrow. This was clearly meant to embarrass her. Xu Changlin just set the knapsack down flat. Then he pulled out a bolt of fine cloth and handed it to old lady Zhou. Everyone's jaws dropped. Even big sis couldn't hold back. She stepped up and gave it a feel. And get this, the lining was fine muslin. Now that is something. They usually make do with rough homespun. Fine muslin like this, pricey as all get out. Zhou Gilan knew right away for a homecoming gift, this was top-notch. Xu Changlin kept going. Out came a wild pheasant, a rabbit next, plus 50 eggs. All passed to old lady Zhou. The relatives lounging by the door, they leaped up in a flash, crowding around the trio and that knapsack in a tight circle. Then, Xu Changlin stepped up from the back. He hauled out over 40 pounds of venison. Now that is a hefty hunk of meat. Easily half a farm pig's worth. The relatives erupted in chatter, singing praises for Zhou Gilan and Xu Changlin, saying the pair had real skills, thinking of home and hauling back all this bounty.
Gulan's a gem.
She has got family on her mind.
Ain't nobody in the village ever brought back this much. Gilan's the filial type, through and through.
Me? I'd say it is the son-in-law who is the star.
Who else gets their bride?
To lug all this home.
Takes a son-in-law with real savvy to pull off a haul like this. Look at the family in our village coming back for the return visit. They only bring a dozen or so eggs for it. When my daughter got married, she didn't bring back half that much bride price. Old Mrs. Zhou's face softened into a smile at the sight of these gifts. These return home gifts are quite generous by Dashi village standards. She led the whole family inside, Zhou Gilan holding little Milkbang's hand as she followed old Mrs. Zhou into the house. No sooner had they stepped into the main room than a man in his mid-20s appeared, Zhou Gilan's brother, Zhou Dahai. Zhou Gilan 看了一句他 and prompted little Milkbang to greet him too. Zhou Dahai had a mild-mannered way about him, smiling as he ruffled little Milkbang's hair, then turned to Xu Changlin and asked him to take the child out to keep the family elders company. Old Mrs. Zhou ushered her youngest daughter and little grandson into the kitchen, directing Zhou Gilan to stoke the fire under the stove while she set to stir-frying the vegetables. Xu Changlin.
How is it going? Pretty good.
Zhou Gilan said offhandedly, her mind whirring at full speed, replaying how the original Zhou Gilan used to handle things with her mother, desperately trying not to slip up. Still sulking at your mom, huh? The words laced with unmistakable authority, which instantly put Zhou Gilan on her guard.
What do you mean? Why would I be mad at you?
Zhou Guilan quickly replied in a soothing tone. Old Mrs. Zhou let out a heavy sigh. Don't hold it against your mom for being so tough on you. A few years back, if your mom hadn't kept you home hauling water for the family, we'd all have starved by now. Who could have guessed you'd hit 18 in a flash and turn into an old maid? You couldn't cling to your parents' home forever, so your mom had no choice but to rush you into marriage.
Well, but you can't just shove me into the fire like that. What kind of a man is that Chen Yushuan anyway?
Zhou Gilan couldn't help blurting out. Back then, it wasn't just their family coming to propose. They were all villagers from the same place. If she dares to mess with you, I'll beat her up. You're no mute. If you're picked on, you'll come straight back and tell me. Old Mrs. Zhou narrowed her sharp little eyes, her full force kicking in, leaving the usually quick-witted Zhou Gilan momentarily speechless. This old Mrs. Zhou was a real firecracker, her husband having passed away 15 years prior, and her being so petite, she'd stubbornly raised all 4 kids on her own. in a rural home without a man around, the whole village would gang up and walk all over you. Back in those days, old Mrs. Joe could scrap with the toughest man. And sure enough, no one in the village dared bully her family. That is why, for this fierce old mother of hers, the original soul felt nothing but deep reverence. Which is why once the old lady had arranged her marriage, she didn't dare stand up to her mother and could only smash her head against the wall in desperation. Now, this Xu Changlin, though he is just a hunter, and he has got a child in tow, but I can tell he has got real ability with him by your side. You'll never go hungry. Besides, as an outsider, he wouldn't dare mistreat you. If he ever does wrong you, your family and the whole Zhou clan will come set him straight. These words from the old lady surprisingly stirred a faint flutter in Zhou Gilang's heart. Truly wondrous, seeing her fall silent. The old lady fixed her with a piercing stare, eyes bulging wide. Are you planning to never speak to your mother again?
I didn't say that.
The old lady let out a cold snort.
Huff, I gave birth to you.
How could I not see? Right through your little thoughts.
Don't put any of that nonsense on me.
Mark my words, you two with no land, just scraping by on hunting. That is no stable life at all. You'll have to tighten your belts. Save up to buy some fields. So when you have kids down the line, they'll have ancestral land to inherit. I'm figuring, with Xu Changlin's skills, you two should be on your feet in just 2 or 3 years. And the days after that will be easier. Don't think I only care about that wild boar of yours. After all, you're flesh of my flesh. How could I shove you into the fire? These words warmed Zhou Gilang's heart through and through.
As expected from the old lady, no one outside dares cross. She has thought of everything.
I get it now, Mom. The old lady's face, at this moment, has softened quite a bit. How is the little one doing? Easy to handle. The moment she heard the old lady ask, her face paled in fright.
This grandma is downright terrifying.
He is a good boy. Mom, no need to worry.
Well behaved, eh? You're managing just fine. But still, nothing beats having your own son. With that, she glanced at Zhou Gilang's belly. Those eyes still gleamed with piercing insight. Get pregnant this year. Zhou Gilang felt a fresh wave of guilt.
We haven't even consummated the marriage yet.
How on earth am I supposed to have a baby?
And I'm only 18.
You think I don't want kids yet? If you don't have kids, who is going to see you off in your old age? Zhou Gilang was breaking out in a cold sweat. This old lady is just too sharp. How does she see right through everything?
Nothing like that. Just wait till we've got our feet under us.
Then we'll have a baby. First, 3 sons, then 2 girls, and that'll be plenty. While I was cooking, I heard a commotion outside, and voices hurling curses. The old lady told Zhou Gilang to douse the stove, and hurried outside. Zhou Gilang gave the little one a quick word to stay put inside the house, then followed her out, and spotted a 60-something crone at the gate, hands planted on her hips, spitting venom. Well, Chen Yushu writhed on a makeshift stretcher, howling in agony. That hag, none other than Chen Daya, the village's notorious firebrand.
You so smart, her whole damn kin, stirring up endless trouble. And today of all days, it is my homecoming visit. Yet here they barge into my family's yard, kicking up a storm. Do they really take me for a soft touch?
It is all that wretched woman's doing. It is her big mouth that left my boy barren and airless with all that nonsense. What the hell does your boy's childless curse have to do with my daughter-in-law? Keep flapping your gums, and I'll tear your filthy mouth apart.
Hey now, don't you even recognize your own wife anymore? Her fine little daughter wrecked my boy's family jewels, and he is still doubled over in pain.
Take a gander. He can't even stand on his own 2 feet.
Ma, it hurts so bad.
Old Mrs. Zhou whipped around to eye Zhou Gilang, her sharp little eyes drilling into her. Zhou Gilang gave the tiniest nod of acknowledgement.
Oh, my boy, my poor boy, my precious only son. Cut off without a single heir. The Zhou clan, they're no better than animals. You robbed my son of his seed, so I'll make damn sure your whole Zhou line ends barren too. You lot, go drag Zhou to high out here for me. And neuter the bastard!
The Chen relatives, all kin and kith, rolled up their sleeves and surged toward the Zhou side as a bunch of Zhoukins shot to their feet in response.
What is the big idea, you Zhou scum? You think you can steamroll us Chens? What are you planning? Stinky Huilan, you filthy little tramp. You maimed my boy. Either pay with your life or hand over 100 taels for my son's recovery. 100 taels? Why don't you just go rob someone for it? What? Is your son some priceless golden treasure? It is that expensive. And you old skinflint, have the gall to say it. He has left my son without an heir. And after 100 years, there'll be no one to smash the basin for him at his grave. I don't even know if I can work for the rest of my life. 100 taels is just to support my son for the rest of his days, and I still think it is a steal.
Chen Daya was spitting flags as she ranted on. Seeing Mrs. Zhou completely overpowered by her, she felt a rush of pure satisfaction deep inside. Whoever said Xu Meihua was so tough? Look at her now, totally crushed by me, Chen Daya.
And now they owe me a bride as compensation.
All right, fine.
Mom's already given her okay for you.
Chen Daya quickly calms her own son, then rises to her feet, pointing commandingly at Mrs. Zhou. You old hag, you already agreed to our family's match.
Now hand back my son's bride to the Chen family.
Mrs. Zhou is absolutely seething. When has Xu Meihua ever been this humiliated?
I sent back that bag of betrothal gifts to your family ages ago, and we called off the engagement long before that.
You don't get to just break it off on a whim. Our family never agreed.
Chen Yuchuan tilts his head back and bellows at the old lady. Sure, Zhou Gelan's turned into a loose woman by now, but my own reputation's in the gutter too, and Mom's none too keen on coughing up extra cash for me. I can't snag another bride. At least Zhou Gelan's cleaner than those widows Mom keeps yapping about. She dared to go after my manhood, but once she crosses the Chen family threshold, I'll give her a beating 3 times a day.
Yeah, you Chens better make it right by compensating us with a bride.
The Zhou family folks chime in. Everyone's face is burning with embarrassment. They came today for the return feast, after all. Who could have guessed the Chens would kick up such a fuss right here, and do it so shamelessly? It is a wonder they can even spit out words like that. Chen Yushuang.
On the mountain. How could anyone from my family have hit you?
It was you who attacked me up on that mountain.
Chen Yushuang glares daggers at this little tramp Zhou Gelan. I don't want to admit that my family has any ties to yours at all.
Why did you come looking for me up in the mountains?
That one line had everyone turning to stare at Chen Yuchuan. Yeah, they'd been fuming at Chen Daya's outrageous demands all along. But no one expected Zhou Hulan to be the one throwing punches. Where exactly did he get into the fight?
I'm dying of pain here.
Chen Daya's no fool either. She got the hint. Hands planted on her hips, she unleashed a torrent of abuse.
My boy's in this sorry state, and you're still dragging your feet on compensation.
Old Lady Zhou's not one to be easily bamboozled. The moment she heard her daughter lay it out like that, she sensed there was more to the story, and with a grand sweep of her hand,
she cut in. What is the rush? Your boy's got no prospects for a wife anyway, so let my girl hash it out with you all properly. Otherwise, your Chen clan wouldn't even know why you barged into our Zhou home in the first place.
Leaving the Chen folks who tagged along for the trouble exchanging uneasy glances, in that instant, they all felt something was off. One fellow who'd been grumbling about coming from the start blurted out.
So, what is the real deal here?
Lay it all out, plain and simple. With your MA here, nobody lays a finger on you.
That is the fierce loyalty I admire in old Lady Zhou. Zhou Gelan cracked a wry grin. Then she reigned in her amusement. Only then did she turn her gaze on Chen Yuchuan.
Yesterday, Chen Yuchuan waited till my husband headed up the mountain to hunt, then slunk into our house to pilfer things. And I caught him bent to rights. Seizing the moment, I snatched up a pillow and walloped him with it.
That is a load of rubbish. When did I ever steal a thing?
If you weren't there to steal from my place, then what business did you have in my house?
Snuck in while the house was empty. Zhou Gelan pressed the point. Times like these are brutal on women. If he came clean about the truth, it'd surely trash Chen Yuchuan's reputation. But it'd tarnish hers just as badly. Faced with her words, Chen Yuchuan was struck dumb. Since admitting he'd gone there solely to force himself on Zhou Gelan, the folks from old Zhou's family would tear him to pieces. And that Shu Changgelin too.
You little hussy! Talking utter nonsense. A hunter with no land to his name. Poor as dirt. Rattling with poverty. Why on earth would my son steal from your house?
In these times, everyone's out there farming. The family with the most land is the one calling the shots with money. Xu Changling, a landless hunter, with no fields to speak of. That is no one anyone would ever fancy.
So just because they have land, you start coveting their goods.
That one line left Chen Daya completely speechless.
No land means no meat on your table. With money in your pocket, why would your son risk stealing meat? So why sneak up that mountain to my daughter's place?
She was just choking back all that resentment. Now that she knows her daughter's got her back, if she still backs down, she ain't Xu Meihua.
You little wretch! Daring to sling mud at my son! I'll end you!
Chen Daya's eyes darted slyly. Then she lunged straight at Zhou Gelan,
aiming to lay hands on her.
If things don't blow up right now, her son will be branded a thief eyeing Xu. Meihua's meat. Who in their right mind would swallow that kind of insult?
Sure enough. Old Mrs. Zhou yanked Zhou Gilan behind her, swung her arm back, and delivered a stinging slap right across Chen Daya's face as she charged in. The crack echoed sharp and clear. Chen Daya was dazed from the blow. Before she could even shake it off, her hair was seized in a vice grip. Her scalp burned with numbing pain. Then a powerful shove sent her body reeling, and she crashed flat to the ground, face down, with old Mrs. Zhou plopping right onto her back, both arms pinned under Xu Meihua's feet.
That old lady's something else. She moves like she's trained for this. Precision. The sheer force.
In the blink of an eye, old Mrs. Zhou had Chen Daya pinned beneath her. She couldn't twitch a muscle. Total domination, no contest. You dare mess with my girl without checking who Xu Meihua is! Xu Meihua, how dare you hit me! I'll get you for this. Chen Daya's always strutted around the village like she owns it. When has she ever taken a hit like this? She can't let that old hack get away with it. Still talking about killing me. Huh? Bring it on.
Think you can bully my girl?
Didn't you see my mom getting beat? Why don't you go pick on that old lady?
Too bad. Ain't a soul paying her any mind. Chen Youchuan still fixin' to holler, but Huilan just shoots him a look.
Keep it up, and I'll haul you out too.
By evening, Yang Peng had finished preparing everything, and along the way, following Zhou Gulan's instructions. He had also prepared the base frame. Hey, let me help you serve it up. Meanwhile, Shu Changling hadn't been idle all afternoon, tackling all that carpentry work, leaving him drenched in sweat, which made her feel almost too laid back by comparison. Xu Changling gazed at Zhou Guilan's retreating figure, pondering to himself that his little wife must be feeling sorry for him. It looked like she'd finally accepted him. Tonight, he could finally share the bed with his wife, and he'd make sure to scrub extra clean during his bath later, so as not to offend his dear little wife, Zhou Guilan, though she had no idea what schemes Xu Changling was cooking up in his mind. She scooped a heaping bowl of noodles and piled on plenty of crispy pork scraps right into his bowl, before carrying it back and handing it over to Xu Changling. Watching the two of them dig in with such relish, she felt a deep swell of satisfaction. It suddenly hit her that she'd only been here for just over a day, yet she was already happier than in her previous life. Oh, right.
What is our son's name again? So, Mommy doesn't even know my name. Doesn't Mommy care about me?
Shu Shaoshen. Xu Changling casually stated the name, then kept shoveling the noodles from his bowl. Hurry and finish up so we can tidy things away. Then, tonight, I can finally bed down with my wife. Zhou Guilan caught the look on little Milk Bun's face, and her heart ached for him, so she stroked his head and soothed him with a few gentle words.
Mommy was wrong. I only just learned our little Tantian's name. Next time we go to town, Mommy will buy some candy for little Tantian. Okay.
Hearing about the candy, little Tian swallowed hard, then nodded eagerly in agreement. Only then did Zhou Guilan let out a relieved breath. This little Milk Bun's cuteness packs a lethal punch. She feared the little Milk Bun would drive her completely crazy. After she finished bathing and stepped out, she saw Xu Changling holding a ladle, slowly pouring water over his body as he bathed. He scrubbed himself with incredible focus, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Beneath the man's sweet-toned skin lay a jewel-worthy physique, 8-pack abs, and an inverted triangle build. Zhou Gulan felt her cheeks burning hot. She quickly turned her head away. The Xu Changling, who used to bathe like it was a battlefield, was washing with exceptional care this time. By the time he finished his shower and stepped back inside, the little Milk Bun had snuggled right back into the middle, while his young wife had already curled up on the far side of the bed. He scooped up the little Milk Bun dozing in the center and tucked him down at the foot of the bed. But the moment he let go, the little Milk Bun came scrambling back, all hands and feet, plopping himself squarely in the middle once more and clinging tight to his sweet-smelling mom with both arms. Xu Changling furrowed his brow, a rare sight, and for the first time, he felt the boy was cramping his style. Zhou Gulan was bone-tired herself, and no sooner had she settled in than she nodded off in a foggy haze. HMM.
The laundry and all that could wait till tomorrow. She was spent.
The little Milk Bun had drifted off, nestled against his mother's chest. Xu Changling watched the sleeping pair, a quiet frustration simmering within. But what could he do? He'd just have to lie down and call it a night. When Zhou Guilan woke again, the items Xu Changling had set out on the table, and the water jar brimming full to the top. It was clear Xu Changling had headed out hunting once more, and the sky had only just begun to lighten
This man sure was an early riser. Once everything was sorted, she made her way down the hill to her family's place. As she reached Big Aunt's doorstep, Big Aunt was just emerging from the house, her eyes landing on the basket slung over Zhou Gulan's back, and thinking back to yesterday's share of venison from home. She narrowed her eyes with a knowing grin. Gilang, what have you got there this time? More treats for your mom, I bet. Oh, nothing special.
I just came by to see if Mom has any clothes that need washing. We can do them together.
Big Aunt wasn't fooled for a second. You're just trying to pull one over on me, aren't you? Scared I'll swipe whatever you've got.
You know it. The way you look suggests you bought something nice.
She could only think to that to herself. Zhou Guilan couldn't really say it out loud. No way.
It is just that the family's too poor. Yesterday, she brought all the stuff back home. She just wanted to ask her mom if she had any grain to spare. If only Auntie had some grain, that would be even better.
Upon hearing she was there to borrow grain, Auntie's smile faded from her face. These days, every household is short on grain, with so many mouths to feed in our family. We don't have enough either. Why don't you go ask your mom?
Mom, these 2 bolts of cloth. You plan to make 2 sets of spare clothes for Shu Changling and Xiaoshen. They don't even have proper clothes to wear anymore. Mrs. Zhou.
Her eyes widened. Why make them just for that father and son? Don't you want new clothes for yourself? Realizing Mrs. Zhou was standing up for her,
she quickly chimed in. Mom, look at this color. It doesn't suit me at all. It is all meant for men's clothes anyway. What would I even do with it?
When you bought the cloth, couldn't you pick 2 nice pieces for yourself? The old lady wasn't one to be easily fooled, and she shot back right away. Zhou Guilan immediately grinned cheerfully.
Those 2 don't have any clothes. You see, Shu Changling only has 3 sets of ragged old things, and Xiaoshen's just wearing that 1 set. At least I've got 2 sets, the ones you made for me. So how could I compete with them over this, right? Once Shu Changling goes hunting again, and we have some money, I'll buy some for myself.
Hearing her promise, the old lady finally let it drop on this matter. No more fussing, but let me tell you, I raised you from diapers, with all the mess and all. So once you're married, you can't start shortchanging yourself. It is good to think of your man, but that child isn't your own blood. No matter how nice you are to him, it won't change that. Down the line, he'll still see you as the stepmom, so keep your wits about you for me. That kid of yours,
he is fine.
He is little now. Of course, things are good, but I'm telling you to stay sharp. Don't wear yourself out for nothing in return. What? Now that you're married, you won't take your mom's words to heart anymore. All right.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind. And from now on, I'll take good care of myself.
Only then did Mrs. Zhou feel satisfied. You gotta be true to your man too. Everyone's heart is made of flesh. Treat him right and build a good life together. As long as he is a decent one, he'll make a good life with you too. Zhou, Gila
nods her head. We got no spot to hatch chicks at home, so I figured you'd help warm the can and give it a go. You keep 10 eggs for yourself to eat, and incubate the other 20 for me. I'll have Shu Changling bring the firewood
over, right away. Oh, that is a smart way to figure it out. Mom, sure, I'll help you incubate them. The eggs I sent over yesterday, and these 30 more. I'll get them all warmed up for you.
What are you up to?
We need to plant some vegetables soon, or once it gets cold, we'll have nothing to eat. Let's put up a fence around the back to keep the wild beasts from the mountains from destroying them. Plant plenty more, and we won't have to worry about winter.
Shu Changling grabbed a hoe and started turning the soil with broad, powerful swings. And in just a few strokes, he turned more ground than she'd managed after struggling for so long. Zhao Gilang couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement.
Shu Changling, you're really something. I've been at it forever, but I can't match what you've done in just a couple of swings.
That is not work for you. Just let me know in the future, and it'll be done.
From now on, she'll handle the lighter chores. As for the heavy labor, that'll all be left to Shu Changling.
All right, then, let me lay out my plans.
Shu Changling grunted in acknowledgement, signaling his young wife to go ahead.
Well, winter's almost here. Our house is just wood, and no con either. Come winter, we'll surely freeze to death. I'm thinking we need to build a stone house before winter sets in, and put in a can.
Building a house will cost a pretty penny. Shu Changling pondered silently. Maybe tomorrow head deeper into the mountains and hunt a couple more sika deer.
And another thing, once we start growing vegetables, we can't have you trekking down the mountain every day to fetch water, can we?
So I'm thinking we should dig a well to make fetching water easier for washing veggies and even for the outhouse.
We'll build our own. Can't keep heading into the woods. It is just too inconvenient.
Shu Changling lowered his head. thinking silently. 2 sika deer won't cut it anymore. At least, we'll need to bag 5 or 6. This young wife sure knows how to spend money. Can he support this young wife? Xu Changlin frowned.
Why don't you want to?
No, Xu Changlin replied curtly. It is a pity he understands women so little. Her words, spoken with such sincerity, fell on Zhou Huilan's own ears as nothing but empty dismissals.
This is what life together feels like. I must have enough to eat and plenty to drink. And if you're not up for it, I'll manage on my own.
Women in this era hold no real standing. It is always the man who rules the roost. She laid out all these plans of her own, as if she were the one steering their household. Xu Changlin kept his real feelings bottled up inside. Although Xu Changlin is a man of few words, but at this moment, he realizes his words have upset his young wife.
Whatever you want.
Let her be. What does that even mean? Is that just angry talk? Zhou Guilan felt a pang in her heart, let out a cold snort, scooped up the little milk bun, and walked away. This means he is too lazy to argue with her, but she doesn't even want to talk to him now. Xu Changlin's brows furrowed even tighter. Hadn't she already agreed to his request? So why does she seem even angrier? He scratched his head, unable to figure it out, and could only keep plowing the field as his young wife had asked. Plowing the field. Zhou Guilan walked to the front of the house, and seeing Xu Changlin hadn't come over, she felt even more convinced in her heart that his earlier words were just picking a fight with her. The way he said it, it was as if she was the one begging for it, all just so their whole family could eat and drink their fill if she had his skills. She'd do it herself and wouldn't waste words on him.
Mommy's not sad. Mommy has little Tian. Mommy's not sad.
By the pond side, she slowly scrubbed the bedsheet in her hands, thinking of Xu Changlin. The force in her hands grew a bit stronger.
This man dares to throw angry words at me.
Poke him to death. Seeing his mother return, the little milk bun hurriedly carried the small basin of earthworms over to Zhou Guilan.
Mommy, here are earthworms for you. Don't be mad.
Zhou Guilan's eyelids twitched. How was she supposed to explain to the little milk bun that she actually didn't like earthworms? It was just the demands of life. But seeing the expectant look in the little milk bun's eyes, in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it.
Mommy's not mad. Xiaoshen, stop digging up earthworms for Mom. Mom would feel so bad if you did.
Little milk bun nodded sweetly. He tossed in the spices he bought, along with the salt and venison, covered the pot, and stoked the fire with more firewood, letting it simmer slowly. He turned to wash the rice. With venison on the menu today, he was set on steaming some rice. The savory scent of the venison gradually emerged, wafting through the entire house, even catching the nose of Xu Changlin, perched on the fence out back. Even Xu Changlin, who had never been one to fuss over food, found himself quietly marveling at his young wife's skillful touch right then. Ever since she arrived, her family's meals had only gotten better and better, so he hurried to finish the chores his wife had tasked him with. Little milk bun had long since grown restless, standing by the stove, watching the steam curl from the edges of the lid, and the swallowing hard once more. Seeing it was nearly done, she picked up a chopstickful and blew on it gently, holding it out to little milk bun.
Let my boy taste it and see if it is good.
He took a big bite of the meat, and the juices flooded his mouth, bursting with rich, meaty flavor, along with an indescribable savoriness. So delicious.
Mom's meat is just too tasty.
Seeing him chew with such delight, she knew it must taste wonderful. Guilan couldn't resist and took a bite herself.
No wonder it is venison. This fresh, tender flavor is exquisite. It'd be even better with a few red dates thrown in. But alas, the means just weren't there. So for now, she'd have to make do. Maybe hunt some down later.
Before long, the rice was perfectly steamed. Guilan waved her chopsticks, sending little milk bun off to fetch Xu Changlin. Moments later, Xu Changlin stepped inside. A few folks grabbed their chopsticks and started scarfing down the rice. Little milk bun is devouring his meal at a much quicker pace now. It has been 3 days since I crossed over to this world,
and this is my very first taste of real rice.
Even the food from yesterday's homecoming visit was just sweet potato and corn mush.
Mommy, this is yummy.
If it is that good, dig in for seconds. From here on out, Mommy's gonna cook up something delicious for you every single day.
The moment she set the bowl down, Xu Changlin headed off to the back room again. Zhou Guilan let out a cold snort.
He clearly had no intention of speaking to me. Chong, and here I am, not even mad at him yet.
Little Shu figured she was just as grumpy. So after washing the dishes and settling down, he soon took little Bun off to bed. She woke up from a sound sleep to find Xu Changlin still hadn't returned and couldn't resist heading to the back of the house, where she discovered he'd plowed up a huge plot of land, enough space to grow all sorts of veggies, and there were plenty of wooden posts out back too, all driven firmly into the ground. Save for the gate, he used to come and go, with everything else fully fenced in.
This man sure knows how to get things done.
If he'd been left to fiddle around on his own, it would have taken him at least 10 days or half a month. Yet here he was, wrapping it up in less than a day. This time, heading back inside, she noticed the bow and arrows that hung on the wall were missing.
He'd just gone out hunting again.
Zhou Gelan felt a twinge of regret, admitting to herself she'd been a bit petty. Xu Changlin worked so hard to provide for the family, and she'd gone and made him put up with her temper. By the time he finished cooking, it was nearly dark, but Xu Changlin still hadn't come home. Just as she was wondering whether to send someone to look for him, Xu Changlin unexpectedly dragged a wooden raft back home, and atop that raft was a girl of 15 or 16. The moment she laid eyes on the girl, Zhou Guilan's face couldn't help but twitch. It was none other than his cousin's daughter, Zhou Chushang. What happened? Zhou Chushang shyly glanced at Xu Changlin and replied,
I twisted my ankle up on the mountain, ran into Brother Changlin, and he brought me back.
So that is it. Off on a heroic rescue mission.
You take good care of him now.
After Xu Changlin finished speaking, he headed into the house. Zhou Guilan asked,
What are you doing running up the mountain like this?
This mountain's crawling with fierce beasts. Only hunters dare venture up here. It is pretty rare to see a young girl heading into the mountains.
If you can come up here, why can't I?
Hey, I'm trying to talk to you nicely.
And you're snapping back at me. Zhou Guilan helped her over to the chair, and once she was seated, she decided not to bother arguing with him any further. After finishing his drink, Xu Changlin finally stepped out of the house. Zhou Chuxiang quickly put on a pitiful, pleading face.
Brother Changlin,
What am I supposed to do? Xu Changlin glanced over at his young wife, busy with the cooking, gave it a moment's thought, then spoke up.
I'll head down the mountain and get your folks to come fetch you.
Zhou Chuxiang wasn't happy with that.
No, Brother Changlin. Couldn't you just take me down yourself? My parents are getting on in years. Dragging them out like this will just wear them down.
Then we'll call your brother to carry you down.
Even if he is just a rough old clodhopper, Xu Changlin still knew a young girl's reputation mattered most. And just back in the woods, he'd gone out of his way to lash some saplings together with vines into a makeshift stretcher, all to steer clear of any awkward gossip. Zhou Chuxiang was stumped for a reply, and could only stew in her own quiet frustration. Zhou Gilang, stirring the pot, was quietly pleased with her husband's tact, and resolved to serve him an extra helping of meat come dinner time. Just as Xu Changlin started toward the path down the hill, Zhou Chuxiang piped up at once.
Can't you at least let me have a bite to eat before I go? I've come all this way to my cousin's house, and you're sending me off with an empty belly.
Xu Changlin turned back to glance at Zhou Guilan. This one's on you. It is the wife's call, after all. Zhou Guilan's eyelids flickered with a twitch. But in the end, she reined him in. We'll see her off once we've all eaten. After all, Uncle's family over these years has looked out for us plenty. So sending Zhou Chuxiang packing without a proper meal just wouldn't do. Xu Changlin looked around and came back. Zhou Chuxiang tried to catch his ear, but watched as he headed to the back and hauled over a few logs, then set to splitting firewood. Zhou Guilan tossed in the spices and let the meat simmer slowly. Soon, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, making Zhou Chuxiang secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. My family has venison too. Mom made some just 2 days ago, but it wasn't this fragrant. I never thought my plain-looking cousin had such cooking skills. Lost in thought, her gaze couldn't help drifting toward Xu Changlin, and upon catching sight of his handsome face, her cheeks flushed a soft pink, and she quickly bowed her head again. Zhou Guilan had no idea her husband had caught someone's eye. Zhou Guilan helped Zhou Chuxiang into the house, and only then did the four of them start eating. Brother Long Lin,
Try some venison.
As she spoke, Zhou Chuxiang picked up a piece of venison with her own chopsticks and placed it in Xu Changlin's bowl, which made Zhou Gilan raise her eyebrows sharply.
Was Zhou Chuxiang getting a bit too bold, turning guest into host?
Xu Changlin 了一声, a hum, and replied, You eat more too. Zhou Gilan's eyebrows arched even higher.
There was something brewing between these two.
While the little milk bun buried in his food sensed that Mom was getting upset and cooed in a soft, milky voice.
Mom was so easily soothed by the little milk bun like this.
That Zhou Gilan let go of all her stray thoughts and hurriedly said, "Oh, there is still food in the bowl for Mom. Little Tian, eat on your own. This cousin's nothing but trouble. Better finish up quick, so Xu Changling can call someone to pick her up and take her home, or it'll be dark before you know it." Meanwhile, Zhou Chuxiang nearby was quietly taken aback. She never imagined their family lived so comfortably, with meat and white rice to boot. No wonder it all tastes so heavenly. Back home, she could only have coarse corn porridge for breakfast and sweet potatoes for lunch and dinner. Soon enough, Zhou Chuxiang polished off her bowl of rice and thrust it toward Zhou Gilan. "Serve me another bowl." Zhou Gilan couldn't be bothered to squabble with someone nursing a foot injury. So she rose, headed to the pot outside, and ladled her another bowl of rice. When she returned, she caught Zhou Chuxiang slipping more meat into Xu Changlin's bowl, but she pretended not to notice and simply set the bowl down in front of Zhou Chuxiang. This food is just too tempting. If only she could marry Xu Changlin. Then, maybe she'd get to savor rice and meat every single day. Soon, her eyes darted back to Xu Changlin. As Xu Changlin wolfed down the rest of his meal and called out to Zhou Gilan, he headed down the mountain without even saying goodbye to her, still in such a rush to go pick someone up. Zhou Chuxiang got upset, with a twinge of resentment building inside, and she started eating even more. She ate so much that Zhou Gilan and Little Ban hardly got enough to eat. Xu Changlin just brought over Sanchang, the cousin from his uncle's family. Sanxiang has got a short fuse too. And the moment he stepped in, there was Zhou Chuxiang cussing up a storm.
"What are you doing up in the mountains? You've twisted your ankle and now I gotta carry you. If you didn't want to come, you shouldn't have."
I don't even want you carrying me.
"If Dad hadn't made me come."
"I wouldn't give a damn about you." Sanxiang's fuming too, called back halfway through his meal, and now he is starving. Zhou Chuxiang was about to fire back, but then she spotted Xu Changlin standing nearby. Her body shivered, and she quickly clammed up, putting on a pitiful fragile act. "Brother, Changlin."
Look at my brother. He doesn't even care about me. He is yelling at me. So I won't let him carry me anymore.
"You carry me home instead." At this point, if Zhou Gilan still couldn't see that Zhou Chuxiang had designs on Xu Changlin, she wouldn't be Zhou Gilan. This was her trying to flirt with her husband, right in front of her face, just to see what she'd do about it.
Oh dear, how could that ever fly? Having your brother-in-law carry you. What kind of nonsense is that? If someone saw that,
how would you ever find a match? These days, a girl's reputation means everything. And Zhou Chuxiang's right at that marriageable age. If her name gets tarnished, no one's gonna want her. Clearly, that hit home with Xiangqiang. His voice even got louder.
"You think I'm dead or something? Fine, I won't carry you. What? You want your brother-in-law to do it instead? Then get on quick. I've got to get back to my meal."
No matter how unwilling he was. At that moment, Zhou Chuxiang had no choice but to climb onto her third brother's back and let him carry her off. Zhou Guilan looked Xu Changlin up and down.
Not bad at all. Why the catch?
Xu Changlin scratched his head again, relying on the man's intuition. His young wife is upset now. "Why are you mad? You've been fuming all day already."
"I just rescued your cousin."
"Yeah, I saw that."
And that cousin's clearly got eyes for him. Zhou Gilan pondered silently to herself. "I've only been married a few days, and I don't even have feelings for this man yet. Good thing this romantic trouble showed up now. I can still back out in time." Xu Changlin turned and went back to chopping wood. Since his young wife saw him rescue her cousin, she probably isn't truly mad. So tonight I should get to share the bed with my wife. By the time Xu Changlin had finished chopping the firewood, showered outside, and stepped back into the house, his young wife had drifted off to sleep again. He was burning with desire, tossing and turning all night without a wink.
The white rice over at Uncle's in Dashi village smelled so tempting, and the venison was even tastier than what we make at home.
No way. Really? That girl was saying this morning she needed to head back to her folks to borrow some grain. Li Xiuyin was somewhat skeptical. That girl's family had been scraping by in poverty for so many years. If not for the help from their family during those brutal drought years, they would have starved to death. And now, they're able to enjoy white rice.
How could that be anything but real? I myself wolfed down 3 big bowls of that white rice.
Mom,
who in our village could ever compare to Brother Changlin?
Who's got those kinds of skills?
It has to be Brother Changlin's hunting prowess. That is why they get to savor white rice with meat every single day.
As she spoke, the handsome face of Xu Changlin floated into Zhou Xuang's mind, and her cheeks flushed a deep red. Li Xiuyin was still pondering her daughter's words, without noticing the moment at all. "We ought to swing by and take another look. In a couple of days, once your leg mends, the two of us can find some pretext to visit, and see just how wily old Li Xiuyin truly is." And with that, she resolved on the plan, all for the chance to lay eyes on Xu Changlin again. Chu Xiang, you can't just brush off Dashi village like that. Meanwhile, over at the old Chen place on the other side.
Mom, please get a doctor to come take a look at me. It hurts so bad.
My boy, just tough it out. You'll be all right. It is just that our family is so strapped for cash. Calling in a doctor means shelling out money. Chen Yuchuan could hardly believe it.
I'm your son, and you can't even spare a bit to get me treated.
The door suddenly flew open. The eldest son's wife leaned against the doorframe.
We don't have just you as a son. All the money going to you alone. What about your big brother and all those nephews?
You little slut. How dare you stir up trouble with my mom? Once I'm better, I'll beat you to death.
I'm not your wife anymore. You've beaten me so bad. I can only choke down medicine.
And Dad won't have a daughter-in-law left either.
Do you even want this child? My brother's just fine. Why throw good money after bad?
Liu Shuan's lost his mind, struggling to haul himself up from the can, his lower body in agony, sending him crashing to the floor, with fresh injury between his legs. The pain so excruciating, he could only gasp out. No breath left to draw in. Mother Qian called out to him several times, but got no reply. In a panic, she rushed off to fetch the eldest son, sending him to call the doctor. Dr. Wang examined him thoroughly.
Shaking his head, what started as a simple case of applying some salve has turned far worse with all this delay on your part. And now today's brutal setback on top of it, making it all the more vicious. All I can do here is prescribe some medicine for slow recovery, but I can't guarantee he'll pull through. So you'd best take him to a proper doctor in town.
At those words, Mother Qian threw herself on the ground in a tantrum, lunging at the doctor over Liu Shuang's state until he bolted in terror, with no other recourse. Mother Qian laid into her eldest daughter-in-law with a tirade, fist raised to strike, when the eldest suggested heading up the mountain to Zhougilan for silver to cover the treatment. But recalling the bruise on her own face from Shu Meihua's blow, Mother Qian wavered. The eldest daughter-in-law saw her chance amid the mess. For the sake of her own family's sake, the mother-in-law could be persuaded. After all, just days ago, no one knew how grave the second brother's condition was. Now, let's stir up a scene at the village headless place, and see if they won't cough up compensation. Zhou Gulan gathered 50 dumplings, tucking them into a back basket lined with a few bowls, hoisting the heavy load on her back, and made her way back to her parents' home with little milk bun in tow. The sight of the dumplings darkened old Lady Zhou's face. Squandering money again, eh? Eating dumplings out of season like it is the holidays. When silver burns holes in pockets and won't stay put. Knowing she is just heartbroken over the money again, Zhou Guilan quickly chimed in.
The meat we have at home is already there. If we don't eat it soon, it'll go bad. As for the flour, Xu Changli bought it with good intentions for us to use.
We didn't waste it without eating any. Flour just won't keep until the new year. Winter's almost here. You've got your stored grain, let me tell you. Don't come crying back to me when the time comes. Our family has no grain to lend. Zhou Gulan didn't feel like arguing with her mother anymore. Our mindsets are just too different. Talking about it is pointless. She quickly changed the subject.
Mom, Uncle, how is the sewing coming along?
You think I've got extra hands or something? I've only made one outer jacket for Changlin so far. It is taking forever to finish.
Mom's got skills, huh? So let's keep going and make a full outfit for little Tianxin. Xu Changlin already has clothes to wear.
As Zhou Guilan spoke, she reached out and stroked Little Milk Bun's head.
He has been eating well these past few days. Little Milk Bun's complexion has improved a lot.
You never listen to me, do you? Is your husband more important, or your youngest son?
Of course, the son comes first.
Zhou Guilan shot back right away. Little Milk Bun is so adorable. How could his mom not love him? Old Mrs. Zhou was so furious. She clenched her teeth and turned away from her foolish daughter. It was almost noon. Zhou Guilan didn't wait any longer and headed home with the Little Milk Bun. Xu Changling was already back, this time carrying a massive wild boar on his shoulder. Seeing that wild boar, Zhou Guilan was utterly stunned.
And it had only been a few days, yet Xu Changling had bagged another one.
To reward ex-Xu Changling, she pulled the new shirt from her basket and handed it to him. Xu Changling took the shirt, realizing his little wife had bought it out of care for him, and his heart instantly felt much lighter.
Tomorrow morning, I'll head to town to sell the pork.
And you can come with me. There are so many things at home we need to stock up on.
And what a treat to go out with his little wife. Xu Changling had no objections. Just a twinge of worry about his little wife's spending habits. It made him a bit uneasy. Zhou Guilan had no idea what was on her man's mind, but the thought of heading to town tomorrow had her feeling light-hearted and eager.
Oh, and by the way,
This afternoon, could you haul a few loads of firewood over to my mom? She's been helping us hatch the eggs at home, and she'll need plenty of firewood.
On the way, he ran into quite a few folks from Dashi village, who all veered out of his path upon spotting him. Word was, you didn't mess with a man who'd taken a life. Xu Changling paid it no mind, and kept hauling load after load of firewood to the Zhou place, until the firewood shed was stuffed to the brim. Old Lady Zhou kept quiet about it, but deep down, she was pleased. Each trip meant passing right by Zhou Chuxiang's house, where Qiuxiang was lounging on her bed, peeking out the window at his back and forth treks, watching him sneakily the whole time, until she finally couldn't resist calling her mom over to take a look. Li Xiuying's eyes widened in astonishment too. Such a son-in-law is just too good to be true, and he is even hauling firewood back for the old Zhou family. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer, and rushed straight over to the Zhou house, showering old Mrs. Zhou with a torrent of flattery. Oh my goodness.
It is you, sister-in-law. With that sharp eye of yours, just look at the son-in-law you've picked out. He is top-notch through and through.
Good.
And full of real capability.
Old Mrs. Zhou felt a warm glow in her heart. HMH. I could tell right away he was a keeper. Oh dear, you've got plenty of firewood stacked up at home, but our place is fresh out, with the whole family, young and old, out scratching around in the fields. Our firewood's all burned up, and no one's left to mind the house. Looks like it is up to these old bones of mine to trek up the mountain and haul some back. Old Mrs. Zhou wasn't one to miss the hint in those words. Of course, she caught on quick, and deep down, she truly couldn't stand this big sister-in-law of hers, always angling for every little advantage. But after all, her eldest brother had looked out for their family plenty. She couldn't just turn a cold shoulder like that. If the big sister-in-law's house is out of firewood, feel free to grab a bundle from ours to take home. In her heart, she silently cursed Xu Meihua for being so heartless. Just a few years back, she'd gone out of her way to help their family, and now, when it came to asking her son-in-law for a hand with firewood, she wouldn't even budge. Oh, come on. We wouldn't dream of letting you run out of firewood to burn. Li Xiuying spoke with a bobs. In every word she let slip, but old Mrs. Zhou played it off like she hadn't a clue, chuckling along with a knowing hum. If it runs out, my son can always head up the mountain and chop some more. Li Xiuying stormed off home in a huff, snatching up a bundle of firewood on her way out. But as her eyes fell on the Zhou family's woodshed brimming full of logs, a fresh pang of envy twisted inside her, thinking ahead to when their own supply might dwindle. Come on over to our sister-in-law's place and grab some. Early the next morning, the sky hasn't brightened yet. Zhou Guilan and Xu Changling got out of bed. Zhou Guilan headed to the Zhou family early in the morning, carrying little milk bun on her back, and handed the still sleeping little milk bun over to the old lady, briefly told her they were off to town to sell pork, and hurried away to the spot in town set aside for street stalls, where they arranged all their goods neatly. Just as dawn was breaking, Xu Changling pulled out his big cleaver and started butchering the wild boar. The couple were working up a sweat when a man in white clothes approached. Spotting the wild boar, he spoke up.
Hey, this is wild boar meat.
Yes, and it is fresh as can be. We'll have it all processed in no time.
How about you take some? The man held a folding fan in his hand, his hair pinned with a jade hairpin, and he smiled with refined elegance. Two young attendants followed behind him, each carrying a basket.
So it looked like a big order.
Sir, if you buy more than 30 pounds, we can offer you a discount.
How did you know? I'll buy plenty. This outfit of yours gives it away.
Either you're a buyer for a wealthy household, or the manager of Tangxiang Tower. Between the two, I'd say manager is more likely. The man in white was even more astonished.
Why? With those attendants trailing you?
Two young helpers right behind. The man in white paused, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, how could he have overlooked that? This countrywoman is no ordinary folk. The two attendants exchanged a glance. It wasn't odd that they'd been pegged, but for their usually sharp young master to be so easily talked into it, that was a rare sight.
So, how much for this wild boar meat?
Darling, how is the wild boar meat priced? Hearing her call him head of the house lifted Xu Changling's spirits.
10 wen for under 30 pounds, 8 wen for over 30 pounds. Isn't that a bit steep?
The man in white couldn't resist asking, but Changling didn't even glance up, denying him any chance to haggle. This fellow's got real swagger. Maybe he's not your average guy after all.
Sir, you're in the restaurant business. Wild boar meat beats domestic pork hands down.
And you know it. Plus, wild boar like this doesn't come around often.
You won't go wrong snapping it up for your dishes. Though her words showed respect, her demeanor held firm, not yielding an inch. Clearly, she is got backbone too.
Fair point. But what would you charge for 50 pounds?
This time, Zhou Gilan didn't get a word in edgewise as Xu Changlin jumped in. Then 7 went a pound for you. For some reason, he sensed that, even with further discounts, this woman wouldn't budge. And that man wouldn't entertain it at all.
All right, make it 50 pounds.
Xu Changying swung his cleaver with precision, carving off a massive hunk of meat. And the scale read exactly 50 pounds. Talk about spot on. Not a single pound extra. The man in white counted out the coins and passed them to Zhou Gilan.
I'm Bai Yushuan, manager of Tianxiang Tower. If you've got more game next time, brother, deliver it straight to us at Tianxiang Tower.
What stroke of luck!
Nailing a huge sale right out of the gate.
Shopkeeper Bai, safe travels. May your business thrive. Here's to many more deals down the line.
Before noon, they'd already sold over 100 caddies. The bigger the crowd swells, the more customers pour in. The quicker the meat flies off the stall. As more folks snap up the wild boar meat, fewer bother with the domestic pork. The local butcher's trade is tanking, their cuts piling up way slower than usual. And nuns hit harder than Butcher Zhang, who grabs his cleaver and barrels toward Xu Changlin's wild boar stall.
Money's rolling in thick.
You're slinging a heap of this stuff. How come you didn't give me a holler before muscling in on the meat game? Who are you talking about? I'm right here on your patch, and since Butcher Zhang don't know me from Adam, I reckon I can hawk my wares.
Butcher Zhang's jolly mug twists, pure menace etched across his face. Even as he snarls, he waves his cleaver inches from Zhou Gilan's nose, its icy gleam forcing her to stagger back a step. Terrified one twitch might slice right into her. That's a sting like hell.
Back off with that blade.
Butcher Zhang shrinks under Xu Changlin's steely glare, but she glances over and sees Shu's frame ain't half as beefy as this lout's. No way she's gonna cower before him. She mulls over their meat racket. It is all about seizing the turf. No guts, no glory in the sales. If he folds right now, this whole spot will be wide open for that guy to dominate the trade. That steals Butcher Zhang's nerve, and he slams his boot down on the wild boar meat's blade across the dirt, twisting his heel in deep.
What are you gonna do if I don't pull it back? You didn't even bother to ask around. Who runs this ground? Before crashing the meat market, swear I'll carve up your whole kin.
With that, he drives his cleaver straight at Zhou Gilan, the onlookers all drawing in a sharp collective gasp. If this knife comes down, this guy's done for, no doubt.
You'd better grip that knife tight. If it even grazes me,
I'll make them sure you rot in jail. Ouch.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. Then, let's see how that blade bites into you.
Think it'll lock me up for life.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the brutal force slammed into his gut, sending the whole brute sailing backward until his back smashed hard against the wall. After that crushing blow, he let out a stifled grunt, crumpling to the ground in a heap, every bone in his body throbbing with pain. He struggled to rise, but his frame felt shattered to pieces. He couldn't twitch a muscle. Xu Changlin drew back the leg he'd unleashed, then turned to Zhou Gilan and asked,
Wife, you okay?
Zhou Gilan was still reeling in shock, snapping back to reality at his words. She shook her head frantically. I'm fine. I'm fine. This
man's just too damn strong. One kick, and he sent Butcher Zhang flying. Is he even human? No wonder he is a beast at hunting.
Satisfied his wife was safe, Xu Changlin addressed the stunned crowd and got back to peddling his meat. The folks all around shot glances at one another, a chill of aftershock running through them. Earlier, when they'd lined up for meat, Xu Changlin had paid them no mind, and they'd muttered complaints for what felt like forever. But if that kick had connected with any of them, Zhou Gilan steadied her nerves and plastered on her smile again.
Hey, let's keep the meat flying. What is left goes for 6 yuan, a caddy. Grab it quick if you want in. It is vanishing fast.
She glanced at the sky and decided not to linger much longer, with a grand wave of her hand, ready to pack up the stall. Next up, it was Zhou Gilan's time to go on a buying spree. First, she picked up a hoe, a spade, then a shoulder pole, plus a few sets of bowls and chopsticks, followed by rice, and 50 caddies of flour, plus 20 more, and 2 catties of white sugar. She even weighed out a caddy of candies, spotting some chili powder for sale. She got even more thrilled, and quickly grabbed another caddy, before heading home contentedly with Shu Changling. As for all these purchases, they were naturally all loaded into Shu Changling's back basket. Just like that, with this shopping trip, she'd spent nearly a tael of silver, and today's earnings from selling pork had been mostly used up, leaving just half a tael behind. Oh dear,
Money sure doesn't go far these days.
Shu Changling fell silent, realizing money truly wasn't enough. But thinking of the food and drink now filling the home, he figured his young wife was putting it to good use. Back in the day, just filling his belly was enough for him. But ever since his young wife arrived, he'd learned how life could really be lived. From now on, he'd have to hunt even harder. Upon reaching Big Stone Village, the two headed straight to her family home, and right away ran into Zhou Dahai inside.
Well done, brother-in-law. Take me along on your hunts from now on.
Zhou Guilan exchanged greetings with Zhou Dahai, then slipped into old Mrs. Zhou's room. Entering, she saw the old lady seated there, with little Milk Bun dressed neatly, head hanging low and sitting quietly to the side. And perking up the moment he spotted Zhou Guilan approaching, he clung to Zhou Guilan's leg. Old Mrs. Zhou wasn't pleased. As if I'm out to get you or something? Mom,
She is still just a kid.
spoil her young, and she'll turn ungrateful later on. Go on, keep spoiling her then. You'll live to regret it someday. Zhou Guilan sat down beside little Milk Bun, taking in his shy, timid little face. She couldn't resist giving him a quick kiss. This only made old Mrs. Zhou even angrier. Can't you have your own kids or what? Wanna kiss your own belly just to spite me? Mom,
This isn't something that happens overnight.
what is the rush? Besides, she's my wife now. And as for old Mrs. Zhou, Zhou Guilan knew deep down she only had her best interests at heart. But old Mrs. Zhou couldn't keep up this attitude toward little Milk Bun. After all, she'd be helping look after him from here on out. Toward little Milk Bun, acting like this all the time would leave him with a real psychological scar. Old Mrs. Dao slammed her hand down on the Kong table, her face darkening with displeasure. What is this? You've learned to talk back to me now. Now that you're married, you're afraid to call me your mother. I didn't notice before when you kept quiet, but now that it is out, she started reflecting on the past few days. The more she thought, the more something fell off. Her sharp little eyes fixed on Zhou Guilan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Oh no! Zhou Guilan's heart raced with alarm.
This old lady was no pushover. Oh, how could I have forgotten?
Realizing this, she quickly waved her hands in denial. Mother,
How could I ever deny you? It is just that now, I'm married. I can't keep the same stubborn streak as when I was single, right? Besides, I've been through hell and back. How could my temperament not change even a little?
these words stirred up memories of her own youngest daughter crashing into the wall, and a pang of sorrow hit her heart. She had no strength left to dwell on it further. You're just spineless. Did you think it was easy for me to raise you all these years? And yet you're still so thoughtless, going and crashing into the wall like that. You've really driven me crazy. At this point, Zhou Guilan didn't dare say another word, letting the old lady vent her scolding. As the old lady grumbled on, her hands picked up needle and thread again, resuming her sewing. After a long while, the old lady set down her needle and tossed the garment toward Zhou Guilan. It is done. No sooner had she spoken than Zhou Guilan took the clothes and helped little Milk Bun try them on. They were a bit oversized, but she figured mother had made them that way, so little Milk Bun could wear them next year too. It was a deliberate kindness, and it warmed her heart. With the new clothes on, little Milk Bun's excited face flushed pink. Yet, he held back from laughing too loudly. I could only hang my head and grin to myself in secret. Zhou Huilan, holding her little hand, stepped out of the house, only to see Shu Changling splitting the contents of his backpack in half and handing them over to the old lady. The old lady furrowing her brows deeply. Why on earth did you buy all this? You've blown every bit of today's earnings, haven't you? She hit the nail right on the head. Zhou Guilan shrinking back a little, not daring to argue back, since Yu Changling was such a quiet gourd of a man, and not daring to pipe up either. He just didn't know how to make ends meet. The old lady drew her conclusion.
That is my brother-in-law's real talent. No one hunts quite like he does. Mom sure knows how to pick them.
As for her one and only son, the old lady treasured him above all else. With her son having spoken up, she let it drop without another word, carrying all the goods straight to the kitchen. Her youngest daughter proving just as dutiful, never skimping on bringing treats back home since the day she wed, and once back inside, she snatched up a basket, gathered a few bones, and headed out again.
Hey, where you headed?
Just taking a bit over to uncle and third aunt. With that, she hurried off on her little feet. 周桂兰默然了 without a flicker. Old Mrs. Zhou had her ways, a stubborn streak to her, but she knew how to handle folks just fine, always sharing a little of the good stuff with the neighbors back in the day. That is what earned her the goodwill, or else a few years ago, Uncle Dahan's family never would have come to their aid, seeing as no household could spare extra grain in those times, with some villagers starving right there in plain sight.
Xiaoshen's wearing new clothes now.
Xiaoshen nodded vigorously. Shu Changling glanced at Xiaoshen's new clothes, and only then remembered his own promise of new clothes. He turned to look at the faded old shirt on his wife, his heart warming at the sight.
Next time, I'll make you 2 new outfits.
Zhou Gilan shifted her gaze to him, a bit surprised.
And how thoughtful her husband could be. Then I want ones that look good, ones that fit, just right.
All right then.
Guilan, you should ease up a bit too. Don't pick on our honest brother-in-law.
If his brother knew what happened today in broad daylight, how Shu Changling kicked Butcher Zhang flying, he might not call Shu Changling so honest anymore. The neighbor from next door called out into the house. Gilan.
The village chief wants you and your husband to come over right away.
Village chief. Zhou Guilan looked over at Shu Changling, then turned to Zhou Dahai,
wondering what the village chief could possibly want with her.
Zhou Dahai called back from outside, coming.
I'll go with you to the village chiefs to see what is up.
Zhou Guilan nodded too, with Zhou Dahai along. There'd be someone to back her up if things got tricky. Stepping into the main hall, she saw at once Zhou Guilan understood why the village head had summoned her. It turned out Chen Yuchuang and Chen Dei were stirring up trouble again to my uncle. Zhou Dahai greeted the village chief as soon as he entered, and Zhou Gilan followed suit, while Shu Changling simply gave a nod. Village chief Wang Yugan let out a hum, his eyes shifting to Shu Changling, this man who always made him feel uneasy deep down.
Oh, village chief, you've got to stand up for us here.
Qian Daya, sitting nearby, let out a wail and started wiping away tears.
It is all my fault. I'm so useless.
You poor soul. What a tough lot in life.
Faced with this clumsy performance, Zhou Gilan couldn't help but scoff. At least, squeeze out a few tears from those eyes. All thunder and no rain. Village chief Wang Yugan cleared his throat, then pointed to several chairs nearby and said to the 3 of them,
Have a seat first.
Zhou Guilan strolled straight to a chair and sat down. And seeing this, the other 2 followed suit and sat down as well. Since the Chen family is set on stirring things up, if they don't back down, she'll see it through to the bitter end. Zhou Guilan isn't one to shy away from trouble.
Oh, Chen family, whatever the matter, let's talk it out properly. What is the point of all this bluffing?
Wang Yougen furrowed his brow
and raised his voice.
Qian Daya caught the village chief's stern tone, wiped away the non-existent tears, and launched into her tale.
Village chief, you know my family lost our daughter-in-law in that tragic fall, so I figured we'd find another one for the boy. And wouldn't you know, we set our sights on Gilan from the Zhou family. We even handed over a whole sack of corn to Shu Meihua, and she gave her word. We were all set to welcome the bride. But she up and married her daughter off to this hunter. Isn't that just plain bullying us?
Zhou Gilan held her temper and listened, just waiting to see how many times Chen Daya would drag this story out.
Has anything like this ever happened in our village? Can someone like that even keep living in our village?
Wang Yougen nodded. It is all settled, and for the marriage to fall through like this, well, that is no good. The 2 families are bound to end up as enemies. Seeing her reaction, Qian Daya was even more delighted.
My son went up to the mountain to confront that girl, and she beat him, leaving his manhood sore for days. We wanted to take him to the town doctor, but we didn't have the money for it. And that wretched girl acts all innocent, making my son out to be a thief for nothing. My son's already over 40. And in all these years, when has he ever stolen anything?
These words made Wang Yougen nod again. If Chen Yuchuan were really some petty thief, everyone would have known about it long ago. So why wait until now?
We don't want to make a big fuss either. We just want the village head to set things right. Have him pay 100 taels of silver to heal my son's manhood, and help him find a wife. Then tell everyone in the village he is innocent, and that'll settle it for my son.
Qian Daya laid it on thick with the grievances. Anyone who didn't know better might think she was only asking for 5 coppers. This was because she'd gotten scared from being beaten by his mother last time. And now, she was switching tactics. The village head turned to look at Zhou Gilan and asked
what she thought.
From the corner of his eye, He glanced at Xu Changlin, who was sitting bolt upright at that moment. His face a blank mask. No one could tell what was on his mind. Zhou Guilan turned to Xu Changli and said, "Head of the house, what do you say in front of outsiders?" Of course, she was making sure to save Yi Changlin full face.
You call the shots. Last time An Qian came over, we had that big row at our place, and plenty of folks in the village saw it all. I already said this matter is settled. I never thought it'd blow up to Uncle Youjun's doorstep. It is such a hassle dragging Uncle Youjun into this.
Wang Yougen had already heard about this incident before, and she never expected Qian Daya to come storming back to her. This girl from the Zhou family sure knows how to talk her way around things, treating her with all due respect. That is your Zhou family picking on me. Just look at my face. It is all from your mother's doing. Qian Daya leaped to her feet, pointing at her still swollen, red face as she started hollering, her fierce momentum kicking in, tossing aside every bit of the frailty she'd just feigned. Chen Youchuan quickly tugged at his mother's sleeve, and only then did Qian Daya snap back to her senses, her face shifting back to that pitiful look. Light it up. The village head's right here. Village matters can't just be settled by whoever throws the first punch. Right, village head? You've got to stand up for justice for our Yongshuan. Wang Yougen furrowed his brow. Qian Daya's way too good at kicking up a fuss. As for Qian Daya's quick change of tune, Zhou Guilan couldn't help but nod in admiration.
It is downright miraculous. This face-changing acts quicker than flipping through a book. You've got your reasons. So why'd you come storming to our house earlier? Why not just hash it out clear with the guilty party right here today?
These words hit the village head's ears and took on a whole different flavor. Qian Daya's no pushover in the village. Usually, she is the one bullying the neighbors. But I've never seen her come to me begging for justice before. Now that she has taken a hit, she thinks of me, using me like a pawn in her game. Though Zhou Guilan's eyes were fixed on Qian Daya, she kept her peripheral gaze locked on the village head's face. Catching every shift in his expression, it seems the village head has fully grasped the implication in what I said. Zhou Dahai, standing off to the side, is seeing his sister's savvy in action for the first time. His eyes nearly bulging out in sheer amazement. His eyes darted around slightly, pondering how to respond next. This wretched girl, just as stubborn as that ghost of a mother of hers.
Talking like that is pointless. You've gone and injured my manhood. How do you plan to make that right?
Seeing his mother fall silent, Chen Yushui jumped right in. Zhou Guilan couldn't help smirking. Sure enough, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the village head's face darken even more. After all, as the village head, what he cared about most was the respect others showed him. Didn't Chen Yuchuan's words just now imply the village head doesn't matter? Asking you if it was you who injured my son's privates?
Yeah, I already admitted it.
Zhou Guilan didn't hesitate a bit. Village head, you heard that? Right, he's admitted it. Make him pay up. Qian Daya beamed with delight, forgetting all about her pretense. She spun around and hollered at the village head.
Why aren't you asking what led to this?
Zhou Dahai couldn't resist chiming in. Qian Daya was smug as could be. The cause. He was the one doing the beating. A life for a life, a debt, paid in full. He called my son a thief. What gives you the right? Zhou Dahai was left speechless by the question. Right. He didn't know the full story at all. He'd only heard a snippet from his mom earlier. But deep down, he was sure his little sister was in the right. Xu Changli, standing nearby, spoke up.
Your sister doesn't need any help.
Zhou Huilan pursed her lips.
This guy's way too nosy, shoving all this onto me.
No, yeah, I don't need the help.
Enough! Stop the bickering!
The village head barked at Qian Daya in frustration. His brows furrowed too. Why is this old lady causing so much trouble?
Zhou, family's girl, tell me what happened.
Before I was married off, my mom had already gone to the Chen family's place to call off the engagement and return the corn betrothal gift to them. My mom just couldn't bear to let me go. But after getting beaten, that is when she finally backed out. Looking back now, thank goodness my mom called it off.
What kind of talk is that? So your family thinks calling off the wedding makes you the reasonable ones?
If it were any other family getting dumped like that, that'd naturally be our fault. But backing out on your family, that is the best decision ever. Chen Yuchuan's first wife couldn't take his beatings anymore. She poisoned herself to death. And now you want to ruin another girl. What about later? Will anyone in this village still want to bring in brides from outside?
At those words, the village head's face darkened too. His two sons were grown now, and in the next couple years, they'd be looking for wives. If word about Chen Yuko scared off potential brides, that'd be a real disaster.
That was her drinking poison on her own. What is that got to do with me?
Chen Yushuang shot back, his face twisted in anger. His mom always called women money pits, born to wait on manhand and foot. Deep down, he never thought much of women at all. And once he got a wife, any little thing set him off, beating and cursing her. Who'd have guessed she'd poison herself? That is heartless talk, if I ever heard it. Your wife back then was always out working with a bruised up face, while you just lounge around at home. Everyone in the village knows the truth. You can't deny it in front of Uncle Yuzhen. That old Chen clan ain't exactly saints. And they've already driven 2 women to their deaths. That includes the main problem in his body. If his manhood is truly ruined, even better. So he won't go ruining any more women. The village head quietly sided with Zhou Gilang's words. All the men in the village beat their wives, but nobody treats them like Chen Yuchuan does, like they're not even human. That woman died back then. Her folks came storming into the village for a brawl, and he chased them off too. This cursed old Chen clan. What a damn mess they are. As for that manhood you mentioned,
Then you dare tell me what you came sneaking into my house for?
Zhou Gilang's tone sharpened suddenly, as she snarled at Chen Yuchuan.
Chen Yuchuan's eyes darted evasively, but he jutted his chin out defiantly and bellowed back.
I was just going to your place to ask something.
How the hell did you hit me like that?
Wooden pillow. The one from your bed.
At the thought of it, Chen Yuchuan's face twisted with pure venom. This little hussy dared to strike him. Soon as he is healed, he'll force himself on her. This damn woman went and crippled him for life.
We were just having a civil chat. I turned back to the room and grabbed the pillow off the bed to swat him. You stood there forever without even dodging.
You big tough guy, just waiting for me to hit you.
Got the nerve to sit there, but not to own up to being a coward. The words hung in the air.
Xu Changling's gaze toward Chen Yuchen shifted in an instant. This creep actually dared to have designs on his young bride. And he hasn't even laid a finger on her. Zhou Dahai's face darkened too. As a grown man himself, how could he not get what she was implying now? Then his heart ached seeing Zhou Gilang standing there in the middle of the room. His little sister had actually gone through something like this. How much it must be tearing her up inside. The village chief's face turned grim as well. It hadn't even crossed his mind before.
Last time, right in front of everyone, that is not what you said. So why the lies now?
His voice edged with urgency.
Me, a brand new bride, daring to spill this in front of the whole village. Sure, he didn't get what he wanted. Who knows how the gossip will twist it outside? If you folks hadn't pushed me to demand those 50 taels of silver, would I ever say this to my husband's face?
Spilling something like this right now. It is only because in this room, besides Chen Daya and Chen Yushuan, the village chief is the only outsider. Strangers, he couldn't care less if word spreads. That is why I had to let it out. If I didn't speak up, that old Chen clan would keep seeing me as an easy mark. And who knows, they might pull this stunt again next time. The village chief's face had gone ashen. Something like this happening right in his village. If it got out, where would he hide his old face? And his 2 sons, what would he even tell them down the line? Young bride, village chief.
Don't pay any mind to the shrew's lies. My boy Yushua, how could he be such a monster? He is just dead set against forking over the cash.
Qian Daya hurriedly tried explaining to the village chief.
She's just spouting pure baloney, trying to sling mud all over me.
Would any woman drag herself through the mud over something like this?
That outburst left the mother and son both frozen in fear. The village chief's fury only blazed hotter, his tone growing even sharper.
You can go home and patch yourself up. And don't you dare come hollering at my door again. This whole mess stays under wraps from here on out. Or if even a whisper of it reaches my ears, the Chan family can pack up and get out of Dashi village for good.
At last, the ordeal was over, and Chen Daya and Chen Yushuan wouldn't dare pester him about it anymore. That was for the best. The village chief turned to Zhou Gelang, seeing her head bowed low, knowing her heart must be heavy, wanting to offer some solace. Yet, at a loss for words, he could only turn to Zhou Dahai instead.
Take your sister home and talk her through it.
Zhou Dahai nodded quickly, about to rise, when Xu Changling beside him beat him to it and stood up. He stepped right up to Zhou Gelang, slung an arm around her shoulders, and steered her toward the door. Feeling the warmth on her shoulder, Zhou Gelang stiffened for a split second, but then went along with him all the same. Zhou Dahai hurried after them, stepping out through the village chief's courtyard gate. Noticing his sister still keeping her head down, he quickened his pace to catch up, ready to offer a few words of comfort, when he heard Zhou Gelang's voice ring out.
I was about to burst holding that in.
And in a flash, Zhou Gulang looked up,
She yanked Xu Changling's hand away, gasping for air.
A grin spreading across her face.
I'm all right now. Zhou Dahai's mouth fell open in shock. His brain short-circuiting.
Gila, you feeling okay?
Zhou Dahai stammered.
Why would I be upset?
Didn't he get what he deserved?
But just now, you got cut off mid-sentence. Zhou Dahai.
It was all just a show. Who can pull that off? Besides, I'm Arma's daughter, after all.
Wait till nightfall. After Xu Changling confirms Zhou Gulan is fast asleep, he hurries down the mountain. Chen Yushuan of the old Chen family tosses and turns in bed, unable to sleep. Today he has really lost face. His reputation completely shattered. It is all that little slut, Zhou Gulan's fault.
And her mother won't even spare a single penny for him,
letting her drag the old lady along until she is too feeble to fend for herself, and to see if she'll bother to care for her then. Her brother and sister-in-law won't give him a dime either, saying whether he can ever snag a wife is up to him alone. These folks are all his sworn enemies. Once he is back on his feet, he'll make them regret it for the rest of their days. Lost in these vengeful thoughts, he hears the window creak open. He whips his head around and spots a dark figure looming by the bedside. Startled, he recoils in terror.
Huh? Who is there? Stay back! Hey, or I'll yell for help!
Xu Changling says nothing, just rears back and stomps right between Chen Yushuan's legs. A searing, gut-wrenching agony surges through him. Chen Yushuan unleashes a blood-curdling squeal like a pig at slaughter, curling into a fetal ball on the bed. As commotion stirs outside the room, Xu Changling vanishes into the shadows with a few swift strides.
Chen Daya bursts into her son's room
and finds Chen Yushuan huddled in agony on the bed. She cries out in alarm. Yushuan, what has happened to you? She rushes over to him, seeing Chen Yushuan clutching desperately between his legs, his face drained of all color. Oh no, my poor boy. What on earth's wrong? Don't scare your man like this. Chen Yushuan is drenched in cold sweat from the pain, too tormented to utter a word, just gasping in ragged icy breaths. Chen Daya wrestles with inner turmoil for a moment. In the end, the son still matters more. She hurriedly went to her eldest son Chen Taibo's room and knocked on the door. Hearing the noise, the eldest son Chen Taibo started to get up.
What are you getting up for? You hear your precious little brother calling for mom.
He is bound to want you to fetch the doctor.
And that'll cost money again. After all, he is my own father too.
Why not think about how your wife and son won't die anyway, and there is no curing them?
Just let her suffer. I'm afraid that won't even shake her resolve. And she tacked on another line. If you dare go fetch that doctor,
I'll take our son and daughter back to my parents' home.
Chen Taibo clenched his teeth and lay back down, pulling the quilt over his head, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Chen Daya called out several times, but got no reply. So she realized her eldest son just wouldn't spend the money, and her heart ached with a wave of sorrow. But in the end, she'd have to rely on her eldest son down the road, so she could only turn back to tend to Chen Yubo. Xu Changling trudged through the night, making his way home step by step, his mind fixed on his young wife. That false Chen Yuchuan has been kicking up lately. She is bound to be scared of it all. So for now, he'll have to hold back until she is feeling better and they can share a bed again. The thought stirred up that dark anger in him once more. All because of that Chen Yuzhuo. If it weren't for him, he'd have been warming his wife's bed long ago. That kick he landed earlier was way too soft. Over the next month, he threw himself back into his breeding ventures, with old Mrs. Zhou lending a hand, hatching over a dozen chicks, though the rest of the eggs didn't make it. A real shame, but it was autumn after all, not an easy time for it. Still, he was content enough, stuffing the coop with fresh straw, just to keep the little ones from catching a chill. And day by day, those chicks were filling out nicely. Zhou Gulan took her time sorting through the earthworms, mixing them with corn to feed the chickens, while the vegetable patch behind the house sprouted a good crop, giving them more on the table each day. And finally, the little one was starting to put on some weight. Early one morning, Zhou Gulan bundled up the little milk bun and headed to old Mrs. Zhou's place, where the old lady was busy stitching shoes for them. Zhou Huilan plopped down beside her with a grin, flashing her a thumbs up.
Mom, you've got skills like nobody's business.
Old Mrs. Zhou shot her a sour look. You just love roping me into your chores. Hurry up and learn it yourself. I've got to line up a wife for your brother yet.
How can I keep playing helper to you kids forever? I'm thinking of raising a couple of pigs come next year. So keep an ear out for me. If any family's got piglets to sell, just give me a holler.
The old lady's quite well liked in the village. She knows all the village gossip. Talking to her is the easiest thing. Hearing her own daughter's words, the old lady's eyes darted around again. Your little life's treating you well, eh? And you've even got cash for piglets.
This is all 'cause I listened to you, Mom.
We ain't got no farmland at home, so we just gotta raise more chickens and ducks.
Hearing that, the old lady's heart finally eased. This past month,
she's been sewing her daughter a bunch of clothes and shoes, even swapped out the bedding for fresh ones.
And over at her daughter's place, they've got more than a dozen chickens now.
Things are looking up, day by day.
What about Xu Changlin na? He didn't tag along.
He headed up the mountain again, and I didn't even see him go.
Zhou Gelan went on, feeling a twinge of unease inside. This month, Xu Changlin's been slipping off into the woods an awful lot,
like he is dodging her on purpose.
If it weren't for him hauling back a good haul of game each day, she'd be wondering if he was sneaking off to see another woman. The old lady saw right through her worries. You got blessings and don't even know it. Your man's a hard worker, and that ain't enough for you. The weather's turning cold now. If he don't hunt more while he can, come winter, you'll all be scraping by on thin air.
Come New Year's, your brother's hitting 25.
A proper old bachelor at that. Mom's dead set on lining up a match for him, so you'll stash away some money and pitch in for the family when it is time.
Wei Lan patted down her clothes, greeted the old lady, and shouldered her basket to head up the mountain once more.
As she passed Uncle's house,
she spotted Zhou Qiuxiang sitting by the window, gazing around. Noticing no man's figure beside her, disappointment clouded her face.
Brother Changlin didn't come with you.
Well now, Zhou Qiuxiang rarely even speaks to her.
Zhou Gelan replied with a warm smile. He is off hunting in the mountains. He wants to make me a new outfit before the new year. Zhou Qiuxiang's expression shifted.
Humph! How dare he still pine for me? If a man wants to keep me in mind, he'll have to wait till I've divorced Xu Changlin first.
Little Milk Bang asked Zhou Gelan in his soft, childish voice.
Where is Daddy? It has been so long since Xiaoshen last saw his dad.
The question tugged at Zhou Gelan's heart.
Oh, poor little Milk Bang, feeling so left out.
Daddy's working hard so we can make it through the winter comfortably. Once the cold sets in, he'll come right back. If Xiaoshen misses him, just wait till Daddy gets home tonight, and Mommy will wake you up.
How is that? Little Milk Bang nodded, half understanding. Mother and son made their way back up the mountain.
So it was still early in the day,
and she led Little Milk Bang along,
shouldering her basket and grabbing a small hoe to dig for wild grass.
Nearby, they dug up some yellow bamboo grass and field fragrant grass, tossing them into the basket. These will be mixed with earthworms and grain to feed the chickens.
Little Milk Bang mimicked her, digging at the two kinds of grass. They dug for quite a while.
When Zhou Gelan noticed the soil nearby looked different from elsewhere,
she scooped up a handful, held it to her nose, and sniffed. Her eyes lit up.
This is bentonite. This is something really good. It can help the chickens gain 10 to 15% in weight.
Zhou Gelan grabbed several handfuls of soil and tucked them into her back basket.
Little Milk Bao beside her fixed his wide eyes on Zhou Gelan.
Mom, am I going crazy?
Zhou Gelan figured she'd gathered enough and finally stopped under Little Milk Bao's terrified gaze.
She headed home with Little Milk Bao,
grabbed an old knife,
chopped up the grass,
mixed in the soil, fished out the earthworms floating in the water, and boiled them in a dedicated old pot. Once cooked, she ground it into powder and mixed it all together, then used it to feed the chickens and quails. Gazing at the chickens and quails she raised, she felt immense satisfaction. Ever since discovering these grasses, she hardly used any grain to feed them. Yet, they grew faster than the neighbors' chickens. The hens and quails laid eggs every day, and she boiled eggs for the family each day. Though she rarely saw Xu Changlin, he always devoured the eggs she set aside for him. At noon, she took out an unsold rabbit, chopped it up and blanched it in water, removed the foam, scooped it out, and added oil. Tossed in chili powder and star anise, along with cinnamon and other spices. Then, she added the rabbit meat to the wok. Soon, the aroma filled the air. After adding salt and stir-frying the rabbit until cooked, she sprinkled on some sesame seeds, and the fragrance immediately wafted out. Little Milk Bao, who had been playing nearby, secretly swallowed hard, then toddled over to the stove on his little legs, staring at the rabbit in the pot.
His mouth watered even more.
Mom's cooking is so yummy.
Seeing how greedy he looked,
Zhou Gelan couldn't help but chuckle.
He quickly lifted the pot off the heat anyway,
and plated the rabbit meat, picking up a piece of rabbit for Little Milk Bun with her chopsticks.
Little Milk Bun bit right into it, as the rich aroma and spicy kick danced across his tongue.
He didn't even mind the heat anymore, his tiny teeth crunching away with glee.
Seeing him savor every bite like that, Zhou Gelan felt a warm glow in her heart too.
Dead. Zhou Gelan looked up and saw Xu Changlin clutching 2 wild pheasants, along with a rabbit, back home.
He stood steady before Zhou Gelan and said to her,
You've worked hard.
周桂兰嗯了一声 softly and replied, You've worked hard too. These past few days, Xu Changlin had been heading out at dawn and dragging home at dusk. Each day she could only watch the pile of game at home grow, only for it to vanish by the next morning. At night, she could feel him close beside her. But come morning, he was nowhere in sight, just his discarded, dirt-streaked clothes left behind. She knew Xu Changlin was out hunting from dawn till dark, and it had to be grueling, so she urged, Go wash up and get some rest.
周桂兰 reminded Xu Changlin.
And up close, she could even catch the whiff of sweat clinging to Xu Changlin's skin. Xu Changling stood off to the side, scrubbing his body with care, while Zhou Gilan crammed firewood into the stove and set to steaming the rice. Midway through the cooking, she heard the little milk bun let out a startled gasp, and Zhou Gilan whipped her head around to look.
In an instant, she spotted the scratches riddling Xu Changlin's back
and blurted, What happened? Zhou Gulan couldn't hold back her own cry of alarm. Those bloody gashes looked agonizing, just to behold.
Ran into 3 black bears.
Xu Changlin tossed out casually, then carried on scrubbing as if it were nothing. 3 black bears! Even for folks who ain't hunters, Zhou Gilan knew full well how fearsome black bears were. And he tangled with 3 all at once. That had to have been downright deadly.
What is a black bear?
The little milk bun gazed up at his mighty dad with wide-eyed confusion and piped up.
Can't even Dad take down a fierce beast.
I slipped away.
He replied with breezy nonchalance, as if it had all been a minor hiccup just from those scars. You can tell how dire the situation was back then. The family, after a full month apart,
finally gathers around the table for lunch.
With Mom and Dad here, even little milk bun savors every bite. Xu Changlin wolfs down a few mouthfuls,
finally filling his rumbling empty stomach.
Still, nothing beats my little wife's home cooking.
Let's start building the house these next few days.
Once Xu Changlin catches his breath,
he speaks up.
Zhou Gilan pauses mid-motion, barely believing what she's hearing.
Building a house isn't something you just do on a whim.
Though he'd brought up building one before,
they hadn't saved up enough money yet.
She'd spent most of their savings on grain and cloth lately, leaving just over 3 taels of silver.
Do you have silver on hand?
Zhou Gelan can't help but ask. Xu Changlin sets down his bowl and chopsticks, stands up, and heads to the bedside. He kneels down and rummages under the bed, pulling out a money pouch.
He hurries back and hands it to Zhou Gelan.
Then sits back down and digs into his meal. She picks up the pouch from the table and opens it, her eyes nearly popping out in shock. It is brimming with silver fragments. In disbelief, she turns to Xu Changlin.
How on earth did you get so much silver?
You didn't go robbing, did you?
Xu Changlin mutters between bites.
From hunting.
Zhou Gulan counted it carefully once more. There were actually 9 taels of silver, plus the 3 taels he had here. That makes 12 taels in total.
A fortune indeed.
This should be just enough to build a stone house. Joy lit up his face, impossible to conceal.
Could it be that all month long Xu Changlin has been out hunting in the mountains just to save up for a new house?
Zhou Gulan felt a pang of guilt.
Don't push yourself so hard from now on.
I can't let you all freeze like that.
Hearing this, Zhou Gilan's mind flashed back to the words she'd spoken that day while tilling the soil. Her heart suddenly ached with a sour swell of emotion.
I was just saying it offhand. If it doesn't work out, we can just use the stove more in winter, right?
Zhou Gilan couldn't quite put her finger on the tangle of feelings in her heart. She just muttered glumly. The can could use a bit more fixing up. Those words stirred up even more turmoil in Zhou Gilan's heart. He wanted to build a house, but that didn't mean she had to risk her life in the mountains all month. Then, thinking of the deep scratches on Xu Changlin's back, it only made her feel even worse inside. It was all because of those careless words of hers that led to him getting such a bad injury. If he hadn't managed to escape back then, would that bear have gotten him?
But deep in those woods,
she'd heard of so many run-ins with bears like that. That had to mean he'd gone way too deep into the mountains.
You're never setting foot in those deep woods again.
You hear me. This was her way of showing she cared. His mood inexplicably lightened. All right. Seeing her brush it off so casually, Zhou Gulan felt a surge of frustration, worried he wasn't taking it seriously. She snapped fiercely.
If anything happens to you, I'll take Xiaoshen and remarry, and I'll spend every last coin you risk your life for on some other man. Your son calling someone else daddy.
Sure enough, this remark made Xu Changlin furrow his brow. His young wife, whom he hadn't yet bedded, was about to be taken by another man. No way Hassan couldn't call another man daddy either. I won't allow it.
Hammerhage, you're as good as dead.
What's right? Do you have to forbid anything?
Who'd pay any mind to a deadbeat?
These words only made Xu Changlin's heart feel even more unsettled. The very thought of another man bedding his young wife and claiming his son as his own sent a surge of fury rising in her chest. If that man ever showed his face before her, she'd grab a knife and hack him to pieces. I, Zhou Guolan, always follow through on my word.
The moment you kick the bucket, I'll whisk our son away and remarry without a second thought.
Don't believe me? Just try me. Hump!
As a woman from the 21st century, surely I can tame a man from this backward age.
Little Xiaoshen stared blankly at his fuming father, then glanced at his mother, whose expression had soured.
His little heart filled with unease.
Daddy and Mommy are mad.
Is it because I'm being naughty?
Mommy said something about remarrying. Does that mean she is leaving our home?
He asked Zhou Gilan in a pitiful, teary voice.
Mom, don't you want Dad anymore? Don't you want Daddy anymore?
Zhou Hulan's hand trembled, and when she looked over, she saw the little milk bun's eyes red, like a rabbit's. Oh dear, what about his little heart? It was practically shattering.
Xiaoshen, sweetie, Mom didn't say that. Mom won't leave you, Xiaoshen.
Your mom wants to take you away from Dad.
Xu Changling chimed in with dead seriousness. The little milk bun's eyes welled up even more. Holding back tears, Zhou Hulan's heart ached unbearably. She shot Xu Changling a fierce glare. This man was going too far, actually using Xiaoshen like this. So much for that big macho pride, resorting to manipulating a child.
Pa, and making Xiaoshen call some other man Dad.
Xiaoshen doesn't want to leave Dad.
Hey,
we're not leaving Dad. Okay, don't cry. Xiaoshen, you're breaking my heart.
Xu Changling, standing nearby, was utterly pleased to hear Zhou Huilang say that, and he piled on with another line.
If I die, you have to stay a widow for me.
Zhou Huilang drew in a sharp breath. Frustrated beyond words, she nearly unleashed a tirade at him. But one look at Xiaoshen's pleading eyes, and she could only grit her teeth and say,
Fine, yo, I'll stay a widow for you.
This infuriating man, using the little milk bun to strong-arm me into widowhood vows.
You stubborn fool.
He practically wished he'd dropped dead sooner.
With him soothing her like that, she finally got it. She wasn't leaving him and Dad after all. The little milk bun was finally out of the dumps, and those teardrops were swallowed back down.
Xiaoshen, you have to be a good boy and not upset Mom.
The man, equally reassured, was content, and he went back to holding his bowl and eating. Zhou Huilan just wanted to bite him to death. Men who seem honest and straightforward on ordinary days are anything but honest. It is all just a facade. If you cut open her heart, it must be pitch black. After a good nap, as Zhou Gilan got out of bed, Xu Changling was still fast asleep. He'd been busy with a ton of chores again, and when she came back, there he was, still out cold. Thinking of all his hard work, she decided to stew up that pheasant he'd brought home into nourishing soup for him. Little Milk Bun was already up and about, but Xu Changling was still snoring away. Seeing the soup was all simmered and ready, Zhou Guolan ladled out a bowl for Little Milk Bun. Little Milk Bun slurped it down with delight. Then, Zhou Guolan grabbed another bowl, filled it to the brim with chicken soup, and tucked it into her basket, all set to share a taste with her mom and big brother. She stepped into the house and caught the clatter from the kitchen, Little Milk Bun in tow as she headed in, and there was Granny Zhou bustling away at the stove.
What brings you back here again?
If anyone else overheard her, they'd swear she was shooing the visitor away. But Zhou Guolan knew her mom better than that. Thick-skinned as she was, it didn't faze her one bit.
Mom, I've got some chicken soup from home for you. A bigger bowl that Changling brought back.
He is crushed out in the house right now, still not stirred a wink.
Later on, head to the backyard and grab some leeks. Fry up some eggs with them when you get home. She could use a little nourishing too. Can't have her wearing herself out completely. Zhou Guolan didn't argue, just casually mentioned her plans to build a new house to Granny Zhou. Granny Zhou listened, then let out a quiet TS cake of amazement. That son-in-law of hers sure had some real grit, actually talking about putting up a new place. Things are quiet in the fields right now anyway. So when the time comes, I'll send your brother over to help speed things along. Tomorrow, I'll swing by your uncle's place and get a few of your cousins to lend a hand too. Let me take another look, and I'll call a couple of folks from the village for you. Without waiting for Zhou Gilan to say a word, the old lady had already figured it all out. Zhou Gilan felt relieved and shared the details with the old lady, then headed back up the mountain with Little Milk Bun, grabbing a big bunch of leeks on the way. When the meal was nearly ready, Zhou Dahai came back, and as they ate, old Mrs. Zhou told him all about it. Zhou Dahai smacked his lips in amazement too.
My brother-in-law's hunting skills are no less valuable than owning fields back home.
But after all, he doesn't have any land. Old Mrs. Zhou had something weighing on her mind. Farmers like East scrape by in the fields, and only during the slack season do we go hunting to make ends meet. Relying solely on hunting is never reliable, and it is downright dangerous.
If my sister marries a farmer like that, we can't expect to get a taste of meat every now and then.
Zhou Dahai took a sip of the chicken soup and couldn't help but exclaim, "Last time I went hunting with Xu Changling, I was utterly impressed with my brother-in-law. And whenever Zhou Gilan makes something tasty at home, she always sends some over first. So I'm thinking, when it is time for the new year and we're looking for a match for you, your sister can help out. But if he wants to build a house, he'll be short on cash. How are we gonna manage your wedding?" The old lady rarely let worry crease her face. Her son's marriage prospects were a constant thorn in her side.
Don't worry, Mom. The past few years, the fields didn't yield much. But this year, things are looking up. Zhou Dahai, who is now talking about getting a wife,
comforted his mother once more and went back to his meal. In the village, Uncle Zhou Dashan is sitting on the kang.
I've agreed to help with your sister's situation. Your cousin always finds the time.
Helping out in the village is just everyday stuff, especially for something as major as building a house. Li Shuying, standing nearby, doesn't look too pleased. Who knows how long this house building will drag on. We'll have to drop all the field work, and when we ask them for help, all we get is 2 heads of cabbage, and they have the nerve to ask. Dahai gets the message and doesn't linger on Uncle's words. He gets up and leaves. Why do you say yes to everything? They're all married daughters now. Why should we still have to help them?
Building a house, she is still one of the old Zhou family's girls. After all, building a house is a big deal. We can just lend a hand. Her dad's gone too, you know.
Li Shuying cuts her off sharply. Your 2 short-lived brothers are both dead, and our family's been helping out and helping out. Just a few years back, we could barely feed ourselves. Now you want to keep supporting those 2 families. We're not exactly rolling in money. Why do you have to pitch in for every little thing?
What am I supposed to do? Ershang left behind a son and daughter. I can't just ignore them. Xiaoshan only left one sister-in-law behind. No other kin to speak of. How can I not help her out? Help our 3rd sister-in-law.
Zhou Dashan's face darkens too. He has only got these 2 brothers left. The second one died over 10 years ago. All that is left is his 2nd sister-in-law, Shu Lianghua, who is tough as nails. Without help, that whole family would starve. As the big brother, I've got to pitch in, right? As for the 3rd sister-in-law, she lost her husband right after they got married. What choice does she have? Let her starve. You're always right. So go ahead and keep helping your old Zhou clan. Why don't you ever help out my family? Look at your 2nd brother's place. Her daughter can afford to build a new house. They've got money to spare and still expect your help. And then there is your 3rd brother's widow, flirting with men day in and day out. Plenty of men to keep her fed, and yet she wants your grain too.
All right, enough yelling. Eat the meat that girl Gilan sent over. Why don't you bring that up?
Zhou Dashan was fuming too. Over this, his wife had given him no end of grief. This past month, whenever Zhou Gilan's family had meat, they'd send some to old Mrs. Zhou, and the old lady would pass it along to Zhou Dashan's house. So they've had their share of good eating too. Just now, Zhou Dahai stopped by and brought half a bowl of chicken soup loaded with chunks of chicken. After all, we've done for them over the years. Sending us a little soup is the least they could do. If you're set on helping, then go ahead on your own. Of my 3 sons, only Ershang and Sangshang are left. We can't wear them out, no matter what. And inside the house, she was lost in thought. Zhou Chuxiang caught every word of it. The rest she let slide. But the part about Xu Changling building a new house stuck with her. Why him?
Why should Zhou Huilan land a man like that?
She'd set her sights on him once before. After her leg mended, she trekked up the mountain one time. But from afar, her mother spotted that ramshackle hut and hauled her right back down. Her mother wouldn't let it go. One look, and it is clear he is flat broke. Probably because she showed up there. He rustled up a decent meal, but made it plain to keep his distance. She went home and chewed it over. Sure, Shuo Changling seemed decent enough, but with that kind of poverty, she wasn't about to suffer. Better to aim for a match in town someday. And she never went back after that. Who would have guessed they'd be putting up a new house so quick? She ground her teeth nearly to powder, secretly scheming
I won't let them have it so easy. The next morning, as I headed to the pond to wash clothes, I spotted several women in the village, all grinning slyly, asking if we were really building that new house, and promising their husbands would pitch in when the time came. Zhou Guilan nodded and agreed to each one, her heart swelling with quiet joy. But when the agreed-upon start day finally arrived, the only ones who showed up on the mountain were Uncle Zhou Dashang, along with Zhou Dahai, Ercheng and Sangcheng, and Grandma Zhou, there to tend the fire and help with meals. As for everyone else from the village, not a single soul turned up. Staring at our little crew, even the usually even-tempered Zhou Dahai darkened his face.
These folks who had promised so readily before, but now, not one of them in sight.
He'd lent a hand at plenty of other folks' builds in the past, and when he'd called on them, they'd all sworn they'd be there. Now here they were, leaving him humiliated like this. Grandma Zhou was fuming too, clearly seeing it as a slap in our faces. Uncle Zhou Dashang furrowed his brow as well.
I'll head back down to the village and round up some help. But how long could the rest of us keep this up alone?
If they didn't show, it just means they never intended to. Uncle, no need to go.
But then what? We're short-handed as it is.
Zhou Dahai fretted, wondering how long it would take just a few of us. I'll go call your brothers-in-law to come help. He turned to head down the mountain. Right then, this promising start soured into such a mess, it stung his pride. And now they wouldn't even show. It'd be like denying his own son any respect, since it was his boy who'd gone around inviting them all.
Mom, no need for all that hassle. Have my brother hire folks from the neighboring villages. I'll pay 10 copper coins a day.
Zhou Guilan clenched her jaw, steeling herself for the hard choice. Everyone's faces fell with worry at her words. Hardly anyone in the village pitches in to help build a house. They just get 3 meals in return. Who actually pays folks to come build their house? Like your family's money grows on trees or something. Xu Meihua was starting to get anxious too. Zhou Guilan glanced around at everyone there, all of them close to him. Just these few people. Even if we work ourselves to the bone, we couldn't finish the house anytime soon.
So let's just build a small 2-room place and worry about the rest down the line.
Zhou Guilan thought about the cash in her pocket and bit the bullet to decide. Originally, she and Shu Chenglin had planned a courtyard with 2 big rooms. But if wages are involved, we sure as hell couldn't pull it off. No money means scale it back some. Enough to tide them over the winter for now, once his big breeding venture gets off the ground next year.
We can tackle the big house, then just follow his lead on this.
Shu Changlin spoke up too. To him, it was all the same either way. He had no real say in the matter. Zhou Dashan stayed quiet for a beat.
And said, let's go with what Gilan wants.
As the most senior won around, and that settled it once and for all. Zhou Dahai bolted down the mountain to round up some hands from the next village over, while the other men got to digging and marking out the site. I reckon someone's pulling strings behind this mess. Old Mrs. Zhou laid it out plain. Zhou Gulan knew something smelled fishy too. How is it such a dead ringer for bad luck in rounding folks up?
That all dozen families just ghosted us. I've only crossed 1 family since I got here.
And Zhou Guilan's eyes turned straight to Chen Yukui's bunch. Old Mrs. Zhou was grinding her teeth in rage. Last time I held off on thrashing them, afraid they'll hand me another opening. This time I'll lay into Chindaya till she drops. Seeing that fierce fire in the old lady, Zhou Guilan felt a lot more at ease in her heart.
Mom, don't take it to heart. I don't want to deal much with the villagers either.
This way's actually better. It spares us owing any favors.
We'll have to pay them back down the line anyway. We live up in the mountains, and Xu Chang's a fine hunter.
We won't worry about food or drink. As for growing crops, there is plenty of space in the hills. Yeah. Those favors would all have to be settled someday. You should just shut the door and mind your own quiet life. Looks like you're getting by just fine in your little world here. You've raised all these chickens and quails. And the sheep are thriving too. Take a look. Today, little girl, you're living the good life, full of flavor. Better than those folks in the village with all their fields and land.
That is gonna be a row of houses for me down the line, all stocked full of chickens and ducks,
making those jealous neighbors grin with envy. Zhou Guilan's full of fighting spirit. Lately, she's nearly collected almost 20 eggs just from them, ever since they started eating earthworms. Her chickens lay eggs every single day. They're getting big too, and those dozen little chicks, they're growing so fast, looking like 2-month-olds already. Raising all these chickens and not worried about weasels snatching them away. Old Mrs. Zhou takes a look around at the surroundings. She is worried too, just this one family way up in these mountains. Who knows what wild beasts might show up? Like I say, you ought to build a house right in the village, so we can look out for each other. These past few days, she has been trying to talk sense into the little girl. But ever since she got married, this little girl's like a whole different person, stubborn as a mule.
It is so nice here.
No one's around.
I can raise them however I want. No one to bother me.
Zhou Guilan casually shares her thoughts, not a care in the world. She is sick of all that village drama. the mountains just right for her.
Mom, this is my homemade chicken feed. No, grain needed. Chickens grow quick. 1 egg per day.
You think I'm pulling your leg with something this good?
Chickens laying eggs without grain.
The old lady ain't buying it one bit. U.S. farmers rely on chicken butts to make ends meet, trading for salt and mops. Take good care of the laying hens at home, and you'll always get some cash in return. She's been around for over 50 years. Never heard of chickens thriving without grain.
Why would I kid you? Take a look at my chickens. Don't they grow better than the neighbors?
The old lady carefully watches these chickens, chowing down so contentedly. Their feathers all glossy and sleek, and the chicks are growing so plump and big. Just looking at them brings a smile to your face. While in her heart, she is mulling over her little daughter's words. If it is really possible to raise chickens without any grain, then how many extra eggs would we pocket for free? No more fretting over the boys not finding wives.
That'd give us a real taste of sweet success.
So I'll give it a try and feed our flock the same way. Deep down, the old lady still harbors some doubts. Yet, she is too frugal to just let it slide without trying. Zhou Guilan gives a quick acknowledgement, finishes feeding the chickens, and gets back to cooking for the family, starting with that dry-freed rabbit meat. Watching her pour oil into the wok with a big splash, the old lady's heart aches something fierce, keeps nagging her to use less. Less, just less. Zhou Guilan talks tough, but keeps pouring steadily, refusing to stop, which nearly drives the old lady to give her a swat. Then she tosses in a bunch of odd ingredients, and the old lady starts muttering again.
Oh, come on, cooking a rabbit and pulling out all these fancy tricks.
Why not just throw in some salt and boil it?
That is why my dishes always turn out so fragrant, isn't it? Mom, don't you love the food I make too?
With all that oil you lavish on it, how could it not smell amazing? This is just plain wasteful, you know.
The old lady's face twisted in pure heartache. But Zhou Guilan grips her spatula tight, leaving the old lady to stand by, fretting helplessly. The men working nearby catch a whiff of the aroma and all turn their heads, with the most hot-headed one, San Chang, hollering out to Guilan, says,
"What are you whipping up? Smells incredible."
This can't be some gourmet mountain delicacy, can it?
Er Chang sniffs the air too, and swallows hard. This irresistible aroma has his cravings all stirred up. How is he got any strength left for chores? Zhou Dashan shot a sharp glare at his two sons, standing there gawking. What is that about?
Get back to work, pronto. This scrub smells way too tempting.
It has got me starving too.
Zhou Dashan felt these three sons had shamed him to his core, and his tone soured quick.
All they care about is chow. No sweat, no spread. Hurry and wrap up this patch. My dear girl, I've rounded up the workers.
Those folks drew closer, drawn in by the mouth-watering aroma, all twitching their noses for just a few more sniffs. They'd never caught a whiff of anything quite this tantalizing before, and they could only imagine what it must taste like. The more they pictured it, the more their mouths watered. A few hurried over to greet them. Zhou Guilan 笑着 with a warm smile.
Keep at your work for now. Lunch will be ready before you know it.
Those burly laborers perked right up at the promise of a meal, hearts full of that simple joy, and gave a quick nod before rolling up their sleeves to dig into the foundation.
What is all this? So many showing up. How much are we shelling out for the day's labor?
Fields are lying fallow right now, ain't they?
I floated 10 copper coins a day, and they came flocking around me like a swarm. So I figured I'd bring the whole bunch along. More hands made me wrap it up quicker.
Couldn't you have bargained down to 8 coins? With the whole crew descending in one day.
What are we supposed to feed them all? The old lady chewed out her straight arrow son, eyeing the crowd milling about. Why didn't you shave off a couple coins? Wouldn't that have saved your daughter a pretty penny? Zhou Da Haipaost, caught off guard, hadn't even crossed his mind.
Oh me, Shu Meihua, quick on the uptake as I am. And what do I get? A son too stiff-necked to bend.
Must take after his granddad.
Now hustle back to work. Don't let those fellas slack.
The old lady hollered, glancing over her shoulder. There she was again.
Guilan dumping oil into the wok like it was going out of style.
Let me handle it. Let me. I'll take over the cooking.
Whoa. No. Mom, you sit tight. I got this on my own.
Oh, come on. You don't know how. With this many mouths to feed, we've got a mountain of stir-fries ahead. Hollering for him to grab some water on the side.
The old lady elbowing her way to the heart of the stove. Zhou Guilan clutched a spatula, circling the stove, but refusing to hand it over to Granny Zhou. Little Baozi stood nearby, thinking the two were just playing around, clapping his little hands in delight. That laughter finally drawing Granny Zhou's attention.
This kid isn't a bit dim, is he?
Mom, you can't talk like that about your own grandson.
Zhou Guilan 补了一走. Our little Baozi is plenty clever.
How could he be dim? It is not like you gave birth to him. So why is he your grandson? I've got plenty of grandsons. One more or less doesn't matter. Zhou Gilan didn't argue further, with the oil already sizzling in the pan. She hurriedly tossed in the cabbage and started stir-frying. To make the kick-off feast look the part, Zhou Gilan threw herself into it with gusto, pulling out the marinated chicken from the house, and stewing up a big pot of chicken soup with plenty of red dates tossed in, the aroma drifting out enticingly. Come lunchtime, the workers crowded around the table, eyeing the dry-fried rabbit on the table, braised pork and hefty white steamed buns, plus chicken soup and a spread of other dishes. They were all stunned. Even during the Spring Festival, they'd never seen a spread like this. Not even when slaving away for the landlords would they get this much greasy goodness, let alone all this meat. Zhou Guilan nudged Xu Changling to give the word, and Xu Changling simply uttered 2 words. Dig in with that cue. The crew lunged for the meat, savoring the mouth-watering flavors, reluctant to swallow a bite. Wow, who knew grub could taste this heavenly? They'd bust a gut for this job, just for the chow, more than happy to pitch in, even sense a dime in pay. They've got to rush right in and get to it too. Seeing them scarfing it all down, old Mrs. Zhou's face twists with heartache. This is all money, you know. All that precious oil. You spendthrift daughter-in-law. After the meal, nobody even pauses for breath. They roll up their sleeves and dive back in, buzzing with energy. At the foot of the mountain, by the pond, several women wash clothes while chatting idly.
Oh, I heard Gilan's family is building a new house today. I wonder which family sent laborers to help.
Who else could it be? His own brothers. My family isn't going. Who knows if that hunter might set his sights on my husband and kill him. Then we'd have nowhere even to cry.
He is nothing but a murderer. He shouldn't have been allowed to come live up on our mountain.
I heard he killed several people elsewhere before fleeing here.
That is why they say, if you're not one of the family, you don't come through the same door. And that Gilan's no good either. She flat out ruined Chen Yongsheng's manhood, his chance at descendants.
I heard Yongsheng isn't even a man anymore. Hey, where do you suppose they got the money to build that new house?
Probably from murder and robbery. Dirty money from foul deeds.
I figured as much. I heard earlier it was Zhou Gilan who seduced Chen Yuchuan.
But then, she saw that hunter was young and capable.
So she kicked Chen Yuchuan to the curb. Who knows if she even slept with Chen Yuchuan?
The group gossiped more and more outrageously, until finally they all swore solemn oaths, vowing to have nothing to do with that whole family. The Zhou family had no idea about any of this. The day flew by in the blink of an eye. 80 dinner, it was another hearty spread. Zhou Gilan pulled out all the stops to make those who backed out regret their choice. Another round of fine dishes, and in the end, she sent everyone home with 2 white flour steamed buns each. Wages were settled that very day, back at Zhou Dashan's home. Zhou Dashan came home with 2 xiang and 3 xiang, carrying 6 steamed buns. Li Shuying's eyes nearly popped out of her head, in shock. What is this? Steamed buns too?
Ma, we've had quite the feast today. All meat and white rice. I never knew food could taste this good. Sanchang.
He has got a quick temper after all, and blurted it out in his excitement. Li Shuying was taken aback. There is even meat. Xu Meihua being so generous. After being sisters-in-law for decades, how could she not know? Sure, Xu Meihua knows how to keep up appearances, but she is still the type who won't take an extra cent if she can help it.
She wouldn't give an extra penny.
A penny pincher like that? What does it have to do with second aunt?
This time, it is our sister Gilan building the house.
二强产比, but no sooner had he spoken than his wife rushed over, snatching the white flour steamed buns from his hand and sharing them with the kids.
But it is even better than our New Year's feast. Hey, Sad.
Sanchang got even more excited, his mouth watering with the imagined aroma. If we could eat like this, he'd gladly do this work for the rest of his life. No problem. So why didn't you bring any back for us? The second daughter-in-law wasn't pleased. How could they just eat it all themselves?
Without thinking of us.
Didn't they take those white flour buns?
Zhou Dashan frowned and replied, though he had no love for this second daughter-in-law. Not one bit. Tian Yuchen, the second daughter-in-law, fell silent, but her mouth was watering. Maybe we should go help out tomorrow too. Li Xiuying's eyes lit up, and she had an idea she hadn't known before. That Gilan could prepare such a fine spread. If she'd known, she'd have dragged the whole family there, missing out on the good eats today. What a shame.
We really missed out. Let's go help tomorrow.
Archan's 3 meat-loving sons are shouting eagerly too. Zhou Dashan pondered for a moment, preparing meals for all these folks every day.
Gilang and her mama alone can't keep up. So have your wife pitch in and help.
That'd be fine too. You grown-ups head over, and I'll stay home minding the 3 kids.
I wanna go too.
Off you go. She'd hate being stuck cleaning up after these 3 grubby nephews. Plus, there is meat on the table. He wants in 2.
Hey, wants meat. You ain't listening to your old man no more. Lixi, hi.
Worried her own girl might get shortchanged. Oh, fine. We'll all go. Such a sweet deal. How could we skip out on helping? The next morning, before dawn, she got up, only to find that Xu Changlin had already risen and was chopping firewood outside. Zhou Gilan couldn't help but sigh inwardly at her husband's diligence. Then she shouldered her back basket, planning a trip into town. Spotting this, Xu Changlin set down his axe and insisted on going with her. You stay home and rest a bit. Once the sun's up, there is more work to do.
I'm just worried. You'll slack off this early in the morning.
Gilan murmured to herself. Yet, she felt a quiet joy. Yesterday, I cooked up all our meat and veggies at home. So from now on, we'll have to head to town every day to buy some. As she spoke, her eyes flicked toward his face now and then, hoping to catch his reaction. But Yu Changlin's face remained as stoic as ever.
You're calling the shots, harmful.
No thrill in that at all.
And here I was, finally scraping together a conversation starter.
Only for him to shut it down. You've toiled for a whole month, and all we end up with is a tiny shack.
Doesn't that just grind your gears?
I'll pay them for their labor. What do you think?
That is only fair.
Once the house is built, I'll settle up at 10 yuan per day for my cousins and uncle, but not for my brother. Gilan felt like she'd run out of words with him. This man could say anything, and it'd be fine. Everything's okay. Even arguments fizzle out. Meanwhile, she spotted a butcher already hawking meat on the other side. Zhou Guilan approached and asked the price.
Fat meat at 12 copper coins per catty. Lean meat at 10 copper coins per catty.
That is a fair market price.
For that fat meat, 6 catties.
I'll give you 60 yuan. 5 catties of lean, 40 yuan.
Total of 100 yuan. How is that?
Now that is a solid customer. I mulled it over for a moment and nodded.
All right, then. Do look after my business more in the days ahead.
Zhou Guilan pointed at the pig bones and asked the price once more. 3 yuan per jin. He figured it was a good deal and snapped up 5 jin right away. And what about the pig offal? The round-faced butcher paused in surprise. Then, breaking into a grin, he replied.
These are scraps meant for the dogs. But if you're interested, 10 copper coins and you can have the lot.
All that pig offal for just 10 coppers. What a steal, right?
All right.
Depends on how many dogs you've got at home, doesn't it?
The moment she heard that, Zhou Huilan's face froze, solid.
Saying it is for people to eat right now. That'd be awkward. If you don't know value, you just don't know value. This offal's tastier than the meat itself. And you're feeding it to the dogs.
With that in mind, his face lit up with all sorts of colors. Seeing Zhou Huilan's expression shift in a flash, the round-faced butcher decided not to press further.
I've been hawking my wares right here, so come back anytime. Yeah.
Zhou Huilan felt a wave of relief, recalling that run-in with Zhang the butcher last time, and thinking how vast the gap between folks can be, especially when you just jinx it by saying their name. No sooner had she thought of Zhang the butcher, than there he was, looming by a stall. Zhang the butcher abandoning his own setup, snatched up his cleaver and planted himself in front of the couple.
You two got the nerve to show up.
Why wouldn't we? Paige? This guy's something else.
You couple of country bumpkins, daring to blind one of my eyes on my turf.
Eyes bulging, pure fury burning in them. Xu Changling the brow furrowed, spotting his young wife waving him off, clearly itching to keep moving. He fixed his gaze on Zhang the butcher and bellowed,
"Out of my way!"
That roar hit hard, sending ripples through Zhang the butcher's flap. He whipped around, cleaver raised to swing at Xu Changling, only to lock eyes with Xu Changling's icy stare. His gut twisting in fear, his mind flashing back to that kick that sent him flying. My heart just raced with panic. Even now, looking back on that moment, my stomach and back still ache like they did then. His hand on the knife loosened, then clenched tight, tightened, then loosened again, until he finally steeled his resolve.
Just you wait.
After spitting out that vicious threat, he bolted without a glance back at his stall. By the time Zhou Gilan and the others get back to the village, dawn has already broken. Old Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Dahai are already waiting there. Spotting all the stuff they've hauled back from the market, the old lady's heart is just aching like mad. Oh dear. Tell me, why on earth did you buy so much meat? Your man's money doesn't grow on trees, you know.
Old Mrs. Zhou is itching to give her own daughter a proper walloping.
And this was his idea too, wasn't it?
Saying that, she tilts her head up with a sly little smile at Xu Changlin, gazing into those sparkling eyes of hers. Xu Changlin just finds her irresistible, and he backs her up with a gruff, leaving the old lady utterly speechless as she storms off in a fury. Scowling fiercely, she heads off to start the porridge when suddenly, a bag of fine white flour appears right by her hand.
Mom, so breakfast'll be fluffy white flour steamed buns. Hey.
Fuming, old Mrs. Zhou hauls off and swings at Zhou Gelan. Zhou Gelan tucks in her neck and dodges away.
Still got the nerve to dodge.
The old lady is beyond caring now, shuffling forward on her bound feet to land a solid smack on Zhou Gelan. Zhou Gelan scrambles behind Xu Changlin for cover, dodging the old lady. Hey, Mom!
Why are you hitting me?
What I do wrong? The old lady is gnashing her teeth so hard they're about to crack.
If I don't give you a whack, you'll get too big for your britches. You little spendthrift, I'm stuck watching.
But just 2 days of decent meals,
and you've already lost all sense of direction. Changlin, step aside. I'm beating this girl senseless today.
Xu Changlin clamps down on her arm, gripping the little woman by the waistband of her clothes, and yanking her straight in front of the old lady.
A grown man like you, actually daring to stand up to me like this.
Zhou Gelan's about ready to explode at Xu Changlin. How dare he grab her like that and just let the old lady take a swing? The old lady raised her hand, ready to bring it crashing down on her. Zhou Gelan squeezed her eyes shut, tucking in her chin and bracing for the slap. A sharp smack echoed, but the slap she dreaded never landed on her. She cracked one eye open, only to see Xu Changlin's arm shielding her.
Changlin, what do you think you're doing?
She never dreamed her son-in-law would step in to block the slap aimed at her daughter.
Mom, you're too old to go chasing after folks. What if you trip and fall? Geylan's my wife, and she runs the house.
Zhou Gelan froze in shock.
This man was making it clear. He was just trying to keep her from falling and getting hurt, and that she was his wife, so she could spend the family money however she saw fit, even if it left Mom feeling uneasy. He'd taken a blow in her place,
and her heart felt stuffed full of something warm. It left her breathless.
This man might not say much, and he was just a simple hunter. Damn if he wasn't a good man.
Hey, what are you all up to so early this morning? Big brother and sister-in-law are here. We're just hashing out what to have for breakfast, aren't we? With that, he stepped forward to greet them.
Let's whip up some cornmeal porridge. It'll fill us up nice and proper for the heavy lifting.
Li Xiuying's eyes sparkled with a sly glint, and she jumped in with a cheerful chuckle. Aha! Cornmeal porridge is fine and all, but I'm just worried. We'll be dragging by the time we start working, since we came all this way for a real feed, not to settle for cornmeal porridge on a visit like this.
The second daughter-in-law trailing behind, Tian Yuchen, wasn't having it.
Building a house is no small potatoes, so breakfast has to be hearty. Fuel up, ready to tackle the job. Just cornmeal porridge. That won't cut it.
Didn't we steam those buns yesterday?
Let's have those for breakfast then. His 3 sons jumped right in, hollering eagerly.
We want the steamed buns.
Old Mrs. Zhou's face went rigid for a fleeting moment. With everyone chiming in like that, what could Grandma say? Zhou Daishan knitted his brows. But just as he opened his mouth, Zhou Huilan spoke up.
All right then. Steamed buns. It is for breakfast.
The 3 grubby kids leaped to their feet, dashing off in a frenzy of delight, with Zhou Chuxiang bringing up the rear, her limpid eyes locking onto Xu Changlin.
Brother Changlin sure knows his stuff, putting up a house this quick.
Here, Brother Changlin, have some water.
Her gaze all but glued to Xu Changlin's face, her body inching closer to his. Zhou Gelan's eyes narrowed slightly.
Something about this scene just feels off.
In her memory, Zhou Chuxiang never warmed up to anyone like this. Xu Changlin must have been thirsty, as he took the bowl and downed it in big gulps, then handed it back to Zhou Chuxiang. With a quick thanks, Zhou Gelan arched a brow. Well now,
turns out this guy's game for anything that comes his way.
Zhou Chuxiang takes the empty bowl, her gaze toward Xu Changlin, softening even more. Watching this unfold, a spark of anger flares up in Zhou Gelan's chest before she can even pin down what it is. Just then, Sancheng beside her snaps her out of it.
Hey, girl, fetch me a bowl of water too. Didn't you see your big brother here?
I'm parched too. Zhou Chuxiang grates her teeth in annoyance, itching to snap back, but scared it'll tip someone off, so she just huffs and heads off to pour some water. Zhou Gelan feels a wave of relief wash over her, tempted to give Sancheng a big thumbs up. Mom! Little Milk Bun sees his mom frozen in place, and calls out to her uncertainly, Mom. Only then does she snap back to reality, quickly masking her feelings.
Xiaoshen, you sit here nice and quiet. Mom's gonna whip up something tasty for you, okay?
He nods sweetly.
I'll be good.
Xiaoxuan promises, staying put.
These steamed buns still need time to rise, which takes quite a bit of effort. So she boils the porridge ahead of time. And as soon as she covers the pot, she hears the little milk buns wails. Zhou Huilan's heart skips a beat as she turns and spots those 3 grubby boys holding the little milk bun and stuffing something into his mouth, while Tian Yuchun sits nearby, chuckling and watching the scene, her heart pounding. She rushes over in a flash, grabs Zhuzi's hand, and yanks it away, glancing down to see a thumb-thick centipede clutched in his fist. What are you doing? Zhou Huilan's mind races with worry as she shakes Zhuzi's hand loose, and the centipede skitters away in a blur. The little milk bun's eyes bulging in sheer terror, utterly petrified. Seeing him so shaken, Zhou Huilan aches with distress, followed by a chill of what-ifs.
We're just playing with him.
But you can't play like that.
That is how we've always played.
6 or 7-year-old Er Zhu shrugs it off,
muttering that his little brother cries way too much.
And 4 or 5-year-old Sanju chimes in just as casually, with these 3 naughty kids growing bolder and more unapologetic by the second.
He is only 3 years old.
What if he gets sick from this? Tian Yu, standing by, seeing her own son get an earful from Zhou Hulan, she bristles with irritation. They're just a bunch of kids. So what is the harm in playing with their little brother? Look at you, glaring like you want to devour us. Who is this tough act for anyway? Zhou Huilan is so incensed by her cousin-in-law that she nearly laughs in disbelief. Sure, the 3 little ones are young and clueless, but as the adult, she doesn't even step in and watches the whole thing with a grin.
How does anyone parent like that? Sister-in-law Yuchun, if it were anything else, I wouldn't be this furious.
But if our little Tian were to push this centipede down, who knows if he'd even survive? You're always shielding that bargain son of yours, aren't you? They're your nephews too, you know. A lifetime of bargain sons. You're just making the little one's eyes pop out of his head even faster. He knows he is not his real mom's child, but he still adores his mom. She yearns to be her mom's little one. Zhou Guilan's heart is pounding. Does this woman have any sense at all? How could you say something like that right in front of the kids?
What has gotten into everyone? Why blow up over nothing?
Tian Yuchun starts hollering right back. The kids were just messing around, and this little one started bawling. Didn't he? Then Sister Gilan loses it too. Even fooling around has its limits and sense of right and wrong. Stuffing a centipede straight into the kid's mouth like that. Zhou Guilan is genuinely seething now, her voice thick with fury. The moment they hear it is a centipede. Everyone's faces drain of color. That is no joke. A venomous critter. One slip and it could cost a life. What the hell are you good for? Just sitting there blind to it all, not even stepping in to stop it. Li Xiuying feels the shame burning her face too, and she snaps at her own second daughter-in-law. If it really turns deadly, how is my grandson supposed to pay with his life for it? This second daughter-in-law is completely worthless, lounging around all day, stuffing her face, and can't even look after her 3 kids properly. Tian Yuchun whistles at that. It is just a bunch of kids squabbling. Why drag it out into this endless racket? In the end, it is her own mother-in-law who finally speaks up. Once she does, she is dreading. It'll blow up even bigger. She won't get any peace or good eats around here anymore. So she swallows her words and stays quiet. Gila, they're all just kids. They don't know better. So cut them some slack, will you? I'll chew them out good later. The little one's fine. No need to fret over it. We've still got work waiting for us. No matter how upset Zhou Gilan felt inside, she couldn't really pick a fight with kids under 10 years old. Her great-uncle and cousins were still pitching in with the farm work. So, she couldn't just keep harping on the incident forever. Then the eldest aunt spoke up, and the whole thing was put to rest. The little one's shaken up. I'll take him inside to soothe him first, so it doesn't scare him into getting sick. As if a tiny thing like this could actually make someone ill from fright. You're not looking down on us, are you? If so, then help us pack up and leave. Zhou Chouxiang couldn't stand it. Zhou Gulan fired off a sarcastic jab. Just when the matter was almost settled, she had to throw in that line, which only kept things from wrapping up. Who exactly do you mean by yes? Zhou Chouxiang was about to snap back, but Li Xiuying tugged at her sleeve. Fuming, she stomped her foot and stormed off. Wei Lan slung the meat and pig offal over her shoulder, clutching a basin of laundry as she headed off with little milk bun to do the wash. Old Mrs. Zhou came down the hill with her, but once they reached the riverbank at the foot of the hill, she hunkered down and let the old lady handle the washing. Meanwhile, she grabbed the large intestine, snatched a handful of salt, and started scrubbing it clean. The old lady watched and couldn't help frowning. Why bother washing that muck? Such a waste of salt. These scraps aren't fit to eat, even if you shell out for them.
Squandering something tasty like that.
With that, she swallowed hard, her mouth watering. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Zhou Geilan's morning gloom instantly lifted into thin air. And even this stinky stuff started smelling edible. Back in those years when we were starving half to death, we never once dreamed of choking down junk like this. Though, truth be told, it was mostly because we couldn't afford to buy it then.
That is just because you folks didn't know how to fix it right. Wait till noon when I whip some up. It'll be downright delicious.
The old lady wasn't buying that her cooking could outshine her own.
Oh, of course it can. Zhou Geilan shot back without missing a beat.
Old Mrs. Zhou was left speechless, remembering the meal her girl had rustled up the day before, and could only mutter grudgingly, "With the way you skimp on oil and salt, who wouldn't turn out a tasty dish? Cooking's an art form. You know, not just anyone can make it sing. Even with the exact same ingredients, the flavors come out worlds apart. That Yuchun's sister-in-law of yours, she's got no sense at all, so keep an eye on the little one, always stuffing her face and shirking work. Even your aunt can't reel her in." Zhou Geilan hummed in agreement. She is nothing but trouble. You've got to handle it on the sly, not kick up a fuss right to her face. What would your Archang think of that? Zhou Geilan whipped around to stare at the old lady. Just then, I saw the old lady still scrubbing the laundry, as if those words she just uttered weren't hers at all. This was her way of teaching me how to handle folks like that. My mother-in-law sure is formidable. So, dumb.
Isn't that the one you brought into this world? Then why didn't you pick it up yourself? Am I not good enough? Don't I still need you, Mom, to guide me right?
Oh no, I'm starting to like the old lady even more. I absolutely have to earn some real money so she can enjoy good food and drink in her later years. Once the mother and daughter finished washing and headed back, there was Zhou Chuxiang bringing water to Xu Changlin once again. Zhou Guolan stared coldly. If Xu Changlin dared to take a sip, what would she do to him? Just as that thought crossed her mind, Xu Changlin actually took the bowl and downed every last drop in one gulp, then handed the bowl right back to Zhou Chuxiang, casually muttering,
Thank you, you big lummox.
Without a glance at that woman, who looks ready to devour her whole.
This foolish man.
Xu Changlin sensed someone watching him. He followed the feeling and looked over, locking eyes with his young wife. This must be what folks mean by exchanging flirtatious glances with her. The thought filled him with deep satisfaction. His lips curled up just a touch, a smug grin tugging at the corner of his mouth, one he figured was charming. Pity Zhou Geilan too far off, couldn't quite make it out. In her eyes, Xu Changlin was staring back at her with the guilty look of a thief caught red-handed. H.
Daring to make eyes at another woman right in front of me.
No sweet dreams for you tonight. She whipped her head away and refused to glance at Xu Changlin again. But the old lady paid no mind to any of it. Her mind was on how to school her daughter in thriftiness. Zhou Chuxiang, standing right next to Xu Changlin, caught sight of his smile, her heart fluttering wildly like a startled fawn.
Brother Changlin smiled at me. Could it be? He likes me too. And he thinks I look so pretty. Brother Changlin ought to like me.
Why do you keep passing water to Changlin? Didn't notice. The rest of us are thirsty too.
Sanchang slammed his hoe onto the ground, grumbling discontentedly. She has been waiting a good while. This girl just stands there without a move. It was driving him nuts. Such a perfect moment, ruined by his own third brother. Zhou Chuxiang was so mad she could explode. Zhou Geilan has hung all the clothes out to dry, came back and washed the bones again with clean water, then put them in the pot to start simmering the broth. Then took the pig intestines and started slicing them by the stove. Zhou Chuxiang huffed as she hauled the bucket over, caught sight of what Zhou Geilan was cutting, and wrinkled her nose at the smell.
What is this? Pig intestines. You're serving us something so cheap and nasty.
Zhou Chuxiang blurted out. And with that shout, even the men working nearby turned their heads to stare. Li Shuying, who was picking vegetables nearby, clapped her hands and headed over with Tian Yuchun right on her heels. What is going on? From way over there, Li Shuying called out. Zhou Chuxiang rushed to Li Shuying's side in a few strides, grabbed her arm, and pointed at Zhou Guilan. Mom,
she is actually making us eat pig intestines. Is that fit for humans?
Oh man, how are we supposed to eat this stuff?
We came here to help with the work, and you're feeding us pig intestines.
Tian Yuchun sounded even more annoyed, his voice rising. He came expecting a proper meal, like yesterday's chicken soup with big chunks of meat and steamed white flour buns. Don't tell me she polished off all the good stuff yesterday, and now we're stuck with this cheap, nasty slop from here on out. At that thought, he started regretting it. Better off slacking at home.
If you don't want to eat, then don't.
Who forced you to come help anyway? If you wanted to help, why not show up yesterday? Can't even catch a break first thing in the morning.
How do you talk like that? We're here helping you out. Haven't stopped for a second.
and you can't even crack a smile. Zhou Qiuxiang seized on the opening and jabbed back at Zhou Gelan. He just wants Brother Changeling to see how awful his wife really is. I said, if you don't want the pig intestines, then don't eat them. No one's forcing you. And if you think it is wearing you out, thank you. You can head home and take a break.
After a few rounds, it just starts to grate on you.
Mother!
Look at what she is saying!
Exactly, Gilan. We're all here to lend you a hand. You're just trying to hurt our feelings on purpose. We've been working our butts off, and you can't even serve us something decent. Who'd have the strength to keep going? Qian Yuchun 100个不乐意 against it. She wouldn't even pull this in her own home. Zhou Gelan was so furious at the three women she nearly laughed out of sheer anger. What is all the fuss about? Old Mrs. Zhou hurried over on her short legs. She'd just swapped seats for Yang. And now things were kicking off again. Tian Yuchun quickly spilled the whole story in a few sharp words, and old Mrs. Zhou frowned deeply as she listened. Oh dear, isn't this just about one lousy dish? You can always go for the other dishes, can't you? Easy for you to say. She whipped up a dish with pig intestines. And if everyone's piling into the other stuff, how is anyone supposed to get full? Is the little sister-in-law taking Gilan's side now? That comes off a bit like a veiled threat. Just listen to big sis over there. I'm just laying out the facts here. We've already shelled out cash for this. Can't just let it go to waste. Right. Once it is cooked up, and you all turn your noses up at it, me and Gilan will scarf it down while old Mrs. Zhou forces a smile through her gritted teeth. And that shut them right up. The three of them went quiet. That pent-up resentment just wouldn't fade. Who in their right mind serves pig intestines right on the dinner table? So how are we supposed to choke that down? Tian Yuchun wasn't letting it go. Fine then. I'll just plop the intestines on the stove, and anyone who wants some can help themselves. Deal. What more can I possibly do? No matter how much it rankled, Tian Yuchun had to bite her tongue. Li Xiuying shot her sister-in-law a massive glare. I'm warning you. I'm her elder aunt at the end of the day. You can't talk to me like that. You'd better straighten out your aunt properly.
I've already gotten married, so my mom can't boss me around anymore. Now, it is your turn to worry about Qiuxiang.
As if folks wouldn't get the point and call a young girl like her clueless. Zhou Gelan wasn't about to swallow that insult and fired back right away. What? You'll go mute if you say a couple less words. Old Mrs. Zhou shot him a fierce glare, then turned to soothe Li Xiuying. Oh, come on, sis-in-law. Why get all riled up with a kid like that? I'll set her straight later. So you just go take a breather over there. Those words landed just right. Not too harsh. Not too soft. As if she'd just given Zhou Gelan a proper scolding. But no matter how you sliced it, something felt off. What gives? Implying this elder's bullying the young one behind closed doors. Li Xiuying was fuming inside. Yet, she couldn't pick a real bone with it. You folks carry on. Why so stubborn? You stubborn girl. She is your elder. After all, how dare you speak like that? Old Mrs. Zhou lowered her voice and gave Zhou Gelan a stern scolding. As long as she doesn't cause me trouble, she is my dear aunt. But if she keeps stirring up trouble like this, she won't hesitate to tear off the mask. Anyway, she has no intention of swallowing this pent-up frustration. She feels no attachment to these people either. If we're talking real favors, it is the original girl's uncle who showed her kindness. Yet every time uncle brought a bit of grain to their family, aunt would berate her right to her face, calling the original girl a money-losing burden. She refuses to cater to someone like that. Can reputation fill your belly or quench your thirst? Old Mrs. Zhou could see it all as clear as day, so she didn't blame Zhou Gelan at all. Next time, be more clever, and don't give them anything to latch onto. The old lady lectured Zhou Gelan once more, and Zhou Gelan admired every word. She held 10,000 points of respect for her. Just those few words left those three women fuming but unable to strike back. And that time she thrashed Qian Daya. What a satisfying sight that was. Speaking of which, Mother, you're a master of both words and fists. Quite something. Truly impressive.
Mom, got it. Today, I didn't say anything harsh to Qiuxiang or aunt. She can't find fault with that.
Zhou Guilang isn't foolish. What she just did was pure judo, using their force against them. Didn't you see? In the end, they had to run to you complaining that they didn't land a single solid hit. Now, let's get to cooking and show what you're capable of. We can't let everyone go hungry. After all, once all the ingredients were prepped and the soup was simmering, Zhou Guilan 出力手. She cubed the pork belly and tossed it into the pot. The water that has come to a boil simmers for a moment. Scoop it up and pour out the water in the pot. Dry the pan. Heat the pan, add oil, tossing sugar and fry until golden brown. Add the meat and spices, stir fry until golden. Then add a bit of the wine we prepared earlier. No soy sauce. We'll use the old lady's fermented black beans instead. Simmer it slowly over low heat with hot water. That is when the aroma starts to waft. The men working outside pick up the pace. This food smells so good. They'd even happily chow down on large intestines. What the heck is that Guilan girl up to? The old lady who'd wanted to help stoke the fire frowned. Wasting time like this. Just one dish, and she is taking an hour, all day long, just cooking. The old lady steeped in bitterness. As long as there is something to eat, can't even fill our bellies. Where would we get all these fancy seasonings? Take your time after all. Isn't this just our daily cooking? Nearby, Little Milk Bun stares longingly at the meat in the pot. Her tiny mouth puckered, craving a bite.
Auntie Guilan, we want to eat meat.
Want some meat? Sure, but you gotta be good. Go sit nicely on the stool, and when it is time to eat, we'll all have it together.
By the time Zhou Guilan finished cooking, it was already noon. Everyone gathered around the wooden table outside the house and sat down. The dishes covered the whole table. Radish and the bone soup, braised pork, shredded pork, stir-fried with cabbage, egg pancakes, egg custard, braised winter melon, and more. How much must all this meat have cost? Digging everyone, Li Xiuxing and Zhou Qiuxiang couldn't stop. Once they started eating, forgetting all about their gripes with Zhou Guilan. Meanwhile, Shu Changling glanced around. There I saw my young wife and her mother gathered around the stove with the little one. Midway through their meal, she got up from her seat, rice bowl in hand, and walked right over. They were huddled around a basin of stir-fried pig intestines and a bowl of pork liver mush. The little one digging in happily, all of their faces beaming with contentment. This mush is just perfect for him. It is so smooth and tasty, right up his alley. No chewing needed. And oh so delicious. Pairs perfectly with rice too.
It is made with sweet potato starch mixed into bone broth with a bit of pureed pork liver stirred in.
Zhou Guilan didn't hold back a thing, sharing the recipe straight with the old lady. Who would have thought this lowly pig offal could taste this good? I'll save some for your big brother later, so he can have a bite too. Got it. Zhou Guilan 应了一句 with a nod. You could only say Li Shuying and the others just don't know a good thing when they see it. Passing up treats like this. How come I never knew you could cook stuff like this? The old lady suddenly remembered something, frowning as she asked Zhou Guilan. This girl was always so straightforward and honest. Now, she is full of sly little schemes and whipping up these tasty treats to boot. I never saw her cook anything like this back home. Oh dear. Zhou Guilan's heart skipped a beat, catching the deep suspicion in the old lady's eyes. Xu Changling, overhearing the old lady, turned to his young wife, sensing something off about her.
Back home, wasn't she always kept under your thumb? Not allowed to touch a thing after getting married. Now that she is running her own household, why can't she do things her own way?
This really ticked off Mrs. Zhou, who laughed in fury. So you're calling me cheap, are you? Cooking the way you do. How much oil would that burn through in a year?
But it all ends up in your belly anyway, and a healthy body lets you earn more, doesn't it?
Zhou Guilan saw the old lady's focus shift thanks to him, and finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. That old lady's a handful to deal with, especially with that made-up story about a master chef. She'd grill me till the bitter end, and the whole fable would come unraveling. Ha, you've got some nerve acting all justified. You've gone and squandered all these fine ingredients, just to see how you'll scrape by come winter. Living off the northwest wind, that is what. If her son-in-law weren't here, she'd have straightened out that bickering daughter-in-law. Right quick. Zhou Guilan brushed it off. I'll handle it.
Just as I'm vowing, she won't go hungry. The real expert, my wife, chimes in.
What could she possibly say now? Hey, yeah, fine. Let that wasteful wench squander it all. Defended like that, Zhou Guilan felt a warm glow inside. Xu Changling sure knows how to smooth things over. It can even make the old lady back down. With a heavy sigh, a few folks were gathered here, digging in, when someone over there spotted them, and hollered at the top of his lungs.
Come on over for the meat. What has got you all hiding away to eat?
Xu Changling turned and called back to them. We're having something tasty.
Wait, you're stashing away even better grub.
One of them teased, though he didn't quite buy it. Not with these big hunks of meat right here. What could top that?
Bring the food on over. No one's eating around the stove like this.
Big brother, this here is awful. So we're keeping it right here off the table. The workers, relishing every bite, couldn't hold back their gasps.
Awful can taste this incredible.
Some see it as lowly scraps, so we'll polish it off ourselves. You lot, stick with the meat.
Zhou Guilan didn't mind a bit. She just smiled. No need to hide it, and told the crowd around the stove. After all, back then this was just dog chow.
Pure, humble fare. Worried, they think she was brushing them off with scraps.
Little sister-in-law, this offal beats braised pork hands down. I'm sticking around. What an eye-opener this is. How is it this mouth-watering?
Another fellow, a touch older, piped up too.
Yeah, it is way too good. Pity, at home. My wife can't nail this flavor.
Zhou Sanqiang edged in for a taste too, and once he did, he hollered over to the table crew.
Hurry up and come eat. This flavor's out of this world.
Those who'd been holding back couldn't stay put anymore. Even Zhou Dashang got up and wandered over, and the three kids had scampered right up long ago, picking up that pig's large intestine one chopstickful at a time. Only Li Xiuying remained on the other side of the table, along with Tian Yuchun and Zhou Qiuxiang.
These folks must be out of their minds.
Thinking pig offal could taste better than braised pork.
Tian Yuchun just scoffed at what they said, and in no time at all the men had scarfed it down and cleared out. So the three of them settled down at the table too. No, what Zhou Gilang hadn't expected was that the pig's large intestine had won over everyone who'd tried it. Before long, that whole basin of pig large intestine was wiped clean, and even the thin porridge was polished off. Once everyone had finished eating, they sat down to catch their breath for a bit, then got right back to work. This time, Zhou Dashang and Li Xiuying laid down the law. Either pitch in with the work or head home. Don't just sit there, lazing about like some idle slouch, waiting to be waited on, freeloading on our food and drink. Li Xiuying had no recourse, so she rounded up the other two women to start clearing the dishes. Come evening, the meal's pretty much the same as lunch, just without the chitlins and pork liver. Everyone smacking their lips in delight.
Little sister-in-law, just whip up some pig offal. It is even tastier than straight meat. Yeah, I've been craving it all afternoon. No need to fuss over all that fancy meat. Just make more pig offal for us to dig into.
Faced with this, Zhou Guilang hadn't seen it coming either.
All right. Tomorrow I'll get extra pig offal. Ain't it all just to save a few bucks on meat?
Hey now, little miss, no need to put it like that. Meat sure is tasty, but that pig offal's even better.
That younger fellow who'd just piped up chimed in quick before Zhou Gilang could even respond. Zhou Qiuxiang never figured the menfolk would all side with Zhou Gilang. She was so mad her eyes turned red. She was Dashi Village's prized flower, after all, pampered by the men since she was a kid. But now they were all fawning over Zhou Gilang. How could that not rile her up? Still, nobody paid her tantrum any mind, as they kept heaping on the praise, word by word. Tian Yuchun's mouth was watering something fierce, and he quietly kicked himself for skipping a taste at lunch. Li Xiuying, meanwhile, wore a sour look on her face too. Xu Changlin heard them all singing his young bride's praises. His face stayed stone cold, but inside, he was blooming with joy. His wife was just that good, top-notch through and through.
Snagging a gem like our little sister-in-law, that'd be 8 lifetimes worth of good fortune.
Those words hit Xu Changlin's ears, and a wave of possessiveness washed over him. Someone else had spotted how fine his young bride was, and this guy was clearly eyeing her up. She was his, and his alone. Gotta bed her down tonight, his sweet young wife. Can't let my little wife run off with another man. After they finished collecting the liquid, Zhou Guilang washed up fresh and fragrant, and when she got back to the room, there was Xu Changlin already in bed, with little Milk Bun tucked against the wall, fast asleep. Once she climbed in, she scooped up little Milk Bun. Xu Changlin furrowed his brow.
Put him on the inside. We need our bridal night.
Bridal night's for the man! Can't you show a little restraint? You're gonna say that in front of little Milk Bun.
Fool, it is bridal time. I say no. Zhou Gilang shot it down flat.
Flirting with other women all day. Now you wanna hop into my bed. Dream on you. Don't know women at all. Right then, Xu Changlin realized his young wife was good and mad at him, refusing to share his bed. So was she still not good enough for him, or fixing to run off with somebody else? Just the thought of it hit his heart like a sledgehammer blow.
No way, you're sleeping with me tonight.
He'd been pent up for over a month now, with his fragrant wife right there by the bed. Untouchable, this was pure agony, worse than a knife to the gut.
Why is this man so damn stubborn?
No telling why, but the image of Zhou Qiuxiang bringing her that water flashed in her head. A sour knot tightening in her chest, and she just let loose.
What is this? You picking on me? Think, 'cause I'm a woman. I'm easy to push around.
You're my wife, sleeping with my wife. It's only natural.
Xu Changlin sure didn't see it as bullying his own wife. He doted on her plenty, couldn't get enough of her. When had he ever bullied her? Little Milk Bun was baffled by their tussle, his big eyes darting to one, then the other. Spotting his dad's leg, pinning his mom's down, and catching his mom looking all riled up. He wondered if someone was picking on his mom.
No picking on Mom!
Both grown-ups were thrown for a loop by his bold move. It took Zhou Gilan a beat to catch on that her boy was rushing to her defense.
My sweet boy, Dad's out to whack Mom and pin her down while he is at it.
But deep down, Xu Changeling felt a sour twinge rising in waves. The son she'd nurtured for 3 whole years, shielding her like this. Over this mom who'd only been tending to him for a month, it cut him to the quick. Little milk bun scrambled right between them, plopping down in the middle. On guard lest Dad go after Mom again. He made a few attempts that night, but little milk bun stayed ever watchful, springing up to keep tabs on him at the slightest move. Xu Changeling could only throw in the towel and lie back, shutting his eyes and dozing off. 周大山丛, Li Xiuying plops down on the can and starts writing. Gilan, that is quite a pile of silver you've got there. So generous to splurge on all this meat.
What kind of money could he possibly be making?
Gotta be Brother Changeling pulling in the cash.
And the veggies are tasty as can be.
Never had a meal this downright delicious before.
Arshang watches his daughter-in-law carry on like that, and it just twists his gut. This woman's gone and made us look like total fools.
Tomorrow, you're staying put at home. No more setting foot in Gilan's place. Says who?
You're going to help. Well, I'm going to help too. So why the heck can't I?
Tian Yuchun hollers back. Arshang's fists clench till his knuckles crack.
What kind of help are you even given? Just sitting around waiting for a handout. What a disgrace.
Tian Yuchun feels guilty as sin. Her eyes darten every which way. She is scared, stiff of Arshang, but asking her to pass up all those goodies. How is she supposed to hold back? Soon as Arshang heads out tomorrow, she'll tag along again. What is she gonna eat out there otherwise? Can't be wasting our own grain. Li Xiuying steps in to smooth things over. Xiang, watch your tongue there. We were pitching in with a cooking. Your daughter-in-law was keeping an eye on things for Gilan, your own cousin. That is why she went to lend a hand. She wouldn't set foot in just anybody's kitchen. All right. Now,
let's all get some shut-eye. We'll sort it tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Just as the 3 fellas are gone. Nobody else sets a toe outside. That way, they can save a little grain without us showing up.
We're not going over there to mooch off them.
If you lot stay put, those 2 women'll still whip up 3 squares a day. Who is the lady gonna go with then? Don't even think about crossing the threshold of this Zhou household. Now, off to bed with you.
Days like that drag on for 3 whole days. All quiet on the home front. No more fuss or fighting. Pure bliss. Gossip started buzzing by the pond while everyone was washing clothes.
I heard their family shelled out 10 copper coins that day to hire some labor from the next village over.
10 copper coins. That is no trifling sum. It is like heading to town for a day laborer. That is the going rate for a full day's work. And even those are tough to come by.
What do you need this money for? Why not hire folks from our village? It is just benefiting other villages for nothing.
Bai Yeze overheard their chatter and found it rather grating.
Couldn't help but chime in. It is not like folks from our village didn't offer to help. They only hired outsiders because they had no choice.
That is not quite right.
Back then, they never mentioned paying our men for the work.
But if there was money to be had, I would have sent our men over in a heartbeat. What is the point of them sitting idle at home?
Bai Yeze had no patience for arguing with them anymore. These folks, when there is no pay on the table, they all swear they won't go. But now that the money's flowing, suddenly it is all complaints. If no one calls them out, well, there is really nothing to say about it. I've even heard that every meal was meat they couldn't finish, and the leftovers were packed up by the hired hands to take home and feed their families some real meat. As farmers, we go a whole year without tasting even a couple ounces of meat. No hired hands ever come back with even scraps of meat like that.
Well, no surprise there. Zhou's man who just moved in. He is a hunter, after all. So, of course, there is meat on their table.
Oh, what a missed opportunity for our family.
I've heard tell that every dish at her place was fried up in oil. So flavorful, you wouldn't believe. The women kept gossiping, their mouths watering as they spoke, as if they could almost see it all laid out. Before, they fretted that Xu Changeling's silver might be blood money from foul play. But now, no one's bringing up that dirty silver nonsense. They're just fixated on the meat. Several families in Dashi village had agreed at first, but backed out later, and now they're kicking themselves over it. Bai Yeze finished washing her clothes and ignored the lot of them, picking up her basin and heading straight home. Gila must have sunk who knows how much hard-earned cash into building this place. And that family's not exactly rolling in it either. So how could she not lend a hand? After getting back home, I told my mother all about it. In our own backyard, I picked a whole basket of loofahs, carried the basket up to the hillside. As she drew near, she spotted Zhou Gilan feeding the chickens, and only then realized Zhou Gilan actually kept so many chickens. Gilan heard someone calling her name. Zhou Gilan turned around and saw a woman with a basket hanging from her arm, standing right there nearby. From memory, she recognized her as the eldest daughter of the Baiyai family, Bai Yizi, though she and the original owner had barely crossed paths before. So what had brought her up here now?
Hey, what brings you here?
Come on over and have a seat, as she came closer, and only then noticed several loofahs peeking out of her basket.
I saw you've got all these folks working hard at your place.
So I figured I'd bring over some extra greens for you. Here, take these. These days, nobody's exactly rolling in wealth, and she never imagined she'd be generous enough to share them with her. A warm feeling stirred in Zhou Gilan's heart. Refusing right now would just show disrespect toward him. She took the basket, walked over to the stove, took down the loofah, and placed 5 white flour steamed buns inside it, jotting it down in her mind.
This old cart still remembers me.
Once Zhou Hulan turned back to her chores, he quietly glanced over at Zhou Dahai, sweating buckets from his hard labor, her pretty face flushing red, as she hurried away. As dinner time approached, Li Xiuying arrived with a few kids in tow, along with Zhou Chuxiang and Tiang Yuche. Zhou Dashan frowned, clearly displeased. With no firewood left at home, we figured we'd just make do here for a meal. In front of everyone like this, Zhou Dashang couldn't very well speak up for himself, so his old wife of so many decades had no choice but to stay quiet. Now that they're all here, we can't just shoo them away. It'll just mean using a bit more grain. Worst case, we'll call it honoring the old man. Right from the start, Zhou Chuxiang picked up a chopstick of meat for Shu Changlin, her voice soft and tender.
Brother Changlin, you saved me last time, and I've never properly thanked you.
Have a little more. Zhou Guolan couldn't help rolling her eyes. This Zhou Chuxiang sure knows how to stir things up, using her own meat to repay her husband. How does she even see that as some fantastical plot? Yeah.
Last time, my brother-in-law really did save our Chuxia, so once the house is built, come over to my place for a drink, brother-in-law.
Sang Qiang chimed in with a grin, shattering the awkward tension once more. What drink? You all might as well lend a hand instead. Put in some effort tomorrow, and I'll wrap up things at home. Come on over, lend a hand, and give the younger sister-in-law a break. This vegetable patch can't be left untended for days on end, you know. Old Mrs. Zhou was fretting to herself. She hadn't tended to her own plot in days. Come winter, we'll be drinking the northwest wind. Zhou Huilang could tell what her mother was thinking. Auntie,
you've got your own home to look after. Running back and forth like that is tough. Starting tomorrow morning, Mom won't come anymore. Let Chuxiang come. Help me instead.
Hey, that won't work. Chuxiang doesn't know how to cook. She barely does any chores at home. How could she possibly help you? I'll come over as sister-in-law and cook for you. Tian Yuchun immediately object. There are all these tasty dishes here. She'll want to stay for sure. If Zhou Chuxiang comes over, she won't even bring her own food.
What do you mean I can't cook?
As she spoke, her eyes kept darting toward Shu Changlin. If Brother Changlin knew she couldn't cook, would he still like her? This second sister-in-law can't do anything right. Tian Yuchuan snorted coldly. H-H. You're the pampered young miss from the Cai family. When have you ever cooked? Hey, you two. Cut it out. Though it is supposed to be about the two of them, but those glaring eyes were fixed on Tian Yuchu. His daughter's a real beauty. She is meant to marry into the town. If she does rough work and her hands get calloused, who'd still want her? It is all the second daughter-in-law's fault, nattering on and ruining her daughter's reputation. Guilan spoke up. Then let little Chuxiang come help you tomorrow. H-H.
Daring to eye my man, but I won't let you get away with it.
At night, little Milk Bun is still keeping a sharp eye on Shu Changlin, leaving Shu Changlin feeling utterly helpless. This son of mine is truly his bane.
Good boy. Time to turn in early. Mom will whip up something tasty for you tomorrow.
Shu Changlin looked downright glum.
This is my wife.
This is my mom.
Little Milk Bun stared at Shu Changlin with wide open eyes. Once I grow up, I can protect Mom.
I want to hold my wife while I sleep.
Little Milk Bun hurriedly wrapped his arms around Zhou Gilan, afraid Dad might bully Mom again. Zhou Gilan couldn't help but chuckle at him, smoothly pulling Little Milk Bun into her arms and settling down to sleep.
What are you fussing over with a little kid for?
Just hit the hay already. Until things are fully squared away between her and Zhou Chuxiang, she is still keeping a close watch on her. Little Milk Bun is practically his guardian angel. The next morning, sure enough, Zhou Chuxiang showed up. But she had no intention whatsoever of pitching in with Zhou Gelan's cooking. Instead, She kept fetching water for Shu Changlin every so often, lingering right in front of him, and even grabbed a handkerchief to dab the sweat from Shu Changlin's forehead, only to get politely rebuffed by Shu Changlin. She could always come up with another pretext. But in the end, she was dead set on hovering around Shu Changlin. Hatch, with all these folks around.
And she's got no qualms about the gossip.
Still, my man, I've still got to watch over him. Chu Xiang.
I'm swamped over here. So lend me a hand, quick.
Zhou Qiuxiang acted like she hadn't heard a thing and moved to brush the dirt off Shu Changlin's clothes. Instead,
didn't you hear your sister calling you?
No matter how reluctant she felt, Zhou Qiuxiang wouldn't dare cross her own father, and could only shuffle over to Zhou Gilang with a grudging pout. Zhou Gulan shoved a big basin of large intestines right in front of her.
It is hard work, but you need to clean these large intestines.
You're making me wash something this filthy.
Zhou Qiuxiang couldn't believe her ears. She barely lifted a finger at home, and now here, Zhou Gulan was actually making her scrub intestines.
What is the big deal? Didn't you come here to help me? We're turning this into a dish by noon. So if we don't wash it now, we'll run out of time.
Get to it. Quick. I'm not doing that.
Why don't you do it yourself?
She had no intention of doing something like that. That is for lowly folks to handle. Seeing her throw a spoiled little miss tantrum, Zhou Guilan's face darkened too.
If you're not gonna do it, then head on back.
That way, Auntie won't get any funny ideas later. Zhou Guilan didn't even glance at Zhou Qiuxiang anymore, just kept on with what she was doing. After all, it was Li Shuying herself who suggested having Zhou Qiuxiang come help out. And since she is here for the meal, of course she has got to pitch in. We can't just let her sit around flirting with my husband or getting all cozy with him. Zhou Qiuxiang was fuming at Zhou Guilan. But if she left right now, how would she get to see Brother Changlin? And if she went home, her mom would chew her out too. With that in mind, she grudgingly picked up the wooden basin from the ground again.
Remember, go wash it at the river out back. This stuff stinks. And folks will yell at you if you do it in the pond.
Zhou Qiuxiang bit her lower lip, her face full of pent-up frustration.
This is going right into our bellies. So make sure you wash it thoroughly. Sprinkle some flour in the basin and scrub it good and proper. If it is not clean enough, you'll have to start all over.
She was absolutely livid by now. Her steps quickened as she stormed off. Otherwise, she'd be afraid she couldn't hold back from fighting with Zhou Gilang, daring to steal her man. You're still a bit too green for that. When Chu Xiang stormed back, carrying the wooden basin, her face full of fury, Zhou Guilang carefully inspected the intestines, pointing out the spots that weren't cleaned properly.
You'll have to go wash them again.
Zhou Xiang was on the verge of tears from sheer anger, and she flung the basin aside.
I'm done.
With that, she covered her face and ran off sobbing. Zhou Guilang couldn't help but let out a sigh.
Oh dear, what a hot temper she's got.
But honestly, they really weren't cleaned properly. That evening, when Dashang got home from work, take a look at your precious niece. She has gone and bullied our Qiuxiang something awful. She held it in all afternoon, just waiting to tell you all about it when you got back. If she'd gone to confront Gilan right there in front of everyone, that would have made you lose face for sure. And then you'd have given her a good beating.
So how did she bully you?
She dumped all the dirtiest, nastiest chores on me, yelled at me, and chased me off.
Dashang had been busy with his own work at the time and hadn't kept an eye on his daughter, so he had no idea what had happened. But he knew his little precious girl all too well, and deep down, he didn't quite buy that Gilan would disrespect him, her own uncle, like that.
If she told you to leave, you should have just gone. Why go whining behind her back?
I was there to help out. How could I just up and leave like that? Dad, you're not even taking my side. Whose dad are you? Anyway.
Zhou Xiang could hardly believe her ears, and she started yelling at her father. Dashang had 4 children in all, but only Chu Shang was his little girl. He'd spoiled her rotten since she was a kid.
All right, you were just there to lend a hand, no matter the job. You can't go picking and choosing. Now off to bed with you, and don't go over to Gilan's anymore.
Once again, Qiu Shang burst into angry tears and fled to her room. She slammed the door shut with a bang. She threw herself onto the bed and burst into bitter sobs.
How could Dad do this to me? Why take the side of that cheating little vixen? Uncle Len treated me like dirt, stealing the man I loved. And now even Dad's defending her against me.
What gives him the right?
In the next room over, Li Xiuying grew increasingly frustrated with her husband's stance. How can you keep siding with your niece instead of standing up for your own daughter? And we busted our backs for nothing in return.
Did Gilan ever say a word about repaying us? What is your big plan for gratitude?
She handed out wages to all the other workers, but stiffed just you 3, father and sons.
You're laborers, just like the rest, dropping everything at home to toil for her, and she couldn't even bother to show some thanks.
The more Li Xiuying vented, the sharper her words cut.
We've gone and helped a real ungrateful wretch.
Zhou Dashan felt a surge of irritation deep down and had no desire to keep arguing with her, so he simply shut his eyes and turned in for the night. Half a month flew by in no time, and Zhou Gilan's new house stood proudly finished. The layout featured one main room with 2 small bedrooms facing it, a dedicated kitchen tucked inside, and a fresh outhouse tucked away in the woods. At Zhou Gilan's firm insistence, they'd even dug a new well right by the old stove. That very day, Zhou Gilan and old lady Zhou whipped up an even heartier spread, inviting all the helpers to dig in, as a proper thank you to wrap up the whole ordeal. As they headed out the door, she kept insisting to them, if any more work comes up down the line, you've got to call on us again. After all these folks have left, Zhou Gilan pulled out a money pouch he'd prepared long ago and handed it straight to Zhou Dashan. Zhou Dashan's hand felt like it was on fire, and he shoved it right back into Zhou Gilan's hand.
What on earth are you doing?
Uncle, with you and my cousins helping out like this, you've even neglected your own farm work. We ought to at least get you some meat to enjoy. Zhou Gilan meant every word, though she didn't think much of Li Xiuying and Zhou Chuxiang. But her uncle and cousins had been nothing but good to her. Without your help, this house wouldn't have gotten built. They really put in the work.
No need for that. I'm your uncle. It is only right I help you out. Take this money back home, or your uncle's gonna get mad at you.
Sitting nearby, Li Xiuying watched them pass the bag back and forth with eager eyes, her heart pounding in her throat. This is cash we're talking about. That stubborn old man of hers is so thick-headed. If that girl Gilan wants to give it, just take it. It is their hard-earned pay. Big brother, just take it. After all, it is a token of Gilan's appreciation. Yeah, it is from the heart. If you don't take it,
That'd be rude, Auntie. Why don't you take it?
Dad,
If you won't take it, just hand it to me.
the kids haven't even gotten new clothes. Archiang, sitting beside her, couldn't even show his face at that.
Hey, if you kept your mouth shut, you might pass for a mute.
Come on.
It wasn't me who asked Dylan for it.
She is offering it herself, isn't she?
Archiang was a straight shooter, but she was playing it sly, though his lazy, gluttonous wife. Chu Xiang's eyes kept darting to Shu Changlin standing off to the side, figuring this must be at brother Changling's urging. Changlingji is quite capable. He makes good money, saw she had no new clothes to wear, and wanted to look after her, but couldn't just hand her cash. So he went through Zhou Gilan, using this excuse to slip the money to her dad. And just like that, it all made sense. Dad,
Sister Gilan wants to give you the money.
So just...
Take it. Take it home. Take it home. If I took this money from you, what kind of person would that make me?
Folks around here don't charge for lending a hand, let alone help between kin. He sure didn't want the villagers talking smack behind his back. Auntie,
Why don't you hold on to the money then?
oh, how can you even say that? How could we possibly accept it? Taking your money, then helping you out wouldn't even be our duty, would it? With that, Li Xiuying snatched the money pouch and tucked it right into her bosom. Zhou Guilan shook her head in quiet disbelief. This aunt of mine sure knows how to work it. Her words and her actions couldn't be further apart.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, give the money back to Gilan.
Zhou Dashan saw his wife pocket the cash and quickly hollered, "This money's like holding a hot coal. Come on, old-timer. Why can't you just let everyone feel at ease for once? Gilan wants to give it. That is, 'cause she is got a good heart. As elders, we ought to accept it. It is about honoring her intentions along with it. There's still plenty to tidy up in this house, so we won't hold you folks up any longer." With that, Li Xiuying quickened her step and hurried off. Just a blink of an eye, Zhou Chuxiang was left standing there all alone, head bowed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Look at her like this, Zhou Gilan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Truly a girl in the first blush of love, prettier than a flower. Qiu Xiang.
Want Brother Dahai to walk you home. These mountains can be dangerous.
Oh, big brother, you're always so thoughtful. We wouldn't feel right letting her go down alone.
Better get her home quick.
No need for that. Brother Changling's a hunter. I'd feel much safer with him.
She has been wondering how to spend time alone with Brother Changlin. That is why she deliberately hung back earlier. And now Brother Dahai
He's the one offering to escort her.
Shu Changlin, standing beside Zhou Gilan, froze for a moment. How did it suddenly turn to me? It wouldn't look right for a young girl to walk off with her brother-in-law. Let Brother Dahai take you instead. Dahai, get your little sister Qiu Xiang safely to Uncle's place.
Come on, Qiuxiang, let's head out. Sure, Brother Dahai might not be a hunter, but he can sure keep you safe.
Xu Changlin chimed in. Zhou Qiuxiang stared at Xu Changlin in disbelief, never imagining that he wouldn't be the one walking her home. Gilan shot him an approving glance. Off to the factory. Good job. Fine performance today.
Brother, hurry and get her home, then come back for dinner. We'll have something special tonight.
Everyone here figures Zhou Dahai should see her off. Zhou Qiuxiang knew there was no point arguing further, so she turned and hurried away. Zhou Guilan pursed her lips.
Oh, what a little princess.
Xu Changlin glanced at Zhou Qiuxiang's retreating figure as she dashed away. He couldn't fathom why she was so upset, then turned to his young wife with a relieved smile. Thank goodness she wouldn't just bolt like that in a fit of temper. A wife's the real keeper, after all. The old lady rose from her seat as well, her eyes fixed on the way Qiuxiang had fled, a suspicion forming in her mind. Changlin, we're running low on firewood. Head out and chop some more. Dinner won't cook itself soon. The old lady murmured to Zhou Gilang in a hushed tone. You gotta keep a close eye on your husband, Changlin. He is quite a looker, or someone else might just turn his head.
Oh, the old lady caught on quick.
Zhou Huilan thought it was hilarious. This old lady's got a sixth sense or something. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and she cracked a big grin. What are you saying, Mom? Changlin's just a hunter. No land to his name. Folks are still wary of him. Wouldn't even give him a second glance. The old lady got flustered in a flash. What kind of nonsense is that? This girl's just too clueless, hunter or not. The man's got real talent. Or how'd he manage to put up a new house that quick? He is tall and built like a bull. Just the type young gals go gaga for. So don't you go getting sloppy now. The old lady's worried fussing just had Zhou Huilan in stitches.
Mom, just look before. I married him. Everyone steered clear of the guy.
Took someone like me to tie the knot with him, and only after living with him did you all see he is a keeper. You must be out of your mind. Haven't you noticed, since Changlin married you, his temper's softened right up? Take a good look at him. Where is that scary swagger gone? Your Changling's harmless now. Handsome and handy as they come. And even hitched, he is still a magnet for attention. Don't drop your guard. Hear me, a fella like that, you gotta hold on to tight.
How about we wrap up some dumplings for dinner tonight? Huh?
Oh, you wasteful daughter-in-law. How many fine treats have you scarfed down lately? And now you want to go for dumplings too. Don't you know a thing about pinching pennies to get by? Besides, today marks the house all settled in, a real fine occasion. We can't very well have a shabby spread.
Hey, Pshmu, what filling sounds good to you? I've still got leeks growing out back, so let's do leek and pork ones.
Zhou Gilan said it and settled it herself. Brushing off the old lady stamping her feet in a huff, she snatched up the shears and marched straight to the backyard, pushed open the gate and stepped into the veggie patch, snipped a fresh bunch of leeks, then straightened up to take in her own little garden. Lush and verdant as could be, bunches of crisp white radishes, hearty heads of cabbage, and plenty more leeks to boot. She'd gotten all those seeds from the old lady and nursed every one into thriving plants, with ample room still to spare. Down the line, she could sow those sweet mountain herbs and fill the gaps. And she meant to raise a good flock of chickens and ducks, so she could just clip feed straight from the garden. No extra hassle at all. How much of that leek you fixing to butcher, you foolish girl? Right away. Xu Changlin was off to the side, chopping firewood, when little Bao came toddling over on his stubby legs, right up to his mom. Zhou Gilan folded a dumpling and set it before little Bao. Fancy a taste, recalling the ones from before. Little bobbed his head quick as can be, but if he wanted any, he'd help Mom wrap them, or they'd never get them done in time. The old lady rolling dough nearby shot her a sidelong glance, muttering critically. How big could that kid even be? Having him help would just ruin the dough. We mother and son need to start teaching self-reliance and independence right from the start. Otherwise, how can he develop a good temperament? Zhou Guilang isn't worried about wasting a bit of that. A child's education comes first. I've raised 4 of you kids, and you haven't even had one yet. You're lecturing me. Raising kids, right, isn't something you just pick up from having a bunch of them. Especially not folks from our generation, who figured if you had a kid and fed them, they'd grow up just fine. Lately, especially, after seeing Ershang's 3 kids, she is really feeling the pressure. So she is determined to raise our little treasure right. Xu Changlin, fresh from chopping firewood nearby,
bundled up all the dry logs, and set them down beside the stove, then headed off to wash his hands, before coming back with a dough wrapper in hand, eyeing how Zhou Gilan was guiding little Milk Bun along, and easing into wrapping his own dumplings, bit by bit. The first one was done. But he squeezed too hard, and burst right through the wrapper.
Is this supposed to be dumplings, or just flattening dough?
Hey, what kind of talk is that?
Can't a fella even try to learn?
How is a kid gonna mouth off like that in front of his omaka and leave her man with no dignity? Zhou Gulan stuck out her tongue with a cheeky grin, while Xu Changling just scoffed stubbornly, grabbed another wrapper and patched up that busted dumpling. This time, he dialed back the force and sealed it up nice and tight, handing it over to Zhou Gilan once more. Sure, it was still pleatless, but hey, progress is progress. No sooner had she said it than little Milk Bun proudly held up his own creation, complete with actual pleats on top, even if they weren't exactly pretty. But for a first go at wrapping dumplings, it was already pretty darn good. Xu Changling buzz got it, stunned that his own boy had just schooled him.
Oh, not bad at all. That is one fine dumpling. The little rascal's a natural.
Little Milk Bun flashed a big grin, bearing a mouthful of those adorable little pearly whites. Undeterred, Xu Changling snatched up another wrapper and copied Zhou Gilan's moves to shape a new one, this time making something that actually looked legit, leaving even Zhou Gilan wide-eyed in surprise.
You pick things up quick, just like down at the factory.
'Cause dumplings are all about that subtle touch, not going at him like you're wrestling a bear. Thanks for the wisdom.
You wizard of wrappers. Alright then, go wrap 30 of them yourself.
And what is in it for me when I'm done?
I've slaved over so many meals for you already.
Haven't seen any rewards yet. Well, this guy sure knows how to drive a hard bargain. Little Milk Bun claps happily from the side. HMH.
Reward! Reward this little Milk Bun.
Now he has switched sides to back his dad again.
I'll reward you both by polishing off every dumpling you've wrapped.
How about that? Xu Changling isn't thrilled with that comeback. A quick kiss from her would hit the spot, and sharing the bed with her. Now that is the dream, once the mother-in-law's out the door. Tonight, come hell or high water, I'm snuggling up with my wife. That is a man's solemn vow. Seeing that, the old lady felt heartbroken and couldn't bear to eat any, packed 10 dumplings and claimed she was already full. But Zhou Gilan insisted on serving her another 10 dumplings, insisting she'd throw them out if she didn't eat them. The old lady grumbled at her. You wasteful wench. But still, she polished off every last dumpling in the bowl.
Mom, why don't you take 50 dumplings over to Uncle's place?
I see there is still some meat left over. Pack some up and send it along with them. After all, Zhou Dashang and his family really pulled through for us this time, so it is only right to send a little something back. She grabbed some more meat and sliced it into 3 portions, tucking the other 2 into the basket. Little sis.
What? Hi. What are you doing? Ain't you got food at home?
His little sisters just built a new house, and they've burned through all their savings. We can't go tuck in their stuff now.
But we've got plenty right here.
Just take it. Give some to Brother Dahai too, to help build up your strength.
Dress up and nourish yourself these days. And come New Year, we'll line up a wife for you.
Just a casual remark like that, and yet it made the grown man Zhou Dahai blush.
What are you even saying? Teasing your big bro now, are ya?
Hey, bro, what kind of girl catches your eye?
I'll scout one out for you. Sure enough, the pure-hearted young lad turned even redder under Zhou Gilan's playful teasing, his face growing.
Even redder? Why drag your brother into this mess? Keep it up, and I'll get Changling to rein you in. He wouldn't dare.
Right, all right. Cut the nonsense. Just hurry up and get your own life sorted. We'll lend a hand, big bro. We're heading back. Watching his hasty retreat, Zhou Gilan couldn't help but chuckle to herself.
Xu Tian, you're already 3 years old. Little.
1. The little Milk Bun nodded subconsciously.
Nodding. You've grown up now.
The little Milk Bun nodded again. He'd grown up.
So, doesn't that mean it is time for you to sleep on your own? Ha! Hey Zong!
With Dad staring at him so seriously, his little heart was pounding. He kept on nodding. Having gotten his son's agreement, Xu Changling immediately hurried next door, into the room he'd specially fixed up for his son, spreading the bedding out on the new can, and helping the little Milk Bun
lie down to sleep.
Unaware.
The little Milk Bun obediently closed his eyes. Xu Changling tucked the quilt over him, then rushed back to his own room, eagerly awaiting his little wife. Having been sweet-talked into it, the little Milk Bun kept his eyes shut, waiting for his parents to come join him for bed. The moment she stepped in, she saw Xu Changling had already laid out the bedding, down to just his underclothes, sitting on the can and gazing at her. His eyes locked onto her intently, and she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she could have sworn she saw a glint of hunger in them. Zhou Guilan wasn't a child anymore, and she knew exactly what that look in a man's eyes meant.
Where is Xiaoshen? Asleep in the north room.
With that, he stood up and walked toward Zhou Guilan. The two of them are drawing closer and closer. Zhou Guilan couldn't help but retreat backward, her back already pressed against the door, while Xu Changlin pressed his entire body forward, so near that their breaths mingled audibly. Xu Changlin looked down to see Zhou Guilan's damp hair crowning her head, along with the faint teasing fragrance wafting from her skin.
His wife's breathing growing ragged and heavy.
Zhou Guilan's little heart pounding wildly in her chest, her entire face flushing red as a boiled shrimp. In her previous life, she'd reached 25 without ever dating, never once encountering a moment like this. Right now, she knew exactly what was about to unfold, yet she still felt utterly lost.
What should she do? Should she just go along with it? With Xu Changlin, they were husband and wife, after all, and this seemed like something they ought to share. Plus, Xu Changlin was a good man. Yes, and she'd already prepared herself to build a life together with him.
The air itself seemed to rise a few degrees in warmth. She could feel Xu Changlin's exhales growing even hotter against her skin. Her hand brushed against Xu Changlin's chest, the searing heat startling her so much that she nearly pulled it back. Just as she moved to withdraw, Xu Changlin seized her wrist firmly, pressing it back against his chest. Zhou Guilan barely parted her lips when Xu Changlin guided her hand away, her fingers splaying open against his chest, the firm sensation so intoxicating that it made his heart ache with desire. Xu Changlin held her hand steady, leading it slowly downward, tracing over his pectorals, then along his abs, inch by inch lower. His pectorals, his chiseled abs and V-line, no softness, just pure muscle. Even without seeing it herself, her perfect figure was already unfolding right before her eyes.
Oh my God. How can this man's body be so perfect? I feel like I'm about to suffocate.
My dear wife, you like it? Zhou Guilan's heart nearly skipped a beat. She understood what he meant. Her ears flushed bright red.
Oh gosh, I can't take it anymore. She was utterly set ablaze by his teasing.
Zhou Guilan's heart pounded with utter panic. This ancient man had actually teased her into such a state. How could this live up to all the steamy novels and adult films she devoured in her past life? With that thought, she gritted her teeth and steeled her resolve, tiptoeing upward, his other hand resting on her shoulder. She strained to lift her head, her dainty teeth nipping gently, then swiftly pulling away and steadying herself, her head tilted back, her eyes seductive as silk. Do you like it? She couldn't hold back any longer and wrapped her arms around Zhou Guilan's waist, lifting her off the ground, pressing her firmly against the door. He lowered his head, crushing his lips against his little wife's, the man's lips descending on hers, the softness catching her off guard. She was kissed so deeply by him that she had no strength left to summon. She could only surrender to him completely, kindling the flames within her, his hand sliding down to her sash. In the next instant, one firm tug would unravel it all. Her mind a total haze, letting the man guide her, drawing her ever deeper into the rush. Knock, knock, knock. What was that sound? A flicker of clarity pierced Zhou Guilan's mind, but that man offered no chance to catch her breath, his kiss growing even more intense, that brief spark of clarity fading once more. Mother, the little milk bun's tearful cry echoed from behind the door, shattering the suspense of a lifetime's rising tension. The little milk bun outside curled up tight, tears welling in the mirror on the verge of spilling down. Just moments ago, he'd kept his eyes squeezed shut, waiting inside the house. He'd overheard his parents' voices echoing from the room, yet they wouldn't let him come inside.
Dad, Mom, are you done with me?
Remembering what his dad had said earlier, it only made him more terrified. Xu Changlin was itching to ship the boy off somewhere, gritting his teeth in the shadows while Zhou Guilan pushed him back. Xiaoshen was bawling now. Get out of the way quick. With the force from his young wife, he staggered back a step, flung open the door, and scooped the little milk bun into her arms. It is all right, Xiaoshen. No need to be scared. Mom's right here. Mom will tuck you in and sleep with you. Come on.
Dad! All together.
Sleeping with that man is way too risky right now. Better to keep some distance and sleep apart for the time being. or else it'll just make him even more worked up.
Dad, the little milk bun gazed at Shu Changling, still standing there in the south room, face dark as thunder.
This is straight up attachment insecurity.
In the end, no choice, he turned and shuffled back to the south room anyway, curling up once more beside his mother, clutching his mother's hand tight, huddling close against her side.
Settling in quietly, eyes finally drifting shut.
Shu Changling in the room felt like he was about to burst at the seams, eyes bulging as he stared.
That young wife, who ought to be nestled in his arms, was now cradling their son instead, settling down for the night.
Shu Changling pressed his lips thin, fists clenching and unclenching, before he could only mutter one last thing.
I'm off to take a bath.
Poor thing. These days stretch out long.
Plenty of time ahead. No need to rush it.
That idle hand drifted up to brush his own lips. It still feels like her warmth lingers. Her figure is truly stunning. Even better than those male models from my past life. The more I think about it, the redder her cheeks flush in my mind.
This is so wicked.
Oh, time to sleep. Just sleep. There is an innocent little angel sleeping right beside me. And here I am, having these thoughts.
Shu Changling steps out of the new room. He heads to the water jar and scoops a bucketful. He lifts it and pours it straight over his head. The icy water douses some of the fire raging inside him. But the ache persists. Recalling Zhou Gilang's charming look just moments ago, it only fans those flames even higher. No, tomorrow I'll send Xu Tian off to his grandma's house. He is 3 years old now. It is time he learned to sleep on his own. That night, Zhou Gilang, yet she unexpectedly dreams of Shu Changling. The two of them locked in a passionate kiss all night long. When she finally wakes, realizing the nature of her dream, she cringes in embarrassment.
Oh, gosh. Am I feeling that springtime urge?
She glances again at the little milk bun, still fast asleep. A wave of guilt washes over her.
She scrambles out of bed in a hurry.
By the time she steps out, Shu Changling is already gone.
Looks like he is off hunting again.
Zhou Gelang hurried off to feed the chickens.
Audi the sheep out of their pen.
And glanced at the quail nest. She spotted several more eggs freshly laid. Gathering them up, she dashed to the north room, cleared away the tattered quilts, and laid the quail eggs on top. She fetched all the chicken and quail eggs from home and set them out on the can, grabbed some firewood and got the can fired up. She'd had no can before, and with no off-season upkeep, she hadn't been able to properly kick off her breeding plans. But now, things were looking up. She could finally hatch them herself. Her big poultry venture was about to truly take off. She gathered up the family's laundry, tossed it into a wooden tub, and headed for the pond. By then, 2 women were already scrubbing clothes in the pond. Spotting her approach, they fell silent once more.
Aunt Kuihua and Sister Haixia were both there.
Kuihua had that hot-tempered streak, and couldn't keep a secret to save her life. Gila, your new house is all built now. Went up just yesterday. Word is you got folks from the next village over to build it, paying them 10 copper coins a day, no less. Yeah, couldn't round up anyone from our village, so we called around in the next one. Wang Kuihua's heart skipped a beat. How could you let a sweet deal like that slip to outsiders? Isn't Uncle Fusion just sitting idle at home? Why not give him a holler? 10 copper coins a day, enough to snag a few pounds of salt. And they say the grub's not half bad, with white flour steamed buns to take home besides. Haixia, standing nearby, wasn't pleased either. Gila, it is not that I'm trying to scold you, but we're all from the same village. After all, how come you didn't even call out for help? These past few days they've caught wind of all sorts of gossip, circling this very thing. At first, they wouldn't believe it, but it has been so many days now. And the word's still spreading that today, hearing Zhou Gilan lay it out like this, it has got them. All scratched up inside, like claws digging in.
Didn't my brother come by your place
to round up some help? But in the end, nobody from your family showed. I figured you all must have been tied up with something big.
So how come you're all just sitting around idle at home?
His big brothers scoured the whole village, calling on plenty of folks. And among those who said they'd show were the men from these 2 families. But sadly, none of them turned up in the end. Now grilling her like this, isn't that taking it a bit too far? And he didn't even mention paying wages. As soon as she said that, Haishuo's face darkened even more, inwardly cursing Wang Kuihua as a fool. How does this fool even talk like that? Zhou Gelan nearly burst out laughing.
She's no fool after all.
To say something like that, isn't this embarrassing her and her husband? And making those who flaked on her lose face too. Look at clever sister Haixia. Her face has completely changed.
Sai, this whole mess I have no clue what Aunt Kuihua was thinking.
Hasn't this just let Lin Zang pocket the cash? Zhou Gilang looked full of regret. She wanted those who bailed on her to regret it. Let them regret it all they want. She recalled that these families had troubles before, and her brother had always gone to help them. It was all because of those gossip mongers. Thinking back to what happened, Wang Kuihua gnashed her teeth in fury and spat. Hao Haixia beside her couldn't hold back and chimed in. We ought to cut out those people's tongues. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gilan Yiqing immediately perked up with suspicion. Oh, so there's more to the story.
Well, how should I put it?
Hao Haixia clammed up again, but her face remained grim as ever. But Wang Kuihua couldn't keep a secret like her, and immediately spilled the beans. My husband had already promised the hide that day, planning to head over first thing the next morning to lend a hand. That evening, they even sat under our big banyan tree, chatting away. Who would have thought? But everyone was saying that your husband's house was built with dirty money, that he'd killed someone and stolen the silver to come up to our mountain. Who said it? Everyone was saying it. Apparently, someone up on the mountain recognized your husband as the killer. Zhou Gilan was truly upset deep down. Even though when she first met Xu Changling, he really carried that menacing aura, which was downright frightening. But after getting to know him, she could see clearly that Xu Changling, though usually quiet and reserved, had a really kind-hearted nature. How could a man like that possibly be a murderer? Oh, your husband is really intimidating. We're still worried. He'll beat you to death. Who dare mess with him? Xu Changling is such a good man. So who is spreading these rumors behind his back? Gilan, do you know, you're getting bad-mouthed behind your back too. Haixia wasn't holding back anymore. She said to Zhou Gilan, how could they badmouth him too? Apart from that thing with Chen Yuchuan, she hasn't done anything improper. Otherwise, so why are they badmouthing me? Wang Kuihua, afraid of being cut off by Hao Haixia, hurriedly chimed in. A few neighbors next door to Chen Yuchuan went to check on him and said the stench was coming from her place, a foul stench of rotting flesh. They say his privates have rotted away. Chen Yuchuan's telling everyone that you seduced him, and when your husband came back, you got scared of getting caught, so you beat up his privates. Zhou Huilan didn't know what face to make. Someone like Chen Yuchuan, she'd go seduce him. This old man's truly shameless. He'll say anything.
You don't actually believe that, do you?
Zhou Guolan stared hard at the two women and saw the two women avert their guilty eyes. We who know your character wouldn't believe it. But everyone's talking about it. That is right. They make it sound so real. I heard someone saw you holding Chen Yushan's hand in the cornfield. That is why he came to propose to you. These rumors can kill in this day and age. This is probably just the shameless Chen family spreading it. Anything else? I heard you've been sleeping with the old Chen boys for ages. And then Xu Changling forced himself on you later. You're scared of Xu Changling. That is why you sided with his aunt. Not to mention our Changling has real skills. Hunting brings in good money. Even if she had no skills at all, she'd still be better than Chen Youshuang. Wang Kuihua didn't dare chime in. Besides, she is still scared of Xu Changling. If anyone really saw it, let them step forward and face me head on, told with such vivid, lifelike details. If my man really were a murderer, he would have killed that gossipmonger long ago. Kindness just invites bullying. Saying other things about him, I could let slide, even calling him vicious, hearted. But linking him with Chen Yushuan, just thinking about it, gives me the chills. Oh, what you're saying. It is all just idle chatter. Don't take it to heart. Hao Haixia quickly tried to soothe Zhou Gelan. This thing, it is not all that big, but it is not nothing either. I just can't swallow this insult. You'll just have to put up with it. What Haixia said there. Let them say whatever they want. If not for them, would we have skipped helping you build the house? Oh, let's not dwell on what happened before. I did misunderstand you both, Sister Kuihua and Sister Haixia. But now that the house is built, there won't be any more jobs like that. Paying for labor down the line. Oh, these words cut deep into the two women's hearts again, leaving them seething with anger inside. Later, Zhou Huilan chatted idly with them a bit more, and poured out her grievances once more. How poor our family is these days. We even borrowed money from the Yang family just to get this house built. Soon after, new rumors started swirling in the village. That Zhou Gilan and Xu Changling are putting on airs to look rich, as poor as they are, like ghosts creeping by, yet still borrowing money to build a house, hiring folks to build, splashing cash like water. Now the whole family scraping by on nothing. Once all the clothes are dry, I spot little Milk Bun already eating his porridge on his own. He heads back to the can and feels the warmth, realizing the can has cooled down again. This firewood burns too quickly, making it hard to keep the temperature steady. If only we had some charcoal, it would burn longer and hold the heat better. He has no money to buy charcoal, but he can make it himself. If he can really figure it out, then come winter,
Couldn't he sell it? The more he thinks, the more it feels like a real opportunity, heading out to milk the cow. Once that is done, she starts boiling milk for double skim milk.
Is Mama making something tasty?
Shall Mama make you some double skim milk? The moment he hears about double skim milk, Little Milk Bun nods eagerly with a little hum. Yes, leaning in close, Little Milk Bun notices a red swelling at the corner of Zhou Gilan's mouth.
Bitten by Dad in a playful tussle.
Zhou Gilan's cheeks flash with heat.
This child's question. Should she really tell him it wasn't from a beating? It is just a normal moment between husband and wife.
As she thinks it over, her mind drifts unbidden to Xu Changling's face from last night, her face growing even redder. Little Milk Bun reaches out to touch his mama's face, feeling how hot it is. Little Milk Bun tugs Zhou Gilan to the bedside, urging her to lie down, his tiny hands pressing her gently onto the bed with all his might. Zhou Guolan, helpless against his insistence, can only give in and lie down. Right away, he pulls the quilt over her and tucks her in, before finally climbing down from the can and dashing off to the kitchen. Zhou Guolan quietly follows behind him. Afraid she'd see him, he hurriedly scampered back to the bed and kept lying there. That water's already spilled everywhere. He'd only drunk half when he clambered onto the Kang, and more water sloshed out of the stone bowl. Only then did he bring the bowl to Zhou Gilan's lips.
Thinking she must be ill.
This boy is just too sweet for words.
Zhou Gilan was so touched, she nearly burst into tears. But to avoid gulping down more cold water, she quickly told the Little Milk Bun, "Mommy's all better now." The Little Milk Bun peered at her with wide eyes, scrutinizing her closely, and saw that her cheeks weren't flushed anymore. Only then did he believe her. Zhou Gilan sat up, hurried off to stoke the fire again.
All for the sake of hatching those eggs. She was wearing her heart out with worry.
Once she'd tended to it all, she slung the back basket over her shoulder and headed out with the Little Milk Bun to forage for wild herbs. This time she dug up the roots and tucked them into the basket, planning to transplant them in the vegetable patch behind the house. Until noon, Xu Changling still hadn't returned. Zhou Gelan folded her brow.
Could it be he's wandered deep into the woods again?
Just as I was mulling it over, a figure emerged from the trees. Delighted, she scooped up Little Bao and hurried to meet him. It wasn't until she drew near that she realized it was her third aunt, Zhang Xiaozhu. The Zhou family had 3 brothers, Zhou Dashang, Zhou Mshan, and the youngest, Zhou Shang. But Zhou Xiaoshan had only just married when he passed away not long after, leaving no children behind, leaving Zhang Xiaozhu a widow at such a young age.
Oh, it is third aunt.
Zhang Xiaozhu had a basket slung over her arm. You've been busy building your new house these past days, and third aunt's got no skills to speak of, so I didn't come by to lend a hand. Today, I figured I'd come take a peek. Zhou Guolan smoothly took the basket, and with a quick glance saw it brimming with eggs, at least 20 by the look of it. For a lone woman like Zhang Xiaozhu, getting by day to day was no easy feat. She couldn't manage the fields alone, so she'd stitch handkerchiefs at home and hawk them in town, swapping them for coins to buy a bit of grain, with a little help from the other 2 families, to scrape together a living. Zhou Guolan led Zhang Xiaozhu into her own quarters, showing her around a bit, before settling on the can in the south room. Zhang Xiaozhu sat down with easy confidence, utterly at ease, as she ran her hand over the quilt on the can and turned to Zhou Gilan.
These quilts are all brand new. My mother made these New Year prints for me
as part of my dowry. That is lovely. Your mother truly put her heart into it for you. Third aunt, in the old days, you'd hardly step out of your own room. I only just found out about your marriage. Oh, it is my fault as your third aunt. Saying this, she pulled out an embroidered handkerchief and handed it to Zhou Gilan. Don't turn your nose up at your aunt. It is the only little thing I could muster.
This handkerchief looks lovely, doesn't it?
Auntie, you're too kind. I really like this handkerchief. When I looked up again, I saw my aunt still frowning, as if tangled in a sorrow that wouldn't unravel. If you like it, then it is perfect. How come I haven't seen your husband around?
He is out hunting. No telling if he'll be back for lunch.
Auntie, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't you stay for lunch? Zhou Gelan didn't know what to say, so she seized the moment, stood up quickly, and headed to the kitchen. Oh, dear.
Talking with third auntie. I'm about to suffocate here.
Does your mom dote on you? Little Milk Bun was shy by nature, but knowing this was one of his mother's relatives, he still nodded timidly. So, does your dad love your mom? Little Milk Bun didn't quite grasp what this grown-up meant, just blinking his eyes and staring at him. Zhang Xiaozhu frowned once more. This kid's too young. Can't even make sense of simple words.
He glanced at the doorway, saw Zhou Gilan wasn't coming back, and grabbed Little Milk Bang's arm, squeezing it hard, in secret. Little Milk Bang winced in pain, wanted to bolt, but was no match for Zhang Xiaozhu's strength. And as he opened his mouth to call out, he caught the vicious glint in his eyes. Don't you dare yell, or take your mom away. Little Milk Bang was terrified and didn't dare make a sound. Who handles the money in your family? Little Milk Bang looked up at him with teary eyes, but stayed utterly silent. Zhang Xiaozhu lost his patience. You mute or what? The frightened Little Milk Bang pursed his lips. His small frame tugged this way and that by Zhang Xiaozhu, wanting to cry but too scared to let it out. Seeing no answers forthcoming, Zhang Xiaozhu gave up, pressing further. This new place is awfully bare. Just a can and one rickety wooden crate. He ambled over, pried open the crate, and poked around inside for a bit. Nothing but a handful of ragged outfits, and that snuffed out whatever spark he had left. So he slumped back onto the can. Just this sorry pile of junk. Flat bro. As the basket is taken out and set aside, wait until the noodles are nearly done boiling. Then crack those 3 eggs, discarding the shells, and boil 3 hard-boiled eggs. Only then serving them up in 3 wooden bowls. Returning to the house to call the 2 of them to eat. The moment she stepped into the house, Little Milk Bang came running and hugged her legs, burying his head without lifting it. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaozhu was still sitting on the bed, just as when she left, as if she hadn't moved at all. What is wrong with this? Sensing Little Milk Bang's trembling, she couldn't help asking. Zhang Xiaozhu let out a sigh, her face full of woe. It is all my fault. I just get so fond of kids when I see them, and asked if he'd like to be my son, which frightened him. Folks in the village often tease kids like that, and the little ones usually take it in stride. Besides, Zhang Xiaozhu's been a widow for nearly 20 years without any children of her own, so it is only natural she'd take a shine to them. Zhou Guilang didn't think much of it, and looked up to call Zhang Xiaozhu to dinner. With no other choice, she scooped up Little Milk Bang and headed to the kitchen. Zhang Xiaozhu was astonished to see the egg and hand-pulled noodles in her own bowl. Gilan, why waste eggs and white flour like this? I can make do with anything. This white flour is such a rarity. It has been years since I last had hand-pulled noodles. Third aunt, it is your first time here, isn't it? I ought to treat you to a proper meal. Eat up quick before it gets cold and loses its flavor. If only your little uncle were still around. My days would be a bit easier. As Zhang Xiaozhu spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. Zhou Gilan felt utterly uncomfortable all over. Dealing with someone like this was just like having Lin Daiyu around. The meal passed in utter silence. Wait till she leaves with that empty basket. Zhou Gilan finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh, that was so suffocating. The whole time she was here, she was just radiating negative vibes. I could hardly catch my breath. The old lady's way better. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuhua came down the hill and slipped into a rundown shack, where Zhou Qiuxiang spotted her approaching and rushed over to meet her. How'd it go? Her expression and tone full of urgency. That kid's too young. Doesn't know a thing. Zhang Xiaozhu could only shake her head, coming away empty-handed herself, and out 20 eggs to boot. But at least I got a bowl of fresh noodles. That wasn't half bad.
But what is the point in that?
Zhou Qiuxiang fumed, her voice laced with resentment. You can't blame me for this. I couldn't let her suspect a thing. This is as far as I could push it on my own. If you ask me, why pick a fight with a married woman like her? You ought to focus on finding yourself a good match instead.
I just can't stand the sight of her.
As for what is really eating at her, that is something I sure as hell ain't telling Zhang Xiaozhu. She just married some hunter, that is all. Ain't nothing compared to what you could have. Think it over, marry into town, take third aunt along, and live the good life.
I don't care. You gotta help me ruin Zhou Gilan's name, but keep Brother Changlin out of it. Or next time you go smearing Brother Changlin like that, your own dirty little secrets won't stay buried.
With that, Zhou Qiuxiang stomped off. Zhang Xiaozhu let out a cold snort and slumped down in the shack.
That damn girl
got her spreading rumors to keep folks from helping Zhou Gilan build her house. Why are they pinning this on her now? Until Zhou Qiuxiang's figure faded from view. Only then did she rise and head down the slope. The sorrow and fragility she'd feigned before Zhou Gilan utterly vanished. After dinner, Gilan tucked Little Milk Bang into bed. She woke from a deep sleep, but Xu Changling still hadn't returned. Zhou Guilan's heart weighed heavy with concern. Convinced she needed to sit down for a real talk with Xu Changling, that forest was just too perilous. He couldn't keep holding up there forever without coming home to rest. That afternoon, she watered the vegetable patch, gathered up the leftover hand-pulled noodles from home, and with Little Milk Bang in tow, set off for village chief Wang Yugen's place. No sooner had she stepped into the courtyard than showy-faced auntie came out to greet her.
Aunt Xulian, right there at home.
Showy-faced auntie, shot her a glance, her tone edged with impatience. What is this about? After all, her husband was the village chief, day in and day out, pestered by the villagers' endless troubles.
Oh, nothing much. We're building a new house back home and had some flour left over, so I whipped up some hand-pulled noodles to share with you and Uncle Eugen.
With that, she held out the basket to Aunt Julian, and the moment she heard it was a gift, Auntie Julian's eyes crinkled into a warm smile as she reached eagerly for the basket. Oh, dear. You folks have it rough enough as it is. Why bother with all this politeness?
If you've got a bit extra at home, sure, bring some over for your auntie.
But if things are tight, we wouldn't dream of holding it against you. This is the village chief's house, after all. So it is smart to keep things cordial with him. Just a small token in return. If not for that, the village chief might still be caught up in Chen Yangshuan and Chen Daya's endless bickering. So on one hand, it was to show her thanks to the village chief, and on the other, to build a solid rapport with the village's most powerful man. It never hurt to stay in good graces. You and your husband, you've got real savvy. Knocking up a new house in record time. Uncle Eugen was raving about you just the other day. And wouldn't you know it, here you are today. Just wait a moment. I'll bring the basket right back to you. Zhou Gulan didn't take these words to heart. As long as she occasionally sent some things over, Aunt Julian would keep things friendly with her. It wasn't long before Aunt Julian returned with the empty basket and handed it back to Zhou Gulan. Somehow, Aunt Julian pulled out a piece of candy from somewhere and gave it to Little Milk Bun, who looked up at Zhou Gulan. It is from Aunt Julian, so go ahead and take it. Once Mom gave the word, Little Milk Bun shyly accepted it and softly added,
Thank you, Aunt Julian.
A.W.W. You've raised such a fine child. Julian took an instant liking to him and reached out to pat Little Milk Bun on the head. I hadn't noticed it before, but now I see this little one is spotless from head to toe. He is all clean right now, just like the kids in the village.
He is still so young and doesn't understand much, but he is obedient. Whatever his dad or I tell him, he listens.
That is more than enough. You two sure know how to get along with folks. As Julian chatted on, her thoughts turned to those hand-pulled noodles sitting on her stove, and her demeanor grew warmer by the minute. Zhou Guilan smiled and replied with a few words, then headed back up the mountain with Little Milk Bun. He tidied up the vegetable patch, and the day was darkening. Xu Changling was finally back. This time, when he returned, he'd brought back a marten pelt. Did you go deep into the woods again? Xu Changling paused in his movements.
Next time, just hunt around here. Don't venture into the deep forest. What if you run into another black bear?
After all, he was her man now, and she couldn't help but worry. This man didn't take a bit of care for himself. Heading out before dawn every day, she still had to make breakfast. And this home was all her hard work too. She poured her heart and soul into this family. It was just too much for her. Xu Changling felt a warm glow in his heart. He even cracked a rare smile, a faint grin tugging at his lips.
No worries. I'll look after myself. A couple of black bears, no sweat.
You wait till dawn to head out. I'll handle breakfast. Yours is just too awful. And you come home for all 3 meals a day. Tomorrow, I'm going with you to town to sell the pelt. We'll pick up a few things on the way back.
Zhou Gulan paid no mind to that, since he'd put her in charge of the home, so she had the say on when he went out to work. This bossy little wife warmed his heart even more. And this time, he actually laughed out loud. That deep, rumbling laugh, it set Zhou Gulan's heart racing with delight.
Oh man, this guy is just too irresistible.
I, his little beast, have 0 defenses against him. Once his farm gets up and running, their days will be full of prosperity ahead. Just living well by his side. What a sweet life that'll be. The more Zhou Guilan thought about it, the brighter her eyes sparkled. With that in mind, the man stepped over the wash basin, drawing a step closer. His hands gripped Zhou Guilan's arms firmly, his voice laced with a teasing flirtation. Wifey, Zhou Guilan looked up and locked eyes with his sparkling gaze.
Oh man, this guy's just so insatiable.
Sensing the raw hormones pulsing from his whole body, her small hand naturally slid to his waist. What is up?
Just kiss me if you wanna.
If he doesn't make the first move, she'll lean in and kiss him herself. This is my dream guy, after all. If he kisses her, wouldn't that be her lucky break? And if she gets to sleep with him, that'd be an absolute steal for her. Wifey.
I'll make sure you live a life where food and drink are never a worry.
Probably the most romantic promise a mountain man could make. Zhou Guilan's heart fluttered sweetly as she tiptoed up, ready to plant that kiss on him. His pants got tugged. She glanced down and spotted Little Milk Bun yanking at his clothes. Those innocent eyes fixed on what his mom was up to. This. How do I even explain?
Is he thinking we're up to something not for kids' eyes?
Zhou Gelang felt sweat breaking out on her back, totally mortified. Why does it feel like she is sneaking around on someone right now? She hasn't done a thing wrong, just wanted a little kiss from her own husband. Early the next morning, Zhou Huilang woke up to find Xu Changling still lying in bed this morning. In the hazy morning light, she gazed at the man, realizing his features were truly striking, well-defined and sculpted, with a straight, prominent nose and fine lips, though years of wind and sun had tanned his skin dark. Yet it only made him look all the more sharp and capable. This man was hers now. She had struck gold. Just then, Xu Changling opened his eyes, and their gazes locked. He was clearly taken aback for a moment. Then a soft smile curved his lips. That early morning smile dazzled Zhou Huilan. Xu Changling,
you look so handsome when you smile.
You should smile more from now on.
We'll head to town shortly.
Xu Changling rose and headed outside, leaving Zhou Huilan puzzled. She hadn't said anything wrong, had she? What was up with him? Xu Changling, now up, poured a basin of water and washed himself clean. Then stared at his reflection in the water. Perhaps it was time for her to settle into a good life. Zhou Huilan emerged only after dressing properly, to see Xu Changling already chopping wood. She glanced over quickly and spotted a tear in the right shoulder of his shirt. HMM.
Looks like she needed to sew him another shirt.
With that thought, she grabbed the bucket and hurried to the well.
I'll fetch the water.
I can still manage it. Let me handle it myself.
Though Xu Changling had always fetched the water before, today she wanted to do it herself.
This isn't work for you.
Xu Changling, any woman who marries you is in for a treat.
These words carried a subtle probe, but Xu Changling didn't catch the hint. He just hummed in agreement, figuring these weren't chores for him to handle. The kind meant for his young wife. What if he wears himself out? Does this mean he is just as caring toward the little milk bun's mom? Or if he were to marry some other woman, would he treat her with the same kindness too? As Zhou Huilan mulled it over, a twinge of jealousy stirred in her heart. It is hard to put into words, but it felt like Xu Changling was simply being good to any wife, not just to her, Zhou Huilan, in particular, lost in thought. She pouted slightly, her heart unsettled and bittersweet. Just as she was dwelling on it, Zhou Chouxiang's voice rang out. Brother Changling.
You're up so early. That is wonderful.
Hey, Chouxiang, you've got new clothes on today, huh? Zhou Chouxiang shot Zhou Gulang, a look of pure annoyance. Today, she is dug out her absolute favorite outfit. Also, she could show it off to Brother Changling. Brother Changling hasn't even opened his mouth yet, and Zhou Gilan's already jumping in with her 2 cents. To her, Zhou Gilan's just playing in the way. Did I say anything wrong? Why does it seem like Zhou Chouxiang wants to strangle her?
Yeah. Brother Changling looks good, doesn't he? Gila!
Kusang lifted her skirt a bit as she spoke, giggling all shy-like. But what she really meant was for Xu Changling. Hurry up and compliment me. Xu Changling eyed the skirt right in front of him, nodded, taking it all in. That skirt does look real nice. Thinking of his own little wife back home with just 2 sets of plain cotton duds to her name, he figured he really ought to get her something fancy too.
Yeah. Looks good.
Hearing herself called pretty, Zhou Chouxiang felt like she was floating on air, just like she knew Brother Changling was sweet on her. How is that scrawny, sallow Zhou Gilang gonna compete with her?
Clearly, I'm the pretty one. Or is Sister Gilan prettier?
Zhou, Gilan's face just soured a few shades darker. This little minx is way out of line. Xu Changling poured another bucket into the water jar, suddenly acting like he hadn't heard a thing.
Hey, Brother Changling, who looks better? Me or Sister Gilan? In your future man's eyes,
you're definitely the prettiest, of course. In other words, in her man's eyes, his own wife is always the best looking. Xu Changling nodded along from the side, mumbling a quick ahem, which only ticked Zhou Chouxiang off even more. All for the chance to catch a glimpse of Brother Changling. But I got up early this morning to doll myself up, and now I'm catching this kind of grief. How could I just let that slide?
I'm asking Brother Changling here. What has it got to do with you? You scared Brother Changling might say I'm prettier than you.
Oh, pretty or not. Who cares anyway? I've already married Changling, after all. But you know what? The way you put it, now I'm thinking I ought to freshen up myself, so my man gets an eyeful too. The 2 of them were all stirred up by her fussing like this, which actually jogged Zhou Gilang's memory. Men, after all, are all about a pretty face, so she ought to put some real effort into sprucing up her own looks.
Even after tying the knot, you can always call it quits. Aren't you Brother Changling's second wife too?
Xu Changling, standing off to the side, furrowed his brow and set down the bucket he was holding. What's the matter with you? Nothing much. Just came to check on you.
We're heading to town in a bit. If you don't have anything pressing, why not head back for now?
But Zhou Chushang completely missed the hint that Shu Changeling was trying to shoo her away, her ears latching only onto the part about him going to town.
Perfect timing. I'm headed to town too. Brother Changeling, let's go together.
With that, Zhou Chuxiang dashed toward Xu Changling's side, aiming to latch onto his arm. Xu Changling quickly stepped aside, neatly dodging Zhou Xiang. Zhou Chuxiang lunged into empty air, staring fixedly at Xu Changling. A little too stunned to react, Zhou Chuxiang took a heavy blow, feeling like her heart was shattering into pieces. How could Brother Changeling treat her like this? No, that can't be. Brother Changeling adores her so much. Right. It has to be because Zhou Gulan is such a kind soul. So Brother Changeling doesn't want to hurt her feelings. That's why he dodged out of my way. And let's face it, she's the prettiest girl in the whole village. Brother Changeling must figure has not good enough for someone like her. With that realization, Zhou Chuxiang finally eased up inside. Though right then she was putting on quite the pouty, wronged act. Zhou Gulan couldn't be bothered anymore as Zhou Chuxiang put out some white flour and got to work making flatbreads in the pan. Xu Changeling sat in the courtyard, twisting rope from vines, while Zhou Chuxiang dragged over a little stool and settled right next to him. Her eyes brimmed red with grievance. Brother Changeling,
why aren't you even looking at me?
Xu Changeling's reply came quick and sharp.
Changeling Ji, take me into town later. I've been dying to hit the town. Just say you'll take me.
Her voice all falsetto sweetness, dragging on in full coquettish plea. Zhou Gulan in the kitchen broke out in goosebumps all over.
Oh, that is some cloyingly sweet charm, all right.
Oh, whatever. Forget it. Better get these flatbreads going quick, or we'll be late.
Let Mom take you along. We're heading out to work.
This was clearly a polite brush-off, but to Zhou Chuxiang it rang sweet as honey in her heart. That is just Changling's way of saying he wants her to enjoy herself, without wearing herself out.
I'm not scared. As long as I can stick with Brother Changeling, there is nothing I can't handle.
Zhou Huilan couldn't stand it any longer, hurriedly finishing the flatbread in her hands, and called out to the man in the main room.
Head up the house. Breakfast ready.
Stepping into the kitchen, he saw Zhou Gulan had already cooked 2 flatbreads, and without a second thought, she grabbed one and shoved it straight into her mouth.
Bake a few more. I'll take some back for my folks later.
How could she barge in like this, snatching at her man, while bossing her around?
Sorry, but Baiyue is all gone.
This is our breakfast. You've had your piece already. We've still got work to do. Can't afford to go hungry.
Better eat up quick before it is all snatched away.
诸葛来, what the hell do you mean by that?
Nothing much.
Just how much grain did my dad give you? And now you're too stingy to spare a few flatbreads for our family. No conscience. Crossing the bridge and burning it behind you.
Your dad fed me because he is a good man.
What is that got to do with you?
I'm his daughter.
So what?
You owe it to him, so you ought to make way for me. Sure, I owe your dad.
But how is that your business? Why should I yield to you? I've never touched a single grain you planted.
So who are you to demand anything from me?
All you've ever done is mooch off your daddy's little girl. What else you got? Yeah, to this Zhou Chuxiang, Zhou Gulan doesn't leave a shred of goodwill. A spoiled brat like that, daring to come yelling in her face. She used to yield to her out of respect for uncle. But she can't take it too far. Who doesn't have a temper to lose?
You ungrateful thing.
Enough. Don't eat my pancakes and curse me out. And your own conscience doesn't even sting. Get back now. I'm busy. She shot Xu Changeling a pitiful, pleading look, hoping Shu Ling would come to her aid. But Xu Changeling wouldn't even glance her way, his head down, focused on his pancake. She just couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes, sobbing out.
You're all picking on me. You pick on me, and I won't let you off easy. Just you wait.
After Xu Changeling finishes eating, she hands him the freshly baked pancake. Xu Changeling takes the pancake and mutters to himself.
You're tough. That is right. You can't let folks walk all over you.
She is no pushover. She won't swallow her pride just cause Zhou Chuxiang is his cousin. She knows right from wrong. Xu Changeling just thinks his young wife is something else, even more than that. From now on, I sure ain't gonna argue with the little wife. I can't win against her anyway. With both of them full, they bake a bunch more pancakes. Have Xu Changeling shoulder the pout while she straps the sleeping little milk bun to her back and heads back to Dashi village, drops the kid off with grandma, and hands over the pancakes too, sleeping in a word that she shouldn't share 'em with uncle or third aunt's place. Grandma's got words, but she can't hold them up from heading to town, so she bites her tongue and waits till they get back to ask. Old Wolf has the ox cart all hitched up, ready to take the group into town.
And wouldn't you know, Kuai and sister-in-law Hesia are already aboard.
Kuai eyes the pelt smack in the middle of the cart, her face sour as a lemon. Hey, your family's really got it made. Off to sell another one for cash. The minute those words leave her mouth, everyone else in the cart turns to look, knowing full well one wrong word could earn her a grudge.
Hey, where's the good times?
We busted our backs for ages just to scrape together a little shack. Not even half the size of your place, Aunt Kuhua. We built that house, and now we're buried in debt, up to our necks. My man's got no choice. He even headed deep into the mountains just to hunt, ran into that blind bear, and almost didn't make it back. That is how I ended up with this fur coat. At least I can sell it for some cash to chip away at the debt. Once those folks heard about the warden running into the blind bear, all their sneaky little schemes just evaporated. Hey, every family's been through hard times like this. You'll get through it one step at a time. No need to rush. Sister-in-law Hexia quickly chimed in to soothe her. You're right, sister-in-law. That is exactly what I tell folks at the factory. But with winter closing in fast, our whole family doesn't even have proper winter clothes. Come winter, we'll freeze to death. Yeah. It is really weighing on me. Xu Changlin watched his young wife spin her tall tale with a straight face. He nearly bought it himself. Oh, what I mean is, Gila, you've got that new house now. Just pay off the debts, little by little. No sense in stressing over it. Wait, it is me who misspoke, Auntie. Don't hold it against me.
You sit down and rest for a bit. I'll go call the shopkeeper right away.
Xu Changlin sets down the rope he has been carrying on his shoulder. Zhou Guilan quickly brushes the dust off his back. It is covered in dust. I've been thinking, you can keep carrying game like this from now on. What if you end up with a hunchback? It is not like you're made of gold. No matter how tough the job he has tackled it, this is nothing for him. You just don't get it. But if you actually get a hunchback, you'll look so ugly, and I won't be able to stand the sight of you. After all, you're my husband. If you get ugly, I'd be heartbroken. With that, Zhou Guilan plops down on a chair. As someone totally obsessed with looks, she is all about appearances. Xu Changlin listens, chuckling to himself a bit. But as he thinks about how unique his young wife is, he knows she is speaking from the heart. Just think about it. Right now, we've already got over a dozen chickens at home. In no time, those hens will start laying eggs, bringing in a nice chunk of cash. Come next spring, we'll raise even more chickens and ducks.
Throw in some geese. And we'll never worry about food or money again. From then on, you can be my sidekick, helping me out with the work.
She has said all this before, of course, but she insists on repeating it, drilling it into Xu Changlin's head. The real boom won't hit until spring next year. For now, it is just small-scale stuff, which is why Xu Changlin's still working so hard. Xu Changlin murmurs in agreement, quietly listening to his young wife go on. For some reason, he just trusts her completely, even if it is just raising chickens and geese like everyone else. She'll do it better than anyone. It is a shame our mountain doesn't have any treasures hidden in it. He has read plenty of web novels before too, where he saw all sorts of female protagonists stumbling upon treasures in the mountains and selling them off, striking it rich in no time flat. For once, Xu Changlin offered a few soothing words. Zhou Guilan gave a quick nod. After waiting quite some time, Bai Yushuan still hadn't appeared. But the chef burst out from the kitchen in a hurry, clutching a cleaver and charging forward.
What is all this about? Someone's out to smash our signboard, claiming our cooking's gone sour.
Hurry, let's go check it out.
Zhou Guilan leaped to her feet in excitement, dragging Xu Changlin toward the door. This sort of commotion is the best way to grasp the lay of the land in these times. We can't miss it. Why is this little wife so keen on diving into the fray, when it is just asking for trouble? Zhou Guilan brushed off such concerns. Right now, she was eager to see how the taverns worked in this era. Even the original soul had lingered in starving Dashi village, never once sampling true delicacies, leaving no such memories in her mind. The pair trailed the chef into the tavern. Hurrying into a private booth, they lingered at the threshold, spotting Bai Yuxuan planted squarely in the booth's center, tapping his fists as he addressed the table of patrons.
Gentlemen, in our line of work, harmony breeds fortune. If the soup falls short of your liking, I can have the chef whip up a fresh pot just for you, or comp your entire meal. Bad is bad, plain and simple. A redo would taste just as foul. So today, we're yanking down that sign of yours.
Let's see anyone try to stop us.
Well now, you serve slop and gag us for calling it out.
These loads are plainly here to stir up strife. Where do you get off? Just cause the grub's off. You smash the shop shingle, stand down.
Bai Yuxuan whipped around to face the chef, snapping sharply at him, though the chef bristled with resentment. But the boss had spoken up, so he had no choice but to back off.
What is that supposed to mean? The shopkeeper's here to make amends with us.
Another pot-bellied, big-eared lout stood up with a sneer.
Go file a report with the magistrate.
The moment the chef heard that, he spun on his heel and dashed outside. The troublemakers in the private room turned pale instantly. That sharp-featured lackey leaped to his feet and bellowed.
You cowards at Tianxiang Tower, resorting to dirty tricks like this.
Since you want some kind of resolution, then let's get the authorities involved. It won't disturb the other patrons. Or let folks say Tianxiang Tower doesn't know proper hospitality.
No wonder he has been running this inn for so many years. His tactics are nothing short of brilliant.
We're out of here.
One of them shoved the table over with brute force, the plates tumbling to the floor and shattering with a crash.
You there, surnamed Bai. I'll remember you, and I'll be back tomorrow.
But in the next instant, he saw Bai Yishuan step forward and block their way.
Please pay for the bowls and chopsticks, the plates and the table. Didn't your esteemed innkeeper say there'd be no charge? Now you're reneging.
Bai Yishuan's tone grew even icier.
I meant the food bill, but that doesn't cover the broken bowls and plates.
The fat pig-faced man erupted in laughter again. They closed in as the 10 men slowly surrounded them, even barricading the door, and the kitchen hand, who just tried slipping out to report to the authorities, was now under their watchful eyes, while the onlookers were all held back behind them, some having slipped away in fear.
Can you really take down that fat slob?
In his mind, Xu Changling was one tough son of a gun. After all, he'd once sent butcher Zhang flying with a single kick. Though he phrased it as a question, deep down, he already knew the outcome.
No problem at all.
All right, then.
Go give them a lesson. They'll never forget.
The young wife spoke up, and of course, they'd see it done. With a few swift strides, he stepped up and took his place behind Bai Yishuan.
Hey, Boss Bai, you sure have some nerve. Our brothers didn't enjoy the meal, so we can't blow off some steam.
The fat-faced, big-eared thug reaches out to slap Bai Yishuan across the face, when his wrist is suddenly seized by a stranger. He turns his head to glance over and locks eyes with a dark-skinned man glaring coldly at him.
You little punk, let go of me, or I'll make you regret it.
His voice dripping with menace, as if he is about to tear Xu Changling apart right then. Bai Yishuan turns to look as well, and recognizes the hunter who used to deliver game to him, his heart jolting in surprise.
How exactly do you plan to make me regret it?
This guy's no pushover. He hadn't even sensed the man approaching earlier, but thinking of the silver he'd pocketed today, he steels himself and speaks coldly.
Then, let's see what our brothers can do.
The sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked man bellows.
Let me go.
As the boss charges over with a stool raised high. Before he can even finish yelling, Xu Changling lashes out with a powerful kick at the fat-faced thug, sending the fat-faced, big-eared man crashing backward, skating across the floor for a good distance. Bai Yishuan's vision blurs for a moment, as Xu Changling shatters the incoming stool with a swift kick, and in the same instant, the sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked man finds his throat gripped tight by Xu Changling, leaving everyone in the room stunned with fear. The troublemakers instinctively backing away a few steps, eyes warily fixed on Xu Changling. The sharp-faced man gasping for air, his face turning beet red, while the fat-faced thug on the ground, with big ears, writhes in vain, unable to rise after a long struggle, the searing pain in his back and chest leaving him short of breath and seething. It hurts too much.
Shopkeeper, Bai,
what should we do with these scum?
Stunned, Bai Yishuan finally snapped out of it, quickly regaining her usual composure.
Tell them all to get out of my Tianxiang Tower.
And the sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked man nodded with difficulty. Otherwise, he'd be strangled right there by the man.
And you?
That gaze carried a tangible killing intent, jolting the heart of the man who lived by the blade's edge.
We're leaving right now.
Once these folks have all cleared out, the crowd outside burst into applause, shouting as they scattered.
Oh, that is my man for you. So dashing.
Thank you for stepping in to help.
Without Xu Changling, here today, he could have wrapped things up, but it sure wouldn't have been this effortless.
No need to thank me.
With that, he rose to find his young bride. Bai Yishuan followed his gaze and spotted Zhou Gilan beaming at them.
So, sister-in-law's here too.
Calling her sister-in-law meant honoring Xu Changling as a brother. She instantly warmed to Bai Yishuan.
You're too kind, shopkeeper Bai.
She replied, then stepped into the room and took her place by Xu Changling's side. You all right?
I'm fine.
Xu Changling felt a warmth in his heart. His young bride showing such concern for him.
Sorry to interrupt your meals, everyone. To make up for it, every table gets a complimentary jug of fine wine today. Hope you all enjoy your meal and drinks.
In no time, the room held only the restaurant staff and the couple, Zhou Gilan and Xu Changling.
You all head to the kitchen, but leave 2 staff behind to tidy up this private room. Then serve a fine spread to the west wing.
What a capable fellow. Barely in his early 20s, yet so mature in his dealings, running such a grand inn with everything in perfect order. Clearly no ordinary man.
My thanks to you both for your aid today. Allow me to treat you to a proper feast.
Shopkeeper Bai truly has grace and knows how to treat people, so we'll gladly accept. After all, us country folk have never sampled your establishment's cuisine.
Though accepting the invitation, he didn't hide their humble origins. Yet his demeanor is neither servile nor overbearing. This actually earned him greater respect in Bai Yishuan's eyes.
I wonder where Brother Changlin picked up such masterful martial skills.
That he routed them utterly, like petals swept away in a rushing stream.
With those words spoken, Zhou Gilan turned to Xu Changling with eager curiosity as well. For she too longed to know. Her husband was clearly no ordinary backwoods fellow, his bearing marking him as a natural leader among men.
Learned from the mountain hunters. H.
This guy's way too straightforward. Why bother bragging like that? Go shop. That'll make me admire you even more, right?
But she didn't want her man dwelling on stuff he didn't want to talk about. So she quickly shifted the conversation.
Hey, what is really going on with those folks hassling Boss Bai?
That is just a pack of lowlife punks, likely sent by the Byway Tower across the way.
Zhou Gelang spotted it too when she first rode in. Looks like a 3-story joint, bigger than Bai Yushuan's spot here.
So how'd you pin it on them?
And not just some punks out for a quick scam. After all, they never breathed a word about Byway Tower the whole time. But judging by what Bai Yushuan said, he is dead certain.
Your average punks, at worst, pull a dine and dash. And if they run into a tough nut, they back off quick. But these guys came straight up demanding to yank my signboard, which is pretty much like gutting my whole restaurant. No run-of-the-mill thug would push it that far. This month, the town's holding its best restaurant contest, judging on 3 signature dishes. And I'm knee-deep in preparations over here, but folks keep stirring up trouble every couple days, scaring off the customers.
In this dog-eat-dog business world, rivals are out for blood. And backstabbing schemes like this, all too common. But causing this kind of ruckus, that is a new low. All to shut down your operation. If it is really about the cooking, then seeking Gongzang Yu won't do squat. Better off bribing a chef to swipe your secret recipes. Of course, that is just his hunch.
The entry bar is all about monthly sales. Only if you clear that revenue hurdle, only then can we send our chef to the contest.
So that is how it is.
Zhou Gilan muttered to herself. In that case, that is the easiest way to raise the bar. And those little taverns get shut out right from the start, leaving only the big establishments to take part. That way, the title really carries some weight.